rant over.
Well, hello everybody.
Morning, everybody. How are we this
What
morning?
is good?
Yeah. For those of you who don't know why we're giggling, it's because Will has been ranting non-frickin' stop for the last 5 minutes.
Dude, you make me sound like such a bad guy.
Yeah, like I said, he's been ranting about his Wi-Fi exactly the moment we go live. His Wi-Fi crashes.
I'm switching over to my data.
Yeah. All right. So while you're doing that, I will get straight into the market. Let's just get a up. All right. Yeah. Will's gonna. Ah, dude, there we go. Much better. Look at you. Look at you.
Oh man, dude, it's when like little things start just piling up, and like death by 1,000 cuts. It's a bit like that. Whereas like, when is it going to end?
It's gonna end when it's gonna end, mate. This is the game of endurance. Let's put it like this. This is where you need to suck it up and endure, mate. This is where heroes are forged and adversaries are broken. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, mate,
what's
how
good?
have you been since yesterday?
Dude, I've been good. I've been good, man. The weather's nice. It's that's pretty much it. I didn't go to the gym this morning. Me and my partner had lunch together instead of. I didn't ditch her this time to go to the gym, so she was happy. Happy wife, happy life, and that.
Yeah, I also didn't go to the gym this morning because I am a little bit under the weather. So glad I didn't go to the gym. Just give the body a little bit of time to just, I don't know, have a minute just to recuperate. And then depending on how I feel later today, I might...
You gotta rest it.
Yeah, I might go and do some, let's call it light physical exercises. So, yeah. Dude, how did your trade go?
Move, man. Go on the electrical machine.
Yeah, just do
really good. I didn't enter in anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally that. No, I didn't enter anymore after our session, so I didn't really see much. So it was just the trades that I took or showed on stream. Everything else I didn't end up entering. I believe GU would have given me... I gotta try and remember.
I took this trade yesterday on NASDAQ. So not entirely. It was just over 25,000. The entry point, I think it was 25,1. Let's just like 25,057. It was like 25,001 point something. So I took a 1 to 2 here.
GU would have hit TP.
So same ideas as I always go with my regular trading. I have set take profit and stop losses. We did have, this is on the 5. If I go to the 15, it'll make a little bit more sense yesterday. So the trade is there. So what we had was, if I just move this out of the way, we had this upward moving channel on NAS the whole of the London session, continuously making higher highs as well as higher lows. So just my daily bias or on the day bias was bullish. The New York session opened up and it created this very nice like inverted hammer almost, with a very, very, very small body on the 15 minute. If I go onto the 5 minute, you'll see that opening candle was very bullish. This one, very nice and bullish. And then we immediately took it back. But the thing that like really convinced me was the fact that this 50 EMA was respected. And then we started to push up, breaking that recent high and respecting this recent low. So even though we did wick slightly lower on this candle over here, I was more than happy with this movement because we respected these low points over here and we were still making higher highs. So I said, okay, I'm going to wait for a rally, a base and a rally confirmation. And initially this candle scared me a little bit because we had just wicked this high point, but we didn't really do much with it. And I thought, ooh, I'm not sure about this. This looks a little bit wonky. This was once again on the 5 minute. Then it closed really bullishly, and I was still like, this isn't quite what I'm looking for. I would have loved if this candle over here was a nice bullish candle, which unfortunately it wasn't. So I gave it a little bit more time, printed a nice bullish candle, reattempted a base, and then rallied again. And as this one was going, I thought, Snuff, you know what? This is what I'm looking for. Let's enter. That's why I didn't enter exactly on the close. I got a little in, like, let's say 30 seconds or so after the candle closed. I got in, took my regular 1 to 2. This one, unfortunately, was a 0.25% risk, not a 0.5% or a full 1% risk. Normally during New York session, I bump up my risk. Let's say if I were on 25, I'd go 0.5%, or if I was at 0.5%, I'd go up to 1%, because New York just moves a little bit more convincingly. So I want to capitalize on that. And yeah, it was a 0.25%. I didn't really want to risk more than a 0.25%, first and foremost. And secondly, when I looked at this candle over here, I wasn't quite convinced. And by that time, I had already reduced it from 0.5% to a 0.25% on the trade manager, the risk sizer. So I said, you know what, let's not overthink this. Let's just straight go into it with a 0.25% risk. And within 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, it hit TP. So I was very happy for that. So I am officially up 1% on my new account. So, but lost opportunities, not capitalizing on the moment as it's happening, kind of giving it a bit of time, convincing myself. So still a little bit of work to go, a little bit of work to do. Give me a second, mate. It started raining like crazy. I need to close stuff.
You do that. I can hear it raining. I can actually hear that as well. Awesome stuff. Right, I'll tell you what, while Rich is gone, guys, if you haven't already, come say hello to us in chat. Come let us know what you are trading this morning. I'm going to come say hello to you guys and have a quick catch up this morning. So Henry, good evening. Yo, good evening, my man. How are you doing, Henry? MJ and Valentia coming out with greetings. Hello there. How are you doing? FX trader investor. I don't know what that says. To know what that says, my man. I'm going to assume it's along the lines of good morning. I'm hoping. I'm praying it's not profanity. So good morning to you, FX trader investor. How are you doing? Welcome everybody. Absolutely welcome everyone to the last session of the day here on the Fivers live stream. The last session of the day, the last session of the week, first session of the day. So plenty more sessions throughout today. We are going to be live right up until 3 p.m. GMT. I think it's 3 p.m. GMT. Do correct me if I'm wrong, Remy, if you want to put in the end time. So yeah, welcome everybody. We are officially live on the Thursday special. Absolutely, my friend. So good morning, family. Good morning, Steven. How are we doing? As you are just joining, make sure that you smash that like button. We are counting down counting down to our March the 11th 100k subscriber celebration. Absolutely. Make sure that you're going to subscribe to the channel.
Love that. Absolutely hootly.
Yeah, damn right.
You remind me of Ned Flanders from The Simpsons.
You know what? I thought that as soon as I said it. I said it and I thought, dude, I sound like Ned Flanders over here. Absolutely. Anyway, so make sure you go subscribe and make sure you smash that bell notification so you know when we are live, because the 11th of March we have got the 100k subscriber celebration, and you must be a subscriber if you want to get in on the chance of winning these potential giveaways.
Very much so.
Hi, Dr. Strange and Wilhelm. Well, hello there, FX Darth Vader. How are you doing?
Do you know when you say Darth Vader with a W?
It's a V, I know. I like. I
no,
flip it
but like, no, but like when I don't know if you ever watch Big Bang Theory or something like that.
Dude, I binge watched Big Bang Theory.
So I can't remember the character's name, but he always pronounces his W's in a really strange way. That's what goes through my mind when you said Darth Vader.
Hello.
So yeah. Anyway, you know exactly who I'm referring to. In my mind, it's Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Oh my god, what's his name?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, what were we talking about before this? You were busy with Euro?
I don't know. Guys, help us out. What were we chatting about? I don't know. Anyway, GBP USD, guys, we have got time to chat because it's not loading. There we go. Cool. So we're currently in this range at the moment. You can see that I've marked out the session highs and lows, or pre-session highs and lows. We're currently into London Open. So we've got Asia highs, Asia lows, which I can mark out for you now if you would like. If you would not like, I suppose unlucky, because I'm going to do it anyway. Cool. There we go. Asia lows, Le Bosch. So we've got Asia high, Asia low. We've got that pullback now. So right now, as of the sort of intraday lower time frame scalp trend, we are bearish in that pullback sort of range. Now, two things can happen. We've put in a higher low because we failed to break this low here. Let me just try and neaten this up for you a little bit. So we've got this lower low, we got this lower high. Now we've also got this higher low here. Two things can happen. We can come up into this area here, which is my potential scalp short area of interest, and continue into a lower low. Or we can continue a little bit higher, break in, creating a higher high, pull back, continuation higher, sweep in the Asia highs. Now that's what I want to see, but who knows? Because right now, as far as market structure is concerned, we are in a ranging market, because a ranging market is literally my area of interest between two highs and lows. So we got high of interest, low of interest into internal structure. A little bit different with Euro. We have actually taken out the lows of Asia. There we go. So we've got Asia high here. Let me just put out the high, put out the low. We've got Asia highs and Asia lows. We've also got a higher time frame area of interest here, which you can see is this grey box. Now, for me, price is bearish, continuously bearish as well. We got this channel to the downside. We got this pullback. We've wicked high again. So we've tested this area of interest, and now we've created this new lower low. So for me, price is bearish, and quite heavily bearish as well. Potentially, it may want to come back into this zone and create a new lower low. However, if we get a break and close above this high, creating a higher high, then I need to see a lower high, a higher low. Due to the fact that we put in this lower low, I'd like to see a higher low, continuation higher high, pull back, higher low, and then I'm going to be looking at an entry criteria here. Because the reason I wouldn't enter here is because we have put in this lower low prior. So it's kind of not necessarily the most valid. So there still could be ambiguity in the market. So
yeah, I agree with you there, mate.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Gold. So looking gold. Very gold, honestly, we've come into this nice area of interest here, and we've wicked it just here at the Asia, and this is the low of Asia as well, by the way, guys. So these are Asia lows again. So if I just mark out, that's not a break of structure, that's an Asia low. There we go. We got Asia highs. There we go. So if we just look at that, we've got this continuation or pullback higher into this area of interest and a continuation lower. However, that continuation lower is breaking a consolidation zone. Now, kind of wanted to see a break of Asia low to create that lower low for maybe a pullback continuation. However, again, we've got a potential of a new higher high. Now, if we get this new higher high, I don't know, if we get the new higher high pullback, I think I'd need to see one more higher high pullback continuation. I don't know. Gold, I'm a little bit, discombobulated myself, so I'm not too sure on gold yet. I want gold to mature a little bit. Age like fine wine. US 30, not interested in the US 30 right now. I don't really like it, although we've got Asia lows here, I believe. So we got nice Asia session, and then we got the break above, consolidation, break and close below, consolidation around the Asia low. I don't like it. It's not great price action. NAS, however,
on US 30.
on US 30. NAS, however, magnifique. So we've got.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Consolidative, waiting for breakout. That's what I'm seeing on NAS at the moment.
100%. Like NAS at the moment, it's we've got all of for God's sake, we've got all of Asia here. Now, as we opened, we came down, we've swept the prior session lows, consolidated. We've got a high here. If we can break above this high, pull back, I'd love to see an entry for a continuation up.
How deep do you want that pullback to be? You want the lows to be taken?
I'd like to see a break and close above these highs. Maybe something like this.
Okay.
Something around something like that.
Yeah, we do have a 30-minute order block, a bullish order block, 1600. So yesterday, 1400 your time. Well, UK time on the 30-minute chart, which also coincides with a 30-minute/hourly base.
I'll tell you, I'll bring your screen
as we opened up. As we opened up New York session yesterday. So this is on the NAS 100. Let me just minimize this. Upward movement. We have a base, rally, another base, another rally, another base, and then another rally. But interestingly enough, this one over here is an outside bar. So very, very nice outside bar on this one, which is pretty good order block. So the expectancy would be price may come back down to this area. You have overlapping order block as well as a base. before it gathers like real momentum to try and push up. But this is just like on the lower time frame. Obviously, you do have a lot of price action over here where price could potentially have reacted from right now. My only concern is the fact that if we zoom in, if I go down to the 15-minute or the 5-minute, maybe the 5-minute will be, yeah. We had this slight little bit of consolidation over here. We are making lower highs and lower lows all the while. This is just a wick lower. It's getting a bit of a reaction, but we did not sweep this high over here, which to me is... I would have loved to have seen this movement over here push higher, or even the secondary attempt to try and push up also push up, but it didn't.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
This to me feels a little bit more like a break, retest, potentially continuate. So little bit of consolidation, break, retest, and then try and push to come and test this order block, or maybe even slightly higher, maybe over there to come and test it. Purely because we actually were quite bearish over the Tokyo session, and we have a lot of movement here to come and test before we start pushing up bullishly. However, the way that it's reacting right now is slightly more bullish on the lower time frame. So we're getting a bit more. This attempt to try and push price lower did not break the low. We just wicked lower with this one. Not a very good candle, like large wick above, large wick below on the 5-minute. And then we're getting this attempt to push price up right now. So for me, I'm sitting and waiting for NAS to really show that it wants to either go bullish or bearish. I would love to see it, though, come down first before it starts pushing up higher. But then again, if it breaks this consolidation, breaks this high, closes properly above it, comes back down for a retest, and then continue up, then obviously I think we can come and test yesterday's highs as well as the Tokyo high of the day so far. That would be great as well.
Yeah, literally. So I don't know. We'll see. Price will play out as price wants to play out, and we will. We'll just have to deal with whatever situation is given to us.
Yeah. So
I don't think
just sitting and wait.
What news do we have today?
What I can see is that on the 15-minute, we did come and test the 100 EMA twice. And both times we are rejecting off of it. So this one here is the 100. If I switch on, you'll see 50. This is the 50, 100. This is the 200. The 200 is a little bit lower EMA. And this 200 has now pushed above this order block as well. So if it were to come and test the 200, then it's going to be a little bit above the order block. But it's the 200 is still in line with that high point basically over here. This last attempt to try and push price lower, well, this whole segment effectively. We'll wait and see. We'll see whether or not this 50 EMA gets respected, tries to push lower, sweeps a little bit lower, try and push back up again, come a little bit lower. Waiting game today.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think time's just gonna, time will be on our side on this one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just going to be patient.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Dude, my arms today are killing me.
Why? What did you do?
I did just gym.
Oh. I also did... so my week is split into 5 days. Mondays is upper body. Tuesdays is like front lower body, basically. Little bit of core, little bit of like thighs, that kind of like stuff. Wednesdays are push days. Today is lower body glutes, so hamstrings, glutes, calves, that kind of like stuff, and lower back. And then Fridays is pull days.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kelly. I bumped my kitty cat. She's sitting by my feet because we're having a bit of a storm. So she's not too happy with the weather.
Yeah. Yesterday I had chest day, so chest and tries. Day before I had back and buys, and then today I have a day off. Tomorrow I have legs, and then for Saturday, Sunday, it's me and my partner's anniversary, so we're gonna go out and celebrate that.
Nice.
And then
congratulations.
Danka, gracias, mgoy. So so we're gonna go out, and then Monday I'm back to the gym properly on Monday, so it'll be Monday, Tuesday, day off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then maybe some light stuff like cardio on the weekend. But it'll be cardio every day anyway. I'll be running every morning.
Like, how far do you run every morning? Like a 5K, 10K?
About 5 mile, so just under 10K. Yeah, like 4 or 5 mile. Depends on how I feel and what sort of gym session I'm gonna have. Maybe I'll do like a 3 mile, so about 5K.
Nice.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Depends how hot it is as well, man. Like I did 5 mile the other day, and it was so like humid and hot. I was running, and then I had a gust of wind, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's so nice!" And then the wind died, and I was like, "Oh, that's just made it so much worse."
Dude, aren't you next to like the ocean?
Yeah.
Don't you get like that nice ocean breeze?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
Sometimes.
So like on a really hot day, it'll be just nothing. It'd be like a lake, and then you just get like a nice little breeze, and you're like, oh, that's good. You're like running with just like the wind in your hair. And then other days it'll just be sticky, and it's just awful. So hard to run in. Like I remember,
it's like running through. It's like you feel like you're running through a wall. Like the air is still, but it's so there's so much moisture in the air that as you're running, it like feels like there's like this resistance.
You could like karate chop your way through it.
Pissed mist.
Yeah, dude, it's like the hottest I've ran in is Mallorca. I was training for a triathlon, and I was out working in Mallorca on the bar years like back when I was like 18. And then I came out of the sea and I went for a run, and this was early morning. This is like 7-8 o'clock in the morning, and then that was hot. That was like 20 odd degrees even then, and that was hot. This is like 30 degrees in the afternoon sort of running. I'm like, oh, dude, this is too hot, man. I'm going to have to start running at like 5, 6 in the morning.
Yeah. We're heading now towards autumn here in South Africa. So the weather where I'm staying it's not as hot, but we also still have those like spikes in heat every now and then. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, put on a hoodie, you can go to town or go and exercise or whatnot, that it's chill enough for you to put on a hoodie, and then all of a sudden, like now, it was torrential downpour, and now the sun is out. Anyway.
Dude, do you remember when I said I was going to make that video for you? I was like, yeah, I'll just go down to the waterfront and make a video. When I said that, it was beautiful. It was like really nice, sunny, blue skies. I went out to take the video, and it was like monsoon rain. I'm like,
mate.
Never mind.
Aren't we just the luckiest people?
I mean, dude, like at least it's not cold.
I mean, fair. I'm not going to argue against that. Dude, I wanted to just quickly do two things. First off, I wanted to have a look at the news for today. Now, everybody in chat, obviously, this is now excluding any like urgent news or urgent releases that happen throughout the day. We're just talking about scheduled news. Today we have at 1:30 p.m. UK time, or GMT plus 0, or GMT flat, we have unemployment claims, and that seems to be the only red folder news today. And then we've got one orange folder news, which is the ECB President Lagarde, who's going to be speaking at roughly 5 p.m. this afternoon. So this just means that there isn't any like high impact news for today. Doesn't mean that we're not going to get like news that is going to impact us suddenly out of the blue.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that we are currently
too politically at war.
Yeah. For a lack of better word, war. Nobody likes the word war, but yeah. So that's the first thing that I wanted to mention.
I was going to say, like, a lot of people at the moment, I find, are avoiding the word war. It's like, we're at war. Well, we are.
Yeah.
Well,
we are not.
Yeah, okay. Having said, I don't know.
Wars currently running.
I don't know. The UK, man, it's. I don't know what the UK is doing at the moment regarding this war. It's a bit of a weird situation, you know. The UK, so the UK bases have been hit, but then the UK, damn. Oh, hello. What's going on here then?
As I'm speaking, NASDAQ is pushing up higher, Euro is pushing higher, Pound is pushing higher, LJ's just jumped in, UJ is dropping lower.
Damn, dude, what is...
Did we
dude, what are you doing? Bro,
we
what?
Basically we had Russia just now calling for all parties in the conflict to immediately cease hostilities.
Oh, did we literally just miss that?
Yeah, it seems to be from that. It was basically the same time that came out we saw a pop, so unless there's something else more.
Was that on Financial Juice?
Yeah.
Dude, when you were recommending it, I actually went ahead and Googled it myself so I could find it.
It's good. It also has like a squawk feature, so you can have it like playing in background and it'll like voice the big headlines, that kind of thing. So.
Oh, no way, really? Dude, that's sick.
Yeah. Very, very useful.
Do you need to sign up for Financial Juice?
Yeah, you do. I'm literally doing it now.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then they have some like premium subscription type stuff.
But you can do a free trial, yeah.
Yeah, it's free. Yeah, the premium stuff is like just added extras. It's quite expensive, but they seem to do a similar thing to TradingView, where certain times a year you can get it for like 10% of the cost.
Oh wow!
But when you do pay for it, it's I believe it's a lifetime
access.
Sub. So yeah.
Oh, that's not bad. I think that might well be worth it if we're gonna have like news impact like this, and it's not on Forex Factory. Obviously, Forex Factory isn't the only news outlet, like financial news outlet. It is one of the ones that the Fivers uses for determining its red folder limitations. But yeah, that's good. This basically means that if Russia is saying, "Listen, you guys, you better stop your stuff, or we're jumping in," this is going to be like that whole.
I think that's what he hinted at a couple of days ago. He spoke, and it was what I can gather from it. It was basically saying, "Look, we're not going to accept this happening, that happening, and then if this does carry or like continue happening, then we are going to get involved," sort of thing.
Yeah, nobody wants a repeat of number 1 and number 2 of the WWs. So let's.
Like I think that's the biggest, like the scariest thing as well, is when you use the word war. It's like people instantly go, "Oh my God, World War! Oh my God, this is World War 1, 2, 3, etc." I think it's a matter of that this Financial Juice like thing is actually something by me.
Sorry, mate. LJ, which oil Brent crude ticker do you use normally?
For Brent here, just Blackball markets. So just search Brent, and you'll get a better, yeah. So just so long as it's one of the CFD ones, rather than like futures or something, because sometimes the charts are a bit weird.
Oh, Bosh! Look at this.
Yeah.
Damn. Dude,
and then, I mean, earlier today as well, we had US officials saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, that Iran has not closed it. So,
was it just scared?
I think we've gone back and forth because there were some certain rockets thrown at certain.
I mean, one side's saying we closed it, the other side's like, no, it's still open. We're gonna bomb you if you send your ships through here. No, don't worry, we'll protect your ships. What?
Yeah, and obviously, Trump announced, insurance, all that kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say unless you're visually there. You know, you got to take the headlines as they come, right?
Yeah, you kind of have to. What is it? Suspend your disbelief a little bit. Because obviously you can't go and confirm. So yeah, everybody that is in chat right now, it's that now you know this movement here. LJ's given us the down low.
Don't think I can trade any of this now. This has just invalidated everything that I wanted to see.
So unfortunately, I was looking at going long just before.
So was I.
And then we've already ripped, so I don't want to touch it just yet.
That's what I mean. Like, I was hoping to go long on NAS and on GU.
So this just came out 1 minute ago on Forex Factory. Iran's deputy foreign minister. Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program on the condition that the United States makes a lucrative alternative offer. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, this says 2 minutes now, obviously, which, like you said, with Russia basically saying, listen, make a plan.
That's probably, where the, you see like each of those things coming out sort of at once. It's clearly a nod of back channels saying,
Yeah.
The thing is,
it's like this alludes to this, alludes to this, alludes to this, and this is kind of like, okay, this is what we're going to tell everybody.
Yeah. So this is ultimately the thing, because I mean, it's such a core key piece of trade and infrastructure just through that whole area in general. That can't really go on. And there's other things then related to like food and that kind of thing, like how I think was it Qatar and some of the other Saudis, like they've stopped the sending like urea and everything, which is used for fertilizers, that kind of stuff, right? So everyone's focused on energy, but you also have the food production aspect as well. And so definitely war, definitely kicking off, but there's such high cost for everyone involved that you would have to argue there's resolution at some point.
Well, I would argue to say that we need resolution. Whether that's actually going to happen, I mean, how often have you seen, especially in world wars, where it's basically mutually assured destruction is like on the table, and then it's scorched earth. It's just we know that it's going to cause like irreparable damage to like countries, ecosystems, and all that kind of like stuff. And it's just like, well, we have a point to make, and we're gonna fight for this. So we want resolution. There's going to be some time before said resolution, and it's pretty much going to going to be a dank.
Same with the UK, with the Ukraine. There was talks about peace in like the Ukraine-Russia war there's like 3 or 4 potential peace opportunities and ceasefires. It lasted about a day or 2. I think the longest one lasted like a week, and then it was like straight back into it. It's like, okay.
Yeah. The thing is, they'll only give up once one of the two sides have received exactly what it is that they wanted. They go into war with a very specific reason. It's never just done willy-nilly. There's always a rhyme to this reason, or there's always reason to this rhyme, whatever. They will only stop once certain conditions are met and they're satisfied question is, who is the person, or which country is the one that is actually the one holding the cards? That's the question to me right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's think about it like to simplify it a little bit more. Think about, you and your partner want to, no one's going to cook. No one's cooking tonight, so you're going to go out for food. You're going to order takeout. You want Indian food and your partner wants Chinese takeout. It's like, well, you're going to have one or the other. Who's going to
Chinese takeout.
Yeah. I don't know, mind. I don't know.
Happy wife, happy life, mate. Like happy
Fair.
wife, happy life.
I'm partial to a nice Indian. I'll be honest.
Or alternatively, if you go to a place where both those shops are right next to each other, and you just pop into both shops,
both
get what you want.
One has Chinese, the other has Indian food. Done.
Yeah. Well, technically, you're both getting Asian food, so you should both be happy.
True. You should just meet in the middle and go for sushi. I don't know how that's meeting in the middle, but
sushi's always a win.
So sushi is always a win.
It is, especially if you can do like a garam masala on some sushi. That would be.
Yeah, dude. Just you can garnish it and add a bit of everything. If you want spice, or add a bit of chili powder on top. Give it a bit of a kick at that dragon roll.
Amit asking, is it a sudden news? Yes, it is. Iran's deputy has said that Iran is ready to forego of its nuclear program on the condition that the United States supplies it with a lucrative alternative. So this was about 6 minutes ago. That's roughly when we saw this move start playing out. So yeah, it is because of that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's so for instance, like the Russia-Ukraine war, Russia's position, it's been going on for ages now. We're into the 5th year, I think, as of last week.
I think it started in February 2021. 2020.
Wow, was it that long ago?
Somewhere around there. I can't remember the exact.
It was 22.
Was it 2022? Yeah.
So somewhere it's been 4 years. We're now in the 5th year.
Yeah.
But yeah, Russia's agenda is a little bit different. It's that's why we've dragged on, right? And they prepped for this for quite some time. So
yeah. This wasn't just a weekend wonder, the weekend war.
This wasn't an
Thank you. Yeah.
So
I can barely remember what happened last week. You want me to remember what happened 6 years ago or 4 years ago? Dude, COVID to me has been a blur. I can't even remember what happened in COVID.
I can remember COVID like it was yesterday. Then apparently it was nearly 10 years ago now. It's
It is weird to think COVID was that long ago. It does not.
Yeah, I know. COVID was back 18, 19?
Yeah, when the world shut down, that was March 2020.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And most people only heard about COVID sort of in Jan, I guess, when it was really sort of, okay, this is actually a problem. But it was, yes, COVID-19, because it did start the end of...
Yeah, that was the propagation of it, was in 2019, but I think it was the end of 2019.
It was September, October 2019, I believe, because I remember I was in college at the time.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, LJ, we keep interjecting you. You keep wanting to make a point, and we're just like, oh, I can't remember what I did yesterday. Have the floor, mate. Go ahead, have the floor.
What was I saying now? So basically, we'll see. We've had a number of these kind of comments from Iran in the past a number of times, so we'll see if this actually has any legs to it. Even last year, I remember when we were talking about this and going back and forth with whether the Iran situation back then, what was this, July, August, October, somewhere through there. We had multiple stints of it, but there was a point where it was potentially going to kick off. We'll see if this has legs or it's just another stalling type tactic kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. We may get... I think the endpoint for that, obviously, would be, and kind of what Trump already wants to do, which is probably what they're angling for, is bringing... Iran's had sanctions for forever, right?
Yeah.
So they'll be wanting to be brought back into the broader economy. The same thing, he's already said that he wants to do that with Russia eventually and get the Russia-Ukraine thing settled and then everyone be friends. Is that going to work? Is that going to happen? I don't know. Like, because if that's the case, like we could have done this a long time ago. There's still a lot of gripes and certain mismatches that everyone's very hardline on. So this could end up being just like a flash in the pan type thing for now.
Yeah.
And then we see some more rockets thrown shortly after. Right?
I mean, it's a little bit hypocritical from some of the parties, being at war for the last 4 or 5 years on the Eastern Front. And then when something's happening in the Middle East, they're like, whoa, guys, we need to stop this. If not, we're going to intervene. This is like...
I'm sorry, are you trying to say there's hypocrisy in politics? Surely not.
No.
I wouldn't believe that for a second.
No.
Yeah. Just pointing it out. Please don't come and unalive me. People of certain countries. I'm just voicing an opinion. That's all.
This is all for entertainment purposes only. I have no idea what I'm really talking about.
I should go and get my Joker hat, my court Joker hat, and just put on my face mask and be like, ha 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 ha. So anyway,
just start spitting facts while dressed as a court jester.
Dude, they used to get unalived in the Middle Ages.
Yeah, no, I know.
Because it was funny until it wasn't funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny until the king couldn't take a joke,
Yeah, and until the king was like, no, my poor feelings.
That's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
Or you told the same joke and he's like, you said that 2 months ago. Off with his head.
Wow. Yeah, off with his head. Wow, this king has got a memory like an elephant. Are you calling me fat?
So, I've yawned one too many times at your jokes now.
Yeah. Or maybe he was just bored. Anyway. So, LJ, with this like suddenness, basically, of this like revelating news, or let's say, how are you going to position yourself today from a, your standpoint, like macro, fundamental, and technical? How would you position yourself today, given that we've really got like these movements?
Yeah, so that's definitely what I've just been sitting here thinking the past 5-10 minutes as well. I mean, there's definitely been a propensity today to sort of start unwinding some of the tail risk, basically, that's been priced in. So that's why we're still moving. So markets have to eventually price in the tail risk of the worst case scenarios, right? Or escalation and progressive escalation going right through. So that's in particular why we've seen Europe being hit pretty hard, the EU, so euro dollar in particular, absolutely smashed, pretty sustained moves lower. Obviously, if this flows over into, I think we were talking about it yesterday with the moves in oil and natural gas, roughly correlates to a 0.35% increase in inflation if this is sustained, and also just puts further pressures. Now, fortunately, we're out of the deep part of winter, which was very different at the time when we had the Russia-Ukraine situation kick off. So it hasn't been as chaotic. Now, if we were a bit earlier, this would have been much, much worse. So with the various headlines right now, people also, it's still very much a toss-up. People are trying to decide if this is a Venezuela type-esque situation, where it's quick sort of one and done type of thing, or if this actually goes on for an extended period. So particularly for energy markets, for this to really put an impact into broader economies globally, it sort of needs to sustain for about a quarter to really see it impacting things. So right now, odds are probably that it won't, but there's definitely a possibility if we start to get some kind of progress, that progress breaks down, and then we go back to just kicking off, and it's sort of a back and forth kick around for months, even though stuff doesn't necessarily escalate, but it'll have enough pressure that, again, because people have to factor in that tail risk, all those costs will be elevated the whole way through. And that's when you do start getting impact and pressure inputs into the real economy, even though no one's actually gone berserk, but it's just like a sustained pressure point.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to remember that even if you have like a once-off event that is very sudden, it has a bit more longer-term impact. Even if you're not impacted right now, there's like a trickle-down effect that is going to eventually impact. So, and I completely agree with your standpoint in that regard. It does make,
I was just going to say, this is an example of oil prices. So oil shocks from geopolitical events, right? So this is basically what we've had now. And this scale right here, as you can see, is percentage terms. So typically we keep kicking off for, is the number of trading days for about 80 days, 90 days. And I was talking about yesterday, that's also roughly the peak duration of excess supply that China has that they could survive without getting those flows in. And then it tends to be roughly 4 to 5 months later that we actually see oil prices coming back to where they were. So, I mean, at this point, it's really hard to call whether this is actually going to be a short flash in the pan type, as much as you can call it that, event, or a long, sustained, drawn out back and forth. Right, flip a coin.
Yeah, so it's open. It's open for everybody to take a bet, and you'll be flipping a coin, one or the other.
Yeah,
place your bets
there's
right
so
now.
many. Yeah, there's so many variables. Obviously, how you get into like a extreme situation would be if in the UAE, like some of the desalination plants with water and everything got hit, because that's where they get 60% of their water. So if Iran went and tried to do something like that, now you'd have a quote-unquote nuclear situation, right? Because I think that would give them, they'd only have days left of water, and then it's a like legit, bad outcome. So yeah, I think with those kind of stakes, the thing is for, I mean, Iran themselves, like, how do you sort of win the situation? It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to get a win. You either go, like we're talking, mutually assured destruction, or you sort of eventually bend the knee, per se, give up some of these things, get pulled back into the world economic regime, and then hopefully, obviously,
greater global.
Yes, yeah. So hopefully, then you get, everything, more trade, everything going on, and that builds everything up, and you take that as the win. And yeah, I don't know if 100% they'll do that, because that will also come along with many provisions from, say, the US side, Israel, everyone else, on certain conditionality for that to happen. So the question is whether they are truly willing to give up on that, or if they're still very hardlined. Or they do it and then they flip back. That's another possibility as well, where they take that for now and then stuff changes later.
Yeah. I see there's two interesting viewpoints here. One from the tin pot trader, sorry. I view things differently. Weekly and daily chart produces a perfect double bottom and boom upwards from $59. I'm assuming we're referring to oil.
Yeah, if we're talking about oil, then definitely I agree. So mainly on West Texas. So this is, if we go down to, let's say, a 4 hour, and I've dragged this over here, I'm still holding this. This has been a carry trade I've had on oil since last October.
Jeez.
Basically for the same reason. So
yeah, double
you
bottom.
get positive spots on this. Yep, we had. I'd prefer to trade West Texas with a bit more stability, right, in the US than Brent itself. Brent, obviously, with these situations, is basically the global oil chart through there. But yeah, I definitely agree. Oil, for some time, we saw mass supply coming on board, and then we couldn't see any lower prices through there. So that's basically what triggered me to say, okay, this pretty much looks like the bottom for oil. And yeah, so going nicely. I do agree. Oil will basically be up for longer for some time. This chart is basically just demonstrating past events, sort of how oil tends to play out. And you can see this is actually slightly higher than other certain events. So this includes Afghanistan, Iraq, the whole, all of it.
The whole shebang.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Shooting match.
So I'd still be generally buying Brent on dips. Obviously, there's this gap here. That's probably your absolute base to look at, unless somehow the situation is resolved truly, right? If we get actual progress, we may see a further decline to here. I'm sure we'll probably stall out around that gap level for the time being until we actually know that there's some kind of stuff put on paper, people have signed things, and how much that's worth in a global order, whatever. But that's at least actually something rather than just words, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, agreements is one thing, but like actual holding
through.
Holding
it was
to those agreements is a completely different thing.
It was the same with World War One. They had that agreement in place, and then look what happened to that agreement.
Yeah. But yeah, so overall, I think selling, I still probably, like you were saying before, I think I still probably want to preferentially stick on the side of shorting euro on some of these tops. I think that's a good idea. Obviously, if this kicks off or energy prices go further higher, we're pretty quickly to 114. There's a number of large banks, etc., that are trying to tip 114 by Friday.
I mean, geez, 114 on Friday, massive drop down.
Yeah, I don't know if that will necessarily get there on its own, just from the current events. Right now, obviously, everyone has been very underpositioned US dollar in general. Been talking about this for some time. Hence, I had the Q1 target up here for euro dollar above that 120. Didn't figure we'd get anywhere beyond that because everyone is so stacked. We're almost at historic longs for euro dollar. So that's also why we've seen this massive rotation, which I got to say, given everything going on and given the positioning for a crisis, this has been very, very orderly. And we were talking about this the other day where it's not been erratic. It's been very orderly. There have been some moves. But often when you have that kind of positioning plus something like this, because of the positioning, it becomes very, very erratic. You get like stops being hit all the way down, margin calls across the board. We did see some of that effect. In gold. Yeah, exactly. Dominoes, snowballing effect. We did see some of that in gold. Obviously, people having to liquidate certain things for margin calls. Margin call not meaning you're being liquidated entirely, but margin call being large institutions have to lighten up their total portfolio, put it that way. When you've got losses over here, you've got to cover it. So
yeah,
I'd still be net short on
euro.
Yeah.
And then pound, do you see the same play out for pound, or do you think that the pound is a little bit less impacted by the energy crisis, quote unquote, that may or may not come into play a little bit later due to the higher oil prices?
Yeah, so pound is pretty similar but slightly different. I'm trying to see if I have the theme from yesterday. Because I was talking about how the pound typically in war times definitely is a bit more defensive. Definitely the stock market in particular. Let me see if I can screenshot this of what I brought up yesterday. I thought I had another file saved. What do I call it? I'm just going to call it potato. There we go. Hang on.
Potato.
Just give me 1.5 seconds. All right,
You
where's
got
potato?
potatoes.
Here we go. So this comes down to, part of the stuff we were talking about yesterday. So the thing with the UK defensive position, stock market, and then therefore it often translates into the pound itself. So the pound will still be getting hit, but much more defensive than the euro, right? So I'd probably prefer to trade the euro in general because it's going to have much more propensity for downside momentum, pretty much one-way direction through the crisis. The UK will be back and forth because it'll be getting whipped around by the dollar side of things plus that UK defensive position. So the UK has basically a triple whammy. So roughly 50% of its weight is in defensives in the UK for the stock market, huge weighting in oil, aerospace, and defense. Obviously, all of those things right now, prime real estate, basically.
Yeah, all of it kind of in high demand, let's say.
Yeah. And so the other portion, if those energy prices do go up, however, you will see that benefit for the UK from the crisis ongoing. Energy prices also going up will start to increase inflation for the UK as well. Right now, we've pretty much shifted to that base case of potentially 2 more rate cuts. Now, if energy prices keep going up, that starts to unwind the rate case there as well. So I would expect a bit more of a back and forth for the pound overall, and we can see that in the charts right here, like very sustained draw lower, the euro, the pound's a bit more back and forth throughout it, right?
Yeah, seeing a little bit more there.
Yeah, you can see it consolidates a lot more compared to the euro. The euro looks a lot more decisive and looks more like in that intended direction.
Bar the suddenness of this news event.
Yeah,
but
overall, other than the whole idea that we've just had sudden impact news, which we actually had a comment about just a second ago. Daily Facts 488 saying, is there a way to protect yourself from this kind of unexpected news? Unfortunately, no. The only way you can protect yourself or protect your trade from news during times like this is either do not trade or set your stop loss where just above where your invalidation. But even then, there's potentially going to be slippage. So if you're scared of what potentially could come with market volatility in times like these, don't trade is the easiest way to stay away.
Or just like heavily reduce your risk when you're
I
take trades.
was going to say, the way you want to do it, we've got large pip movement, right? Yeah. So reduce the total lot size and you'll be able to capture these trades. And say you do get knocked out on this, say you're looking for, just hypothetically, this to continue short, you saw stuff coming up through here, had a stop there, and you're looking for either an equal low or some kind of new low being made to prior support. Just make sure you rein this stuff in pretty tight because that's still, I mean, this is a very sort of tight range here, but you don't want to be running up through here. You'll get knocked out. So just be willing to have a lower, lot size right through this. So if you do get knocked out, you can then potentially either enter an inverse trade. Maybe you still want to be short, capture the tops, but you haven't got knocked out too much in percentage terms, right, for your account. So you gotta reconsider again. It's the ATR, the volatility of the market right now. We're Whereas normally you might be looking at one of these moves, right? So we've got like, how much is that?
51.
50 pips, yeah. So often, day to day, we'd have those kind of moves and it might be 20, 25, 30, right? So you got to readjust within that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There are also ways where you could be short with this, because that's where you're seeing actual market direction, you believe. But in case there's like an inverse headline, right? So if there was a negative headline, that's going to be beneficial for your trade. You could also set a order above that. If that gets hit because there's some good headline, now get triggered on that trade. But if you're going to do that, you got to watch it, because if the market just moves up, you might not want to get triggered on that trade just because you've actually just been wrong on the initial trade. So that's something you have to monitor. You don't want to like step away and just leave it running.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Will mentioned, the simplest thing is if you're unsure, just rather don't participate. But if you do wish to participate, reduce your risk heavily. And then if you are experienced enough, consider hedging and consider partial reintroduction of risk as it's going against your position. Instead of trying to get more sells, try and buy up until you get to a point where you can reintroduce that extra risk back for a move down in your intended direction. Something similar to what Sol did when Sol trades the Wednesday.
I was about to say this. In general, the other thing I was going to say, basically relating to Sol, is start trading more lower time frame activity, right?
And fractionally as well.
Quick in, quick out. Take your profit and run. Take your loss and run.
And the thing is, you don't have to do this all the time. You don't have to trade like this all the time. But during time frames where there's uncertainty, larger than normal, as LJ has just pointed out, the ATR, the average daily true range, is becoming larger. There's more volatility. Yes, there's a lot of volume as well, but there's always volume. It's a little bit more now as we speak. So the idea is that you want to protect yourself against that negative run. Go on to a lower time frame. Do fractionals a lot smaller. I'm just going to use this as an example. If you're used to taking 1% trades normally, this is now quote unquote abnormal market conditions because it's war and high volatility. Cut that 1% into 10 trades, 20 trades. Give yourself 0.05%, 0.01%, or 0.1% trades, and ladder them in. Take them off as they go into a certain percentage of profit, and just kind of like reduce your risk in this way. It's always a good thing to try and mitigate crazy
that's the
volatility.
whole part of the game. It's not necessarily getting the biggest payouts, getting the biggest profits. It's keeping the account buoyant for the longest, and keeping yourself just consistently getting nice little payouts. It's capital management or capital protection over profits.
I mean, this is also one of the reasons why I think a lot of people, when they advocate for, I want to be in it as quickly as possible, I'm going to risk 2.5% on my trade, and then I'm going to have a nice tight stop loss, and I have a good win rate and whatnot. But that win rate and that stop loss and all of that stuff is always based on back testing that was done during, let's call it, less volatile geopolitical periods. So you're implementing, or you're trying to implement a specific strategy that is at this point in time untested, because you're going on, this is the market conditions under which it was tested. Yeah, but we're trading over here now. You can't be implementing the same strategy.
Same ideology
plan. Market. Yes. So you need to adjust. And in that case, you can't be going 2.5% on a trade thinking that your account's going to survive. Once again, going back to what we discussed yesterday, bracketing, or talking about bracketing, it's a flip. It's going to be a coin flip. Some people are going to make a crap ton of money doing this. Some people are going to lose everything because of this.
Yeah, literally exactly that. You know, for example, like it's when I place a trade, if I put a 2 lot on, the move's already happened, and then I'm like, oh, okay, look, I can get in on a valid trade opportunity here. If I put a 2 lot on at that potential valid re-entry zone, I've gone from risking $200 to $400 just because I haven't managed my capital allocation due to that risk per trade. You know, I've not looked at it and readjusted due to the new plan. You know, and therefore I'm going to be putting a lot more risk on the line, a lot more capital on the line, and allocating more than I should, just because potentially either I'm too lazy, or maybe I don't have the experience to, or maybe I just don't want to uh, adjust that risk according to. Like, you'll find a lot of the time people are too involved in, like Rich mentioned, getting in that trade. You know, they're like, I want to get in that trade, instead of how can I get in this trade smartly. You know, it's all about getting in a smart way, not necessarily just getting in.
Yeah,
exactly. And so I think you can start mapping out, like, even after this, right? So say maybe you're in a short and you got knocked out from this, right? You decided to short up through here. We basically had a bit of a retracement into the underside of this little cluster through here, looking to take a potential short somewhere in here. Have that, looking for at least these kind of lows somewhere through here, or potentially a further drawdown. You got stopped out on that. Obviously, this is charged up. So the key point is to actually have reasonable stops. And then you can see I've mapped out a couple potential trades through here, right? And so you can start forward casting some of these potential trades after these moves, and realize that don't be punching 1% on a single trade, because you'll probably have 8, 9, 10 potential others that might come through, right? So long as you segment stuff nicely, you can pick up whatever loss you made. So you could have shorted through here back into this support by the prior high over here. This is where the moving average is now coming up through. You see this, we've been capped under the 50. You got the 10 there. We're not sure whether this news headline is actually going to stick, so you might look to unwind that. Where do you unwind it to? Basically into almost like the same as NFP. When you get the pump, the drop back down, and then see. And normally it's just above, either equal to where we kicked off from, or just above. And then depending on that, you often then get the kick higher. Or we come into there and then we unwind the entire move altogether. So now you've got a couple trades, and you can see then when we do get down there, you can decide to either look for that long as a bounce off of there, or if we seem to just be cratering and unwinding that move, potentially take a short. And then given where we are, lower low, you could see that we go to the next support point down lower. So there's multiple trades to be had across the board.
But once again, preface that this is going to be outside a lot of people's comfort. So
of course,
make sure
it's not amateur trading techniques that you're talking about here.
Yeah. So of course. The idea is that there should generally be people that are comfortable with their risk, they're comfortable with their style, trading philosophy, they understand how the market operates. It's going to come with experience. But if you do want to test and you want to try this kind of trading, that's a little bit more forecasting, a little bit lower risk, go ahead and reduce your risk significantly. Don't put it all on one play. Yeah, or do it on a demo. But the idea is, don't go and kill your account because you want to test something. Where if staying out would have preserved your account in like times of volatility and times of uncertainty.
Certainly. So I think, if you want to do that, get experience with it, because there will be other times.
There will be opportunities.
Like a COVID, like a recession, like any other kind of market crash, whatever happens. Getting skilled at dealing with those times is definitely a good thing to have in your playbook. Because those are often the times where, yes, you can make great returns, right? but you have to, like you said, yes, it is more sophisticated. So you have to be skilled with it and learn it, right? And there's not many times this actually sort of properly happens. So you don't get that many learning instances.
Yes, it's true. That is true.
Yeah.
But this is now the opportune time for you to actually try and test this kind of things. But don't go and test it with your actual money, or go and test it with a prop account that is either close to being funded or is brand. Go and play around on a demo.
Yeah.
Go and play around on a demo account and test it. I wanted to bring this comment up. Emil is asking, if I completed the first evaluation within a day, will it calculate as a valid completion? It depends. It depends on which Fiverr's account you have. Is it a bootcamp? Is it a high stakes? Is it a hypergrowth? The high stakes requires you to have 3 profitable days, meaning you need to make at least from the 12 o'clock open of the day, need to make at least 0.5% of growth at the end of the day, given all of your closed trades for the day. So you need 3 days for that one. Bootcamp, far as I remember, doesn't have the profitable days. And hypergrowth also, I think, is just 2. But do correct me if I'm wrong. So it depends on which account you have. If you're playing, or not playing, if you're trading with a high stakes account, then no. You will need to go and complete the other 2 days of profitable days. You need to then go and complete that. So go and read up the rules. You can get all of the rules on the Fiverr's website. Just to go and confirm, you'll see exactly which account it is that you have and what specific requirements it has to pass each phase.
Yeah, and so long as, like, obviously, probably like you said, like, it sounds like you just had a good trade, right? So if you've just had like a really good trade, that's totally fine. If it's because you've been like full porting something, then no. But obviously, right now you can take like a normal sized trade, and because of the ATR, the movement, you can actually clean up pretty nicely.
Yeah.
So
as I said, just a standard normal trade. Take your TP off and just watch it run.
Yeah. Here's Henry's comment. What do you mean? We've had plenty of opportunities and many more to come till the end of Trump's presidency, at least. I agree with you, mate. Like
that is true. Yeah.
I mean,
He's caused many an account to go into either drawdown or to go into complete failure with his sudden early morning tweets. Netlogged red folder news site to follow for the Fivers. You will see that we use Forex Factory, so it's forexfactory.com/news. That is what we use for red folder news events. So forexfactory.com/news. You go to the calendar. You will see this is the whole week's calendar. You can have a specific day in mind as well. Today, we have a red folder over here. If you cannot see the red folders, go to your filtering segment, click the drop down, make sure that red folders are selected, and then apply the filter for whichever asset you want to trade. And then there you go. You'll see exactly this is the one. However, we do know that Forex Factory doesn't provide you with all of the news in a timely fashion. There are other websites that you can use for news events. It's completely fine. But specifically for the red folder news restriction with the Fiverr's accounts, we use the Forex Factory's red folder classification. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Thank you very much for this one. There we go. forexfactory.com/calendar.
Yeah, there are others you can use. So I think it's tradingeconomics.com. I use that for my fundamentals, but since LJ has recommended financialjuice.com, I mean, dude, this seems epic. So I do highly recommend you go check out a range of them. But personally, I recommend tradingeconomics.com and now Financial Juice. So go check that out. It's better for like the fundamental data releases, opposed to the actual, like you just said, the calendar restrictions.
Yeah. Emil saying, I have a high stakes account. Okay, so with the high stakes account, 3 profitable days is the minimum for you to pass each phase, which means that on 3 separate days, you must have 0.5% gain based on the 12 o'clock close of the account. So right now, I have completed it within 1 day. What should I do now? Should I keep that profit? And if I don't trade for the next 3 days, will it be a valid completion? Okay, if you don't trade for the next 3 days, then no, it will not count as a valid completion. Like I explained, what you need to do now is you need to go and make 0.5%, let's say, quote unquote, doesn't have to be tomorrow, but another day that is not today. That is not the day that you basically made the full 10% or the full 8%. Okay. So you can do it tomorrow, you can do it Monday, you can do it next week, Tuesday, whatever, but you need 2 more days in order for it to count as a full completion. So the reason for this is it's so that if you're trading the high stakes accounts, that you don't basically do what you just did now, and that is make all of your profit on a single day. They want to see whether or not you can consistently make profits over multiple days. So the shortest time frame that you have to complete from getting a new high stakes account to becoming a funded trader is 6 days. You cannot become a funded trader with the high stakes account in less than 6 days, because you have 3 days on the first stage and 3 days on the second stage that you have to have profitable days. So unfortunately, my friend, you are going to have to trade 2 more days, try and make 0.5%. I would suggest reduce your risk. You've already made the 10%. Reduce your risk significantly. Literally make 0.5% to 0.6 or 0.7% on the day. Close your trade, and then
spreads, commissions, etc.
Yeah, just go to 0.6, maybe 0.75, whatever percent. Close the trade. Wait for the next day. Do that. Congratulations. Then you've passed your account 3 days. So that's what I would suggest.
Indeed. And Financial Juice does have a calendar on it as well to the left.
Oh, fair.
And it has the it's sort of yellow, orange, red. For low, medium, high, and then it has like a lightning bolt, a red lightning bolt for like the big.
Oh yeah, fair. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, just looking now.
Yeah, which is generally US.
I still prefer Forex Factory for the calendar there.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Same way I prefer MTE though. It's just what you started with.
I mean, I use my personal brokerage as the main calendar.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Benny Johnson asking, what if I made more than required on evaluation phase? Will it be scaled into my funded account? No, it will not, because that was during your evaluation. So it's basically the interview. You're having the interview now. You're not going to get paid for doing an interview. You will be paid once you actually start working. So the evaluation, if you make more than, maybe it's just like a little tap on the shoulder. Congratulations, you made a lot more. It means nothing at the end of the day. And then Ruben asking, what is the maximum days? It's unlimited. You can take several years to complete a trade. However, you need to at least have had 1 trade in 30 days. And that is just to show that the account itself is active. That's all. So that can be a 0.01 lot size entry, and you hold it for a minute and close it, meaning that you're showing that it's still active. So it's not dependent on percentage risks or anything like that. It's literally just open position, close position, held at least for a minute, just to make sure that you're not, getting caught on that, minimum time with trades. So that's all I would say.
So there's no max time to pass, but 30 days. So for instance, if the main point I think is like if you guys, I don't know, maybe go on holiday for a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
Say you went on holiday for 6 weeks, you went overseas, had like a big trip, something like that. You will have to make sure that you just put in any trade It can be 0.01 of a lot, and you enter it and then just close it immediately. That's fine. That'll keep your account active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just need to take one trade every 30 days to ensure activity, unlimited time, and it's across all of the accounts that we have. There's no time limit to how long it takes you to pass. Some accounts do have the 3-day minimum profitable days. That's to prove consistency, and that's it. I like this. It's Vinny. Hey, Rich, Will, and LJ. Recently recovered my 10K account from a massive drawdown, so 9.5% drawdown. I'm in break even now, but fear of execution is creeping in big time. How do you overcome and proceed to fund it? Very, very good question. So later today, we have the very, very amazing Rich Wells that we can pose this question to, and he can give you more towards the psychological side, because consider the fact that he's done something very similar. He's actively gone and traded out of super severe deep drawdown. I think most people would generally kind of.
I think if you've been trading any time, eventually you'll have to do it. You know?
Yeah, I think most people kind of like give up on that like 0.5, and they're like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna full send, and then they lose the account and then go and buy another one. But I think it takes a special kind of person to take 0.5% of drawdown left and fight their way back. So here's one way that you can look at it, Vinny. You had a 9.5% gain from the time that you started trying to get yourself out of drawdown. 9.5%. What stands between you right now and making 8% on a high stakes account to pass it? What stands between you and passing 6% to make 6% more? Nothing. You've already proven to yourself that you can do a 9.5% gain from a 0.5% drawdown. Dude, that's insane. That's really good. Go ahead,
dude. That's
and
nuts.
emulate that. Emulate that got you out of drawdown. And it doesn't matter how long it took. Congratulations, mate. That is awesome. That is really awesome.
I was going to say, like, first and foremost, a solid achievement that you cleaned up and came back.
Yeah.
Basically,
I agree. Solid.
Yeah, and again, like you said, it's much harder for people to do that from such a drawdown than from a fresh
account
account, right? So definitely respect for that. If you're feeling that way, though, I would say maybe pause. Like, you've done a huge amount of work, you've gotten there.
Yeah.
Reduce the lot size, reduce the exposure, and accept that, look, I put this much work in to get back here. Just focus on staying there for now. Reduce that exposure, even if you do very small trades, especially with what we've got going on. Wait until you pick up a little bit, and wait until that sort of subsides, and then start to pick up gradually. It's probably the best way to do it, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just, you don't even have to pick it up. If you're finding, because that level of risk, you're comfortable executing to your plan to perfection, you've managed to scale like 9.5%. You've managed to claw that back, then just keep that consistent. Don't even up your risk to what you may have been trading prior. If you've managed to make 9.5%, like, you imagine you make that on a $100,000 account, that's 9.5 grand that you've just made with that particular risk model as well, which you're clearly comfortable trading. Now you double that. You got a 20K, or you got like 19K. You got $19,000 that you've just made, and then you scale that again. You double it, and you double it, and it's just about layering your accounts, increasing your portfolio size, keeping that consistent level of risk. And before you know it, your 10K month, your 6-figure month in it, you're absolute balling, just because you found a risk level or risk tolerance that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I think Vinny's on a 10K at the moment.
Yeah,
same deal. Yeah. There was just I see you've starred a couple, but there was just this. So risk basically means not the margin used; it's how much you're willing. Yeah, basically where your stop loss is. Now, it also does kind of mean margin used, because if you're maxing out the margin, that means you're taking way too aggressive. Right. The margin is meant to be there for certain traders that might trade, 10, 15, 20 assets kind of all at once in like a balanced, systematic kind of way where it all balances itself out. The margins are not there for you to use to go all in on one asset, on one trade, and then try and punch it, right? Even if you have a small risk amount, right? Because then you're going to get things like slippage, etc., and certain market conditions. If everything's very calm, yes, you get stopped out on very high margin use on that trade. Other market conditions, it'll be way down here and it'll get annihilated. So then, obviously, the team, when they once you pass the eval and everything, they ultimately want to put you to market. They're not going to be able to execute that properly.
So when we're talking about risk in general, like Alge just mentioned now, we're talking about capital risk. So if you have a 10K account, $100, so you divide by 100, that's for percentage, you get $100 equals 1% risk. So it is the capital balance of the full account. So that's why I also marked these other two questions. So this one. So when you say you have 0.5% or 1%, is that the max loss limit of the account, or is it the size of the account? So it's the size of the account. If it was the max loss limit, now we know that with a 10K account, you only have 10%, which is $1,000. Now, if you divided this by 100, you'd only get $10 and that would then be 1% risk of the risk allocation. So you've only got 10% technically to lose. But what we're saying technically is that your 1% that you have on the $10,000, that equates to 10% of risk on the $1,000 drawdown that you have available. So that's the two ways of looking at it. So we're actually saying 1% risk, and even the 0.5% that you must make is based on the full capital amount, the full 10,000, not the drawdown available to you. Okay, I hope this makes sense by putting it like this. So if you need to make 0.5% risk, you need to make on a $10,000 account, you need to make $50 at the end of the day with all of your trades closed. If you have a trade still running, that will not be taken into account. It will then take the 12 o'clock floating margin of that trade. So just something to take into consideration. There was another one. It was this. Yes. So it's Vinny saying, that's the thing. I'm doing great on demos, but when I get real funded, I exit winners early. It has been a challenge. I swear I make great analysis. I just can't seem to hold on. So fear of loss.
That's fair.
Yeah, dude, Rich, I mean, it makes sense. It's probably one of the most popular funded account trader pitfalls. Rich Wells later on would love this comment because he obviously specializes at being the performance coach here at Fibers. So Vinny, make sure that you propose this question again to Rich Wells later on, and he will have something a lot more in depth for you, and something that hopefully that you can take away from as well.
I was going to say, so yeah, me trading 13 years, this is probably the main thing that I still have. Taking winners too early, especially when I smash out this stuff. I'm like, I've nailed something. I've done it on dollar yen. Now, at the same time, I'm still cleaning up, right? And I will also say why I'm kind of okay with it. I don't always see it as a bad thing. Is it also protects me sometimes from market shifting and you're too focused on the full target, and then you don't get there. So often I chop out early, and then the market, often just like a headline or something, and you would have got clapped out, right? So it is still, at least for me, a sensitivity to feeling the market. I can feel like the hesitation, and I will jump out. But sometimes that hesitation is the exact break point where you do fully kick on to that full measure. So that's definitely something I still have, but I also see it both ways as protective at the same time. So
yeah, and I mean, nothing is realized until you've closed the trade.
No, exactly.
So your traders, everything it's unrealized profits, it's unrealized losses, and until that button clicks that says close trade, nothing is guaranteed. So I understand the want, the need, the feeling of wanting to close a trade and lock in something. Yeah. But then at the same time, people get to a point where now they fear losing that which they've already gained. So the fear of loss or capital retention is much stronger than the idea of making a lot. So there's this very classical conundrum in poker where you look at odds and you look at the amount of money. So the conundrum goes something similar to this. If I came to you and I told you, all right, you have a 50% chance. This is a coin flip. If it lands on heads, you get $10 million. But when it loses, you lose $100,000. So 50% chance. Now, generally, that's the one that you're going to ask yourself. What is more valuable to you? The 100,000 that you do have that you could lose, or the 900,000 whatever dollars that you could gain on top of that 100,000? And generally, people that are more risk averse are going to say, you know what, I would rather not lose that $100,000. But if you go
offering
and do
this bet right now, Rich?
No.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's do it.
So if you go look at probabilities and you go and look at expectancy,
20 million.
If you go and compare those two to each other, when you lose, it's 50% of the time you lose $100,000. But 50% of the time you win 900 or 9,900,000. So it is 0.5 or it's 9.9 million times 0.5 minus 100,000 times 0.5. And you will realize that every time you take that flip of the coin, you make millions every single time. And it's that conundrum. It's that idea. Now, obviously, that was a very extreme case, but that is the one side. And then at the same time, people will ask, okay, if I'm given this conundrum, this coin flip, as option A, and option B is I give you $500,000 straight up, which one are you going to take? So 100% guaranteed, $500,000, or a coin flip to make 9.9 million with a 50-50 expectancy.
Yeah,
or 50-50. If you go and look at the math, in the long run, it's always better to take the coin flip.
Expected value.
Expected value. EV. It's an EV plus movement to do this. And that's generally where the difference comes in between people that are less risk averse versus more risk averse. Those that are more risk averse want guaranteed. They want the idea of taking the 500,000 because it's gain. You're not losing anything, it's guaranteed. The less risk averse people that are a little bit more willing to take that gamble, they would be more towards the other side, the more 50-50 split, because they know that expectancy, EV, in the long run, they will be making money. Yeah. And it's the same with trading. People don't want to lose what they have already gained. But understand this, that's not yours yet. That trade that you're taking and that unrealized profits that's running, it's not yours at all.
No, it's not yours until it's bank, and technically it's not even yours until you get paid out, because you're
Exactly.
going to use it for further leverage in the future.
The thing is, people place these evaluation accounts on a pedestal. They make it way more important than what it needs to be. It's a very simple thing, but very difficult to master. Don't put it on a pedestal. Don't make it larger than it is. Give it, or refer to it exactly as what it is. It's just a challenge.
It's a business structure. It literally, what you've just gone through is a basic fundamental business structure based on a P&L and an expectancy, and all the probabilities and the risk rate and stuff like that. It's a business exchange between you and your broker, you and your prop, you and whatever. It's running your trading business, and the minute you see it as a business is the minute you take it off of that pedestal, put it down a peg, and say, right, now you work for me. I don't work for you. I'm not your slave. You work for me. And you are not going to do anything I don't want you to do, because I am now in control. And you're taking control of your account. You're taking control of your career. And you're taking control of your probability stacking. But only you can do that. But guys, anyway, I gotta go. I gotta shoot. So guys, thank you very much. We have actually now hit 300 live viewers. So guys, make sure that you smash out that like button if you do like what we're talking about here. Please carry on chatting. Make sure that you're dropping below all your fantastic questions. So guys, I'm gonna have to pop out and see you in about 2 hours time. So guys, peace. Thank you very much.
Peace, man.
Cheers.
See you, Will.
I see we have a hater in chat.
Also asking for giveaway. We do have a giveaway on the 11th, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Rich. So
we do, but because of this comment,
yeah,
I don't feel all that giving. I don't feel all that giving.
All right, sorry guys, the giveaway is cancelled.
Yeah.
Just joking.
Yeah.
Just joking.
What are you talking about? Just joking? No, mate. Comments like this from "There's no free name for." There's also no free account for you, my friend. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Screw that. I'm not sorry. We ask for good vibes, bruh. Good vibes. And we're asking for nice comments and for everybody to work as a community. Comments like this, mate. Nah. You can't come in here and ask for something for free and then spit in my hand when, I'm not giving you attention. It's not how it works, mate. Yeah. That's not how it works.
And also, dude, we have a lot of people here. A lot of you guys in here. We're all dealing with different, challenges in trading, right? So we try and talk to everyone, right? Sometimes there's going to be more execution stuff, trades right now. Sometimes there's a bit more psychology, that kind of thing. So we try and accommodate to everyone. So if the current 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes of chat is not in your direction, that's okay. If you got something to ask it to us and we'll move on to that, right?
Yeah. But generally we're gonna conversate. We're gonna talk. That's what we're here for, to talk. And if you don't like what we have to say, that very much sounds like a you problem.
I did want to bring this up though, unbiased trader.
I love this.
Also in the mix of everything going on right now, definitely a good takeaway in general and something to always remember. Life is brief, so love deeply, risk boldly, and leave nothing unlived. Very beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, love this. Wasan, I'm going to straight up just say this immediately. Mate, we're not going to play this game that we played yesterday. So I'm going to give you a fair warning.
Yeah.
Stop asking us for money. We have already told you that this is not the place for this kind of discussion. We cannot help you. So this is fair warning number one. I have allowed you to run amok yesterday. I'm not going to allow you to run amok again today. This is the last warning. I'm more than willing to ban you if you do not stop with this. So you were given a timeout yesterday. If you carry on, it's going to be a full-on ban. Because we're trying to keep the chat clear to provide everybody an opportunity to give their 10 cents, to ask a question. So if you're going to come in here and disrupt, fair warning. Warning has been given. No free meals. James, love this. There's no such thing as a free meal. And the thing is, at the end of the day, we are trying to help you. So I'm not going to shy away from trying to give advice, but I'm also going to say, you know what? We're trying to help you help yourself. That's kind of like what I'm saying.
All right, we got a couple comments around my trade as well. So
let's walk through it.
Yeah, damn LJ, talk us through that trade. What triggered you to take that? It's looking good. We also had Alessio saying, LJ, sincerely, I am long in EU from the 15-minute demand all the way to liquidate sellers from yesterday. So the thing is, right now, like markets are moving off headlines primarily, right? It's all around the current war crisis, if you want to call it that. So we had this large impulsive candle through here with potential talks that Iran wants to basically make a deal with the great deal maker himself, Trump. Art of the deal. There we go. Right now, obviously, we had quite a nice drive through there. I've observed price action through here. We dip back down, come up. We're not really kicking on. So risk reward in terms of the current active trading, it's somewhat difficult to take trades overall with that in the background. So I'm looking to take what I can with certain setups. Now, as you can see, this is in profit. If we keep stalling out here on the 10 moving average, I'll just close this here for a small profit. So it'd be like that. And I've also pulled the risk back to here right now. But I'm willing to see if we start driving back down to the lows from today, and this basically gets unwound. But I can't see any reason to buy EU right now. Right, all that selling comes from the risk profile from the war, down to energy markets, everything else. If we go have a look at US oil and Brent, they're also coming back up. We're now sitting around here after that dip. So energy markets would say we're not quite buying it, right? Nat gas has just come up as well. So that's basically the reason for the trade at the moment. So if we get through another base through here and we stall out, I'll take profit. If we start kicking on, I'll keep holding it. That's my next point of call. So we got these levels and then lower. So normally I do like a 0.5 position. One is always the first base target, then 2, then 3, and then 4 plus is the kick on from there. That's basically the reasoning for the trade overall. Plus, we have some of the US data coming out today. Week-on-week jobless claims, unemployment claims. So, to be honest, look, lately, jobs market for the US has been doing pretty well. We had the ADP, which was higher. Week-on-week claims have been doing well for some time. Probable expectation for non-farm payrolls on Friday is also going to be better. So we now have this mix of both the crisis going on, the sort of war situation, and then we do still have the US data, which has to come into play as well, which at the moment looks as though it will be better. Yeah, Grant, hopefully you just caught what I was saying, because that was
pretty
much. You said that like 1 minute ago, but yeah, so that was pretty much it. So if you missed part of it, just rewind the stream just a touch.
I like this question. Chen Lu is asking, what do you think of taking rebound trades off of the VWAP session extremes? I know that you do have the VWAP as part of your analysis. What do you say to that, LJ?
Look, I would prefer. So I don't have VWAP on here because I don't have a. It doesn't quite work the same with TradingView. Obviously, you don't get the volume profile, the tick volumes through the certain brokers that this is connected through on TradingView. It's not proper. So I have other VWAP custom indicators that I've made, and I run that off CTrader through my own brokers. I would prefer to go from extremes back to VWAP rather than trying to rebound off VWAP. Because it tends to be VWAP goes through here, market trades to an extreme, you trade it back to VWAP, and then you get kind of consolidation. And often, sometimes, the reason you've come back from an extreme can sometimes be because news or trading conditions or something has changed, and then it will consolidate in VWAP and sometimes go below. So you're better off trading the extremes back to VWAP rather than trading off VWAP. So that, I mean, you definitely can trade off it, right? If you do have a momentum market where there's definitely like a bullish bias overwhelming, and this is like a retracement, and you're looking for a new entry point from a low, you can use VWAP in that sense, or vice versa if it's a downtrending market. But typically, you're going to have better trading results trading a top back to VWAP. But VWAP is definitely a very, very powerful tool.
Ahmed, we've asked you twice, please do not spam. We cannot give this answer to you because we don't know. So please, so please go and ask support why Somalia is excluded from or is one of the restricted countries. It is probably a legislative reason, but I don't have an answer. So please stop asking this question.
Yeah, normally it comes down to things outside our control, right? Or anyone's control. So specifically not up to us. So if you have that question, ask support.
Yeah. And on top of that, this is going to go out to everybody who's spamming questions and you're not getting an answer. Please be a bit more patient. Understand that we are having conversations and we're trying to get to all of the questions. It's not as simple, I give you an answer, 2 seconds, and then I move on to the next thing. Sometimes some of the questions require a little bit more in-depth explanation. So please practice some patience. And as a trader, I would expect people to practice patience. If you can't be patient for somebody not answering your question the moment you asked it on a live stream, then you're going to struggle as a trader holding your trades or even waiting for your trades. So just my 10 cents.
Indeed. Are you actually in anything right now, by the way? Are you sort of waiting?
No, I'm waiting. I wanted to go in on a sell on NAS if we broke the Tokyo lows. However, it did not do what I expect to do. It moved in the opposite direction. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah, what's our number for today?
25,090 or something. Oh, I see you've already got it up. 25,081. Yeah.
Yeah, because it does shift each hour.
Yeah.
Coming up to the
Yeah, I think generally it's roughly around day open or rollover.
It's pretty much just here.
Yeah.
It's basically
and we've already
those tops. So
yeah, it seems as though it usually pins the daily open or the rollover as the initial target, and then sometimes we immediately hit it and then just kind of don't come back to it, and then eventually later we come back to it as well.
Interesting.
High spreads on gold now, not good. Yeah, so don't be alarmed. Let's rather say, if we start getting a little bit more spreads, it is because of volatility in gold. The volatility is because of the let's call it social. Let's call it geopolitical unrest. The war is going to impact where we're going to be able to give liquidation and where we're going to be able to take trades. So there's going to be some volatility. It's going to move up and down. A lot of participants. So just be aware.
Definitely, but I would still say, what spread differential are you seeing on gold?
Not with the fivers, dude.
Like what? Dude, what time frame are you looking at? Like 30 seconds or something, and trying to trade like?
Yeah,
I mean,
to me,
$1 per ounce on gold. Like, what do we mean?
Yeah, dude, to me, it's not okay. It's a little bit more than it usually is. So right now, it's about 80 pipettes, 82-ish pipettes, where generally I think it's roughly around 40 or 30 pipettes.
Yeah.
But I mean,
if you're not trading whole dollars on gold per ounce.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
What are you doing?
Pulley. No.
Pulley.
No. Just straight up no.
This is a trade from yesterday we were looking at, but didn't end up taking.
The gold trade of yesterday.
Yeah. So I was scoping out, but we didn't get the kick on. Like, we're very much... same with some of the other markets. We're kind of a bit sort of waiting again for another headline. Like, we did have the headline earlier, but it's not anything confirmed. So...
Yeah, we're just waiting
on their toes for some, for something real.
Yeah,
put it that way.
Gold has pretty much respected that little bit of exactly the one that you just marked up now, the stippled line. We basically respected that on the 5-minute effectively. As of right now. But I think there's a potential for us to try and push a little bit lower on gold, because I think that reaction that happened earlier, as always, is more of a impulsive reaction, and we're going to kind of like look for the correction. Generally, price goes back down to where that impulsive decision happened, and then it will decide what it wants to do from there. So the same thing on EU and GU. It does seem as though we want to try and push a little bit lower again, maybe come back to that decision point, or at least where price was before the news came out, and then we'll see whether or not it wants to continue in the same direction.
Yeah, it's either that or like we'd need more positive news to keep coming. So I think we could get kind of up through here, something out up to this 200, right? And then maybe we get positive headline, some kind of like this is actually happening or very close to actually happening. And then we come off. I think the net risk after... So the thing is, how you want to look at it, right? We had some positive news. Your risk case now is for bad news to come out the other way. So
to counteract.
Yeah. So the risk basis is for this to actually go higher and then potentially come off, I think. So similar deal even with the Euro trade. How for the meantime, I'd prefer to be in shorts overall, since we pretty much had all the good news. We had Trump yesterday as well, assuring the Strait of Hormuz, saying they'd insure ships. We've then had other headlines saying the strait isn't closed, but you've got conflicting pieces coming out, and then Iran.
A little bit.
So the next headline that you would have to look out for is something negative, which is why if you really took all those headlines as serious, I mean, we'd be up like this. right?
Yes, if this like conflicting information did not conflict so much. Don't you think?
Exactly. So hence the market is still taking it as potentially, okay,
Yeah.
that's good to hear, but
However,
we're not out the woods.
yeah. No, agreed.
Dude, we got Lance Stroll in here as well.
Lance N1 Stroll.
I gotta wonder, is this actually just Lance Stroll, or is this like Akram coming in here trolling?
No, dude, I think this is Akram. This must be Akram.
I don't think anyone's making a Lance Stroll YouTube profile.
Lance N1 Stroll.
I'd love if Dirk was here with this.
How silver, sir? What do we think of silver, mate?
What do you think of silver?
I think silver is doing the exact freaking thing, exact same thing as what gold was doing. Is we had this drop off over here. We tried to retake, and now we entered some version of consolidation. We're struggling to decide which direction we want to go. We had an attempt this morning. The news did not really create much, let's call it buying power, all that much, in my opinion, because the news came out on this little candle over here. Barely moved the market whatsoever. So I think silver, it's the same idea. I think pretty much silver is, if I go over to the 4-hourly, okay, maybe I just need to remove some of the drawings. Did I miss this one? How did I miss this one? Anyway, you can see on the 4-hourly, there was an attempt here to try and push price lower. We haven't closed lower than the lows, not the lows, but like the closing points on the 4-hourly. We've got these wicks down here on silver around 79, 78-ish, which coincides with this area of consolidation that we had over here with a nice breakout. So on the 4-hourly, we have had a nice base, which we've already reacted off of. However, my apologies. However, we have not even remotely tried to break higher. We have a base over here on the 4-hourly as well. We haven't come close to it. So I feel like we're kind of just stuck in this area right now. And I think we're going to sit here for a little bit until either we have a reaction in gold, which would then potentially drive silver to have a similar reaction, albeit delayed. But I don't think that we're going to see much movement on silver as of right now. It's not the same level as gold in terms of its precious metalness.
No, it's just straight up not a precious metal.
Yeah, so it's just not going to react the same way. And silver, I feel like, drove up because of gold, not because silver itself had its own value.
Yeah.
So my opinion on silver is that silver is just kind of going to be stuck in this area over here. You can also notice on the 4-hourly, we've been trading very close to the 100 EMA. If I go down to the 1 hour as well, we've been trading roughly around the 50 as well as the 100 EMA. So very, very slowed. We're not expanding away from the EMAs. We're not creating these nice volatile volumetric candles whatsoever. We're just kind of stuck. We're just kind of like sitting here as of right now. So I think if things were to move, we'd need to come back down to 78.77 to 77.47 and then start pushing through volumetrically. And same thing for the above section. We need to have price kind of, I'll maybe make it this area over here. We need to start pushing above 90.81 to really convince me that there's this potential to push price up again. But I'm more on this boat. I'm more on the idea of potential lowers on silver.
Look, so yeah, silver's. I mean, I've been saying silver's, I think, pretty dead. Like, obviously, there's still good volatility in this range. Pretty much, this basket is what I've been expecting. Obviously, I mean, we had a slight touch outside of that with the current situation, but I would not be expecting highs from here for silver because, like we've said, it's not a precious metal. And at the end of the day, majority of use case or significant enough portion, put it that way, actually does come from industrial use, right? So there is like a cost-benefit analysis where it becomes too expensive, people go back to copper. Copper's not as effective as silver, but if the cost is that much, your product that you're trying to produce doesn't make economic sense.
Yeah. You have to kind of take into account that mining of silver, the trade of silver, it all costs money. And the more expensive it becomes, the more obviously they can charge for it. But there comes a point where it just doesn't make sense anymore to kind of like have it be that expensive. And then it's going to start selling off. And it just becomes a vicious cycle.
And so, hence, I'd rather buy something like copper itself, and that can have more potential to just go parabolic, per se.
Yeah.
But silver's too expensive per the volume needed. That doesn't make sense. So silver's this like weird, awkward cousin in between gold, copper, the other commodities, which doesn't really know where it lives. And, dude, okay, so the only other thing is that said long gold. So it's either Akram or it could be Mike.
Mike.
Well. Yeah.
Making me wonder. This was like, don't know who that is. Lance Stroll in the flesh. Went to Dagestan and am coming back.
It's one of you guys, definitely.
It feels like a little bit of a trolling.
I know it is. The other thing with I brought this up and I know it's pixelated. I screenshotted it off my phone, which it was kind of more obviously like that and looks normal now. When we zoom in to show you guys, it looks terrible. But the other thing is Jane Street has now taken up the largest position in basically silver, sort of ETF equivalent, right? And there's been a lot of chat in general of, I mean, with Jane Street in general, massive quantitative firm, high frequency trading, that kind of stuff. They got banned basically from the Indian stock market and a whole bunch. And they've been participants in a whole broad number of markets for some time. And they've done very, very well, particularly after COVID. And only since their profits and assets under management have increased, they've been further manipulating / pushing around markets. So we're talking about this with Dirk, with like spoofing, all that kind of stuff. So obviously such a massive position in silver. Just be wary of strange price action, put it that way. I would, like, you've got gold here. Just trade gold, guys. Like, gold is great. Silver.
I mean, why would you trade silver when you can trade gold?
Exactly.
The spreads on silver is way more. It's not as liquid. It is definitely not as sought after. I mean, it's like you're saying it's correlated. Yes, there's a degree of correlation. But it's not correlation in the sense that they both assets are running on their own accord with their own merit. It's the one is running on the merit of the other. It's like looking at Bitcoin and all of the other meme coins and whatever you want to call them, and then saying, oh, because Bitcoin is doing well, ergo all other meme coins are going to do just as good. All of the crypto is going to do just as well. There's a degree of correlation or inverse correlation with some of them as well, but it's the correlation versus causation. In this case, silver, not really that much on its own merits. It's moving pretty much on the back of gold, so you may as well just trade gold. Less spreads, less volatility when compared to silver. Just an opinion. But once again, you do you, boo. You do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, the silver thing was basically a FOMO trade for everyone that missed out on gold absolutely ripping, right? And everyone's like, okay, well, silver typically plays catch up, so there was a huge participation there. And then there was also, once we got up to sort of $60 an ounce, having ran from, what was it, like 23, 24?
It almost tripled at that point.
Yeah. So there was a massive amount of short selling, and then we had the margin increases from the CME. Short sellers got squeezed, so you have a liquidation event. Market ran higher. Then obviously we had the massive drop. Hopefully I'm not giving you guys feedback. My headphones just ran out of power, so it's playing out my speakers. So hopefully it's not going into the mic as well.
No. There's no feedback, mate. No feedback whatsoever.
Okay, that's good. Goldie blocks live more than typical Elton Lance classic.
Yeah, we knew, Mike.
I don't know. I think it's it could be Akram trying to parade as Mike and trying to troll us. I don't know, because I know Mike knows F1 a bit as well, but
let me ask him if he wants to join.
But either one, whichever one of this of you guys this is, you're doing well, because I can't quite figure it out. So good job. But yeah, I will say I am out of this trade now, guys, by the way.
Good trade, mate. Good trade.
So I'd consider holding it longer, but at the current time, I'm pretty happy with that. Trading this whole situation, like, I'm happy to, just like we were talking about earlier, you can set up a number of trades, and you'll get more. So potentially, if you can see now through here, we have the 10 moving average through here. And if this actually sustains, so we get the NASDAQ continuing higher, this doesn't start to drop off, then we could see more longs and more of a risk-on element coming through. So I'm happy to take out through here. You can see the Aussie dollar is something else I'm also looking at right now. So the Aussie, we're definitely a bit more out of the conflict overall, of course. We did have GDP come out yesterday, which was quite nice. It was plus 0.8%. However, sounds really good. Not really good number, because the hours worked were plus 0.8% as well. So the actual productivity per hours worked was 0. All right, so GDP high, yes, but hours worked also higher, so therefore net 0. But yeah, in general, Aussie dollars held up quite nicely, and nonetheless, the economy is robust. We're still looking for potential rate hikes. Obviously, with the energy input, if that does become a sustained thing globally, it will just put more pressure on the RBA to hike rates. Whether we pull that back in, and maybe that causes us to actually change some of how we operate, because right now we give, I forget what the exact numbers are, but pretty much all of our natural gas, sell it overseas and then put it back after, which is ridiculous. myself and we've talked about this for a while, so maybe that spurs changes there and potentially increased tax on those gas companies as well, which then would actually be good for the country. So right now we pretty much just, hey guys, we got some stuff over here.
Yeah.
If you want to come take it, and then it's all right, it's for free. Keep the profits. It's all good.
Yeah. Screw us in the meantime as well. Like we've had the same discussion like previously about South Africa and its gold and its diamond mines and stuff like that. It's just, we sell it and we buy it back, and then it's a typical thing. Anyway, Pips and Tips is saying, I'm in a buy from 5132 expecting Asia highs on gold. What do you guys think? So, if I go to gold, like I said earlier, I did like the fact that we are kind of respecting this little bit of a lower time frame 15-minute channel bottom that we've made. We've made higher lows, we've made higher highs already. Yes, one of these movements that we had trying to push price lower was off news. So generally, right now, I would think that the play is still trying to come and take the higher highs back again, because we had that news dip on gold where everything else was, trying to push up at 11, so 9 o'clock GMT. On gold, that was the push that we had was over here, but the follow-through was a little bit lower. But we were already on the day looking like that there was a potential for a shift going from bearish to bullish. However, that being said, if we just look at where we are right now, we're consolidating ever so slightly across yesterday and today. And then when we do get nice volatility and nice pushes, we're not really building a new trend. So I do think that the highs of yesterday is a potential play. It would align nicely with, if I put the 200 up, it'll play nicely in between the 100 and the 200 EMA. Even though we are coming down across the board, there is still that potential that because we're not really making new lows, that we could try and rebound coming back to the 200 EMA-ish. That would also align with this gap that we had on Monday to try and, fill the gap. Doesn't always fill, but still. So based on today, based on the fact that this low that we had here has basically been an equal low on yesterday's lows, is giving me a little bit more confidence that we can potentially come and test either yesterday's highs or the Asian highs. So not bad. So even on the hourly, it does look like a potential change, like higher highs, higher lows. It does look like it may. But don't take my word for it. Just speculation.
Yeah, I was going to say, like we were talking about, I prefer to be net long
short
gold, given given the current overall position, like we're talking about.
Yeah.
But we definitely have where we are trading right now, per se. If we're talking about now, like real time, we definitely have more of a risk on sentiment overall.
Yeah.
So hence, I'm pretty much looking at this triangle that we've created. So whether it's down to here first or up to there first and then back down, but basically you're going to bang around in this triangle. So we were looking at this as basically eventually you come, let me zoom out a bit, test the top side, test the bottom side, break out probably to the upside, then lower. But either way, this is definitely the triangle I'd be focusing on for gold right now and pretty much just play it level to level overall. Yeah. We did have that positive news come through, meaning we've had quite a number of positive news releases come through. So expectation would be potentially we get a negative headline of some form next, right? It's almost like trading the Trump tariff situation last year. Tariffs, yep, coming in. Trump says, no, we're going to reduce it or give time for people. And then you go back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. And yeah, Henry, dude, if we had 5 more rate hikes, then I will personally run for governor of
LJ.
Reserve Board of Australia. Definitely. Where do I see Aussie dollar headed to? So I have actually just entered this trade, in fact. So I'll map this out. Now, I do have a tight stop within this area, given that, like I was saying, I already put it on. Hang on. There we go. Given we may be due for a negative headline, now where I'd be targeting potentially is up towards here at the tops, basically about 71.08 to 8.09. So that 71.08 to 10 level has been a very interacted with level for the Aussie. So sometimes we slightly undershoot it, 71.06. Same with the 70 area. And at 71, it's basically 71.06 to 71.12, right? So that's what I'll be looking at. Now, in between there, as you guys know, I always have my various levels in between. So I go something like this, 4. It's meant to be it's a terrible 3. Gosh. There we go.
That's
3.
how you write.
2. Yeah, I'm not very good with the with the mouse. I need like a little pencil.
My wife has
like
got the drawing tablet. No, like a massive
or I need
screen.
or
massive
something
screen
in front of me where
that she writes on. Yeah. I've actually been thinking about stealing her drawing tablet, basically. It's a Huion drawing tablet, massive one. It's like a 30-inch screen. So sit here and like draw with it doing trading.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
I was looking at getting something that could connect, that I can have in front of me with a little pencil, connect up to here and actually, put stuff down properly. So
yeah, she's had her drawing tablet for a very long time because she used to do design work and obviously also like literal drawing, like digital artwork. And that's what she used to use. Well, she still uses it. I mean, not used to, still uses it. But you guys will get the same kind of drawings from me, regardless whether it's a mouse movement or a pencil movement. I write like a doctor, mate.
It'll be like this.
Yeah. Yeah. That guy's got some hip displacement, so the hips are not that great. Yeah.
But yeah, so this is so as far as levels, it would be basically 70.51, basically by this high just here for the 0.5 target. So if we start coming up to here, don't kick on, then I'd cancel the trade and drop out. The 1 target is at 70.61. Now just by these heads with the wick through here on the, what is this, 15 minute, 5 minute? So I've got something blocking my chart, but then the tops from the spike, that would be the take 2 profit, 70.71. Above there, the highs from earlier today, 70.88. I'd probably call it just below that. And then a push beyond at 71.08. So that would be each of the levels. Just give me a sec to reset my... I've got my volume bar in front of the screen. Hang on.
Can't see it.
Switch to your screen. Yeah, no, it's a overlay on my.
So I wanted to mention this. So this was the candle on which the news happened. So the 11 and 11:05 candle. And you can already see that price has come back to it and seems to want to react. If you go to GU, same thing. There's the 11 o'clock candle. When it started like really picking up, price has already come back down to it and it seems as though it wants to react. If you go to UJ, same idea. The 11 o'clock candle, when we came to the overlap between the two, we slowed down heavily. Same point we came to where the news basically came out. And we're seeing a bit of a slowdown. So that's one of the reasons why I think LJ decided to kind of like just jump out of his trade as well. It's the fact that you're very close to that decision point. And now we will have to wait and see whether or not this actual movement that we had was in line with what the market wanted to do prior to the news. Now that the news has come out, the reaction has played out, we haven't had follow through to try and push price up. So in this case, I'm saying once again 11 o'clock, it's GMT plus 2, so it's 9 o'clock GMT, up to where we are now. It's been an hour, and it's almost been 2 hours. Sorry, not an hour. It's 2 hours now, and we have not had follow through. So it makes me question whether or not we're actively going to have this follow through. So this reaction that we had here is very much just impulsive move. I can guarantee you there are people that tried buying up from here. So there is potentially sitting some lovely orders up over here that price might gravitate towards. It might happen. We'll see whether or not. But I first want to see whether or not this actual low of the day so far can be tested before this potential move can continue up going higher. It's all going to kind of depend on what's happening over here. Are we presenting a new structure? So you can think of it as this is the high, this is a lower high, this is a low, this is now a lower low. It's really going to depend on whether or not we want to carry on pushing lower from this area. Could always just kind of like just start pushing up. Nice reactive candle so far. So let's just give it some time. LJ has just had a systematic failure of his PC. So it's just me and you guys now. Let's look at NAS. Same idea with NAS. We broke through these highs over here with that nice volumetric push-up that we had. We eventually pretty much just came into the highs of the day so far, which just wicked it. Tried pushing lower, and now we're kind of just stuck in this little bit of a sideways price action. Yes, it is a lower high in relation to this high up over here. This is a lower low in relation to maybe one of these like lower wicks. However, we haven't printed another lower low as yet. And we're getting to that point of the day where the initial volatility that we had during the lower portions of, let's say, market open of London is now subsiding, and now we're prepping for the New York session. I only just realized that I created a bit of a person there. Anyway, so right now, little bit of this price action, however, not really creating lower lows. So we are making a bit of a flag. So we want to see now whether or not price can start pushing up from here. Euro, same idea. We're waiting for the reaction to complete, start pushing back down potentially to the lows of the day. We may not even reach the lows of the day. There is a base over here. So this movement over here broke these highs, the local highs. We do have a local low, which was a lower low, which is not great. But still, this movement on the back of this, along with the news, push price higher. So price can potentially come back down to test this area over here. This is on the 5 minute. On the 15 minute, unfortunately, there isn't any, and none of the other time frames there are one either. So I would love to see whether or not this movement can start pushing lower to try and test this area down here. GU is reacting a little bit more volumetrically. We do have the local highs over here. Well, this is the high of the London session so far, and this is the high of the low of the London session so far. We have created a higher low in relation to the previous low. We have created a lower high in relation to the previous high, but now we're already wicking. We're already wicking the high, or getting close to, off of a nice strong movement based on that last reactive point before price really shot up. So just sitting in wait right now. I can see us try and test that high again should we continue with this. As of right now, I'm going to sit on the side, not really going to participate. UJ, same idea. The highs of the day had already been tested. We volumetrically pushed lower. We came into an area that was tested and reacted off previously. So a base was created, break of the base, retest, and then volumetrically moved away. We came back down into it. Really struggled to push through free wick rejection on the low there, and then we started pushing up back to the area where price previously reacted off of. Can you please stop spamming? I'm literally about to get to gold, mate. Like literally, just I'm going down the list. So please stop spamming, mate. It's very annoying. You're not going to get my attention faster by spamming. You're just going to annoy me. Gold itself, we've already run through the idea that we are in this flag. So what I can see, though, on the flag is that the downward portion of the flag is not as volumetric. It's not as strong. The attempt to push price higher with the higher lows does seem a little bit stronger. So it's not a, how's the word, how can I put it? The angle is a lot stronger at the bottom to try and buy up. So there is, I agree with LJ in terms of gold. I do think that because on the lower time frames like the 5, the 15 and so on, we have created these higher lows and the attempt at higher highs. I do think that we can come and test potentially the Tokyo high, and then after that potentially the previous day high. Should we break through, close, continue? So if it doesn't happen, by all means, that's fine. We can basically sit in this area here for quite a bit of time before this converging channel eventually comes to its end, which is not, it's not a prediction to say that this is where it's going to happen, but it can break out at any point in any direction. So gold, to me, I would love to see it break higher, come and test Tokyo highs, based on the fact that we are creating these higher lows. I just want to see us now start making another higher high in relation to this high that we've had over there. And then if that happens, then I'm sure we will definitely come and test Tokyo highs, or at least the highs of this downward portion, the downward portion of the flag, as we've already tested the bottom portion of the flag this morning.
Yeah, we're pretty much in the sort of neutral zone. Sorry, guys, by the way, my
smack bang in the middle.
PC just blue screen, so I had to restart.
I mean, look at that.
We're smack bang in the middle right now.
Literally.
Yeah, so I'd sort of, the recent highs we've made on the past, 15, 20 minutes, probably what I'd be looking for confirmation of a move higher if you guys are trading like shorter term. That or else wait for a deeper retracement, and then obviously lean on the current wick levels that we have overall. Yeah, classic Windows blue screen. Like everything just started freezing up, and like I was saying, my volume control was overlaying trading view, and I was like, and then just crashed. So yeah, that's one of the lovely things about doing all of your work on PC and having so many applications open, and all of your RAM is being held up by certain stuff, and maybe you don't have enough space, and then
Your computer just has one point, just kind of like says cannot compute, and just goes blue screen. 404, done.
I gotta say, yeah, it's very annoying.
Yeah.
Honestly, all I say, like even my. Anyway, keep going. My CPU is still at like 96%. So
you just started everything up, yeah?
Yeah. But that's not normal. So either way, hang on. Keep going, and I'll just try and see what this is, because I can hear you, but it's lagging.
You can't.
So
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you can actually hear me.
No, I can.
Right.
I can hear you properly, mate. Yeah. I think you may have too many applications open. So I can see in the background on your screen at the back that there's a bunch of like stuff happening on the back screen. Is that one attached to your laptop?
No, that's off the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, so on this PC, I don't actually have that much.
This question from Pips and Tips is asking, can you please suggest the best platform for news other than Forex Factory? Obviously, there have been a few. Infinity is saying Bloomberg. Click on this. Murdum is saying, I like FX Street for quick and short news too. And then, as we discussed earlier, we also have the one that LJ suggested, which is Financial Juice, that you can also go and have a look at. And then I think economics.com as well is also a potential good one that Will mentioned earlier. So those are all ones that you can potentially try out. Yeah.
Sorry, just give me a sec, because I can't hear anything. So I'll be back in just a minute. Try to figure it out.
No problem, mate. No problem. Mate, I'm sorry. I thought I'm faster than you with the clicking, and then it turns out there's a delay still. In Euro USD at the 5-minute time frame, there is a red small candle before the big upward move. I am waiting for price to reach here and reject from there. Is this a good strategy? So you said Euro USD on the 5-minute just before the news. So you have this candle over here. That's what I refer to as my bases. So what I would say is this. Blue. Okay, so if price were to come back down to this point, given the fact that we had such a volumetric reaction out of that area, there is a chance that it could again have a similar reaction. However, because this reaction that we had here was because of news, it's what I would refer to as a impulsive move. So people bought up here, and I'm using the word people as like a broad term. I refer to people as pretty much all the hedge funds, banks, everybody, the people that have the capital, the liquidity that can move the market from this point over here to that point up over there within that time frame. Okay, so you need a lot of capital to move the market that much. Okay, so this reaction that we had here, obviously pushing price up, was an impulsive move. My question now is, should price come back down to this area, do we expect to see the same impulsive move, given that we don't have the same driving force behind it? So meaning that this movement from this base is probably not going to garner the same result, because if price were to come back down to here, what's the likelihood of us having the same news event that is going to push price to go higher? What I would say is, in the event where price does start coming to this area and you see a significant slowdown, meaning price is doing something similar to what it's doing over here. It's not as volumetrically pushing lower, and when it has an opportunity to try and push price lower, it fails and then starts to present a new upward push. That's when I would get in on a buy. I would not get in on a buy just purely waiting for it to touch the zone and then moving up. And the reason why I'm saying this is because of the news event reaction that we've had. That's what I would say on that. Normally I look for these type of small candles before a big move and then price to come to retest it. Are those considered good order blocks, or is it a correct strategy? So generally, it really depends on your definition of what an order block is. I know that Victor has his own definition of an order block, and I kind of agree with his definition of an order block. In this case, this on the 5-minute would not constitute an order block, in my opinion. However, I refer to them as bases. And for anybody that knows me knows that I refer to it as a back and forth. It's an arm wrestle. And in this point over here, the bears completely lost all control. But you have to remember the extenuating circumstances that led to them losing control. It's not because market structure defined the movement. This was a news event, and it was a volumetric, sudden, impulsive move that caused this to happen. So I don't expect the same reaction from that point overall. You back, mate?
I think I'm good. I think it's the streaming platform that's doing it. But,
yeah. The thing is, the streaming platform that we use unfortunately uses a web browser, and the web browser itself uses a lot of RAM and a lot of processing power because it opens up multiple renditions, basically, multiple copies, so that as a safety feature, if somebody were to try and hack your page or whatnot, or your let's say in this case Chrome or Opera or whatnot, that it needs to kind of like filter through which one is the actual active one. But it does eat up RAM. And then if RAM is full or used up, processing power goes down.
RAM is fine. It's a CPU. But a cleared cache seems to be okay for now. So
yeah. That's always a good thing to clear cache at or just before you join the stream, mate. Always a good thing.
Yeah.
What was this? Marcus Johnson saying, don't forget Gemini for impact news and financial events as well. A little different, but getting better every day. And Gemini's tied to Google's pretty good.
Yes, but I would use Perplexity instead. They actually have specifically like financial news, financial analysis built out in the AI platform, which is literally just for financial information. Now, it is more stock market based per se in general, but nonetheless, like as far as reliability, I would say Perplexity I found is a bit better. The main ones I use are basically Perplexity, Gemini, and Claude, right? But I've still found Perplexity the best overall right now for that stuff. And yeah, Henry, it's a sign. I'm not sure because I saw the updates as well with the new graphics cards. It was crashing everyone's stuff, so I don't know if that's part of it.
And just remember that your graphics processing unit is not generally used for applications like Chrome or our streaming platform. It's generally going to come down to your RAM, how much RAM you have, the speed of your RAM, how much is available, how much is cached at the moment, as well as your processing power of the CPU, not the GPU.
Yeah. It keeps climbing, CPU.
Yeah, it's gonna, because you're okay. Obviously, I'm not an expert. You need to talk to MGN. He's an expert, but in general, it's because it's forced to use the CPU more. It's using more of your processing power because now the cache has been cleared. So there's nothing in storage at the moment that it can quickly jump back to. So now it needs to rebuild or refill the cache, and then it should start running a little bit smoother afterwards, up until it's too full. And, anyway, Andre is saying, Rich, did you already go through USD CHF? No, I did not. On the 1 hourly, I did not.
Dollar chef.
Dollar chefs. Shall I go through it, or do you want to?
Yeah, no, go through it.
Right, cool.
Yeah, because I'm still lagging a bit. So yeah.
So this on the hourly time frame, we have this higher area of interest. It was basically a support zone for price to react off of a fair few times. Yeah, does it run on oil? Well,
probably run better. Yeah.
I mean, doesn't
that'd
most
be like a clean input?
Yeah. It was a support zone that then eventually got broken through. It broke through over here on the 23rd of January. So considering the fact that we have had multiple reactions on this area, very clear support/resistance zone. In this case, it became a resistance point, and we've already tapped into it once. So considering that this is a nice support/resistance zone, I would be more inclined to think that we are going to potentially push bearishly from here. We had this reaction on Tuesday. Now, us pushing into here was based off of the news that happened over the weekend, the war, the Iran, US, Israel, the whole Gulf area, basically is what forced it to get back up to this point. Okay. So what I had an area of consolidation on Monday, which then also turned into a base, but the base was a little bit, it's not the strongest base, to be dead honest. It's more of a consolidation reaction, but we have pretty much come and tested this last base over here. So if I zoom in, you'll see base area down here, volumetric reaction, a base, so rally, base, rally, another base, another rally, retested immediately, and then carried on pushing up. And then we created another small rally, of another base over here after a new rally. And anyway, so basically we have come back to that initial base point. This morning we had a reaction without news, as well as triggering onto the 100 EMA as well. So bouncing off of that, coupled with the base that we have had from Tuesday, we started pushing up. Unfortunately, we did not sweep the highs, the previous local highs, or even the previous day's highs on CHF. So that, coupled along with the fact that the news that we had kind of pushed price a little bit lower back into this area, and the reaction that we've had is a little bit more subdued, I do think that there is a potential for us to maybe come and try and test yesterday's highs. And then if that were to fail, we can potentially come and retest this longer term support zone. So with that in mind, I would rather wait to see either the highs taken from yesterday, so this highs over here, and then for a push up into that area, based on the fact that we had this nice strong reaction the whole week. But I would not cut out the idea that this downward movement that we have here is short-lived. I think there is a potential to try and push lower again, given where we are right now, news-wise, given where we are, that there's going to be unemployment claims later today, So I would not put it outside of the realms of possibility. Yeah, what do you think, mate?
I got half of what you said. My PC is still being weird, so forgive me if at any point I just disappear. From what you were saying, yeah, so dollar franc obviously has come up, massive dollar buying, like we talked about earlier in the week. The entire market has been under positioned for dollar longs. So basically, we've seen that move the other way. Now, typically, often you'd see Swiss franc buying in a risk-off type element. Depending on the condition, however, especially this is a time of war, you tend to go with the country that has the most weaponry, frankly.
Who's the biggest bully in the play yard at the moment?
Yeah, which ends up being the US, right? So you see that US dollar buying, more of a flight to safety. That trade has been very one way for quite some time. So just the same way we saw with gold, it's basically a sell everything type situation. You see gold coming off, you got to cover margins, all that kind of stuff. So trades that have been very situated for some time tend to unwind as well, even when it is a dollar franc trade, which does have that safety security element to it. Now, Pedro and I were talking about this potentially kicking off a further dollar franc bull run. We're now starting to get some of that technical structure, and we are seeing through options the downside calls for dollar yen running higher because of the situation and eventual intervention coming in. Now, once that does happen, that would also invert, quite likely, the dollar franc trade. So it is getting very interesting right now. I would not want to be calling it. Obviously, we've got that clean resistance level. So let me jump over to my chart through here.
Not shared, mate.
Oh, hang on.
Are you ready?
There we go.
Hello to Anastasia.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm always nicely waiting until there will be a gap between you speaking, to be able to join.
You could just literally just go like this and just be like, pop me up, guys. Like, just bring me in. Bring me in, Coast. Bring me in.
Wait, but LJ, since last time I've seen you, how is it possible that your mustache is so big? Like, are you putting some vitamins on it or something? Because it's been only a couple of days, right? It's been a week. Like, how is
LJ doesn't want everybody to know that he's got a stick-on mustache, and he's got a few of them that he sticks on every day.
Gotta stick it back. I decided to bit of a shave the other day. Left the stash. So what was that, Anastasia?
I was saying that's more likely the stick-on than the fact that it's grown like this in 7 days.
I want to see LJ with a full-on trucker beard. Like a full-on, full-face big boy.
I have thought about doing a massive
lumberjack,
kind of Viking beard, lumberjack type thing, just to do it, right, at some time. Same way I had grew my hair out, had long hair down to here, just to do it. You could try everything, right? But I just decided, I don't know, bit of a shave, and left the stash. So there we go.
You're going surfer, Australian surfer style, like long hair.
I need the mullet for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and his hair's not blonde enough. Like the idea that he gets beach blonde. Being in the sun the whole time. Anastasia, now that you are here.
Final question, Rich. Are you? Sorry, before you go on, are you a fan, Anastasia, of the stash? You're like, not really.
Good both ways,
What a diplomatic answer. You look good with both of it. Wow, what a diplomat.
Oh boy. Look, you get bored. Sometimes you want to change it up just for a week. It's not like it's not going to grow back. So,
Louis, I'm not sure it's legitimate for the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not dive too deeply into that comment. But very funny, Louis, very funny. We also have in the background the minute, the man of the minute, the man of the hour, the man of the half an hour, whichever time frame you want to trade on. We have him. You ready, mate?
Man of the century. This is the guy, dude.
Look at this one. Look at him.
Man of the century? Years. That's a new one.
Yeah, 100 years of wisdom right here in Richard Wells' brain, obviously.
Yeah.
I know
Man
I've
of
worked hard
whichever
in
time
8
frame.
years of being a trader. No, I don't think I've quite done 100 years worth of work in 8 years of being a trader. Maybe like 10 or 12 years worth of work.
You've definitely done 100 years worth of backtesting. That I can attest to.
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
guys.
No denying it.
All right, guys. I am going to jump out. I'm going to grab myself some lunch. I'll probably see you guys a little bit later. But before I go, I just want to mention this. Remember, guys, on the 11th of March, that is next week, Wednesday, we are going to have our 100K subscriber giveaway. The giveaway is going to be a YouTube exclusive. All you need to do is you just need to rock up on the day. You need to be subscribed. We're going to give you a link on the day for you to join, and then we're going to give away some accounts. We've also got some other surprises on the day, which I will divulge closer to the day. So that's in waiting. And then also, now that Richard Wells is here, you guys know him as our performance coach for the Fivers. Very swell guy. He is working on a course, which he's going to probably tell you about now as well. Maybe give you a little bit more details. I don't know. Insider information. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. All right. So with that being said, guys, do enjoy your day. If you haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. We really appreciate you guys being here with us. Enjoy. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers, Rick.
Catch you later. Cheers. LJ, Anastasia, how are we doing? How are we faring up in this volatility in the markets?
Fantastic.
Good. It's been great.
Amazing.
To be honest. Yeah. Because it's been very tame volatility, right? It's been, not too much chaos. We don't have this wicking back and forth the whole time. It's been very nice. It's very momentum driven, just like we had the downdraft for euro dollar all the way through here. And it's been very, very systematic, put it that way. It's been good. I like it.
I agree. It's actually been quite good. The beginning of the week was just amazing for me. Yesterday was a little less, but the first 2 days were quite good. So much better than what it was when it was consolidating. We're waiting for this. So, and I think it's quite predictable, to be honest with you, considering everything that happened. All the movement that we had was not just too crazy, So you can pretty much predict what will be happening based on the conflict. So, I just entered right now this trade on copper. So just in a moment, thank you for bringing it up. So I'm selling copper right now, and I love my battles. I've been trading gold since the beginning of the week on the gold, NASDAQ, and euro, and now copper it is. So what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for the more continuation to the downside. So we had quite it's been quite ranging, right, for a while already. So, but we are now back below the monthly point of control. We are back below the volume. We had a nice rejection here, double rejection. I'm looking for the closure below this level too. And we are right now testing. So we look on a 30-minute and 1 hour time frame. We've been renewing the lows consistently. We tried going higher. It failed. So we had a nice pattern that I'm right now expecting it to go at least below the previous lows here, or maybe a little bit lower. So on the final target, I'm expecting almost to 1 to 3, so 1 to 2.8 reward. Now if it's gonna stop hanging, and it's gonna load my final target. That will be great. In any case, I'm selling copper. Oh, here we go. I'm selling copper right now towards the previous lows, and in general, I'm aiming towards this zone of volume here. And maybe if we very lucky, we will see even the price going a bit further down. But that's for later, perhaps. So what I like as well about copper is that we did try to go the all-time highs. We had a nice squeeze. The price didn't go back above 1.14 since then. So we see that the price has been rejecting the same area again. On the daily time frame, we see also the attempt to break higher, which failed yesterday. We closed with a nice week. Today's candle also, we saw the attempt to go higher after the market opening, and right now we are fading down. So I assume that it's going to take a couple of days, but that's the target that I'm aiming for.
So real question with this then, and this is something that we don't actually cover too much, but it's very, very relevant to us as traders. When it comes to managing your terminals, are you doing your analysis on, say, TradingView and then executing on, say, CTrader or MT5, or are you doing everything on your execution terminal and then kind of just displaying the trade idea on TradingView?
So I don't do my analysis on TradingView. Normally, I just use it for the live stream because the platform is quite heavy from time to time, and it's hangs, and also doesn't have all the instruments that the audience wants, because I do my analysis on futures. So I do my analysis and execution on that platform, and on top of it, I do execution on MetaTrader 5 as well, because some accounts that I have are on CFDs and Forex, and some accounts I have on the futures. So whatever is on the futures, I execute there. Whatever is Forex and CFDs, I execute on the MetaTrader. But all my analysis is on ADAS. So I'm gonna try to bring it up now. Let's switch to LJ screens for a second, and basically is this load right now. Yes, there we go.
Oops.
So that's my analysis. That's how it looks for me.
Interesting.
So that's where I do my analysis and my execution boss normally for futures.
What about yourself, LJ, when it comes to executing? Because I've heard some traders will link their TradingView terminal and actually be able to execute directly on that, and it copies over into like an MT5. I've never done that myself, but I'm curious, when it comes to your approach, are you spending most of your private time looking at TradingView as a way to analyze, and then you move into your execution terminal? Or like Anastasia, do you do everything on one terminal and then TradingView is more of a demonstration platform?
So only recently, since I've been using TradingView so much for the stream, I do like the fact that it is basically cloud based. So in the past, I've always used CTrader for that reason. Now I do use TradingView a bit more, just because I'm often spending that much time marking things up, that kind of stuff. But I'll still go back and forth. I think the main thing is that you don't use MT5. I think that anyone that uses MT5 to mark stuff up is probably insane. Right? MT5 is terrible for trying to mark things up. Like, absolutely shocking. Rich, what are you doing?
Yep, dude, I'm an MT5
You've lost your
trader.
head. No. All right. We need a performance coach for Rich, for the performance coach, because if you're using MT5 to do that, you've lost your brain. Honestly, it's terrible. It's good within certain limitations on, like, I would say, sort of more real-time trading stuff, and you have some indicators, algos, whatever you've got running. But beyond that, do you not find it just clunky and frustrating?
All right. I've got, genuinely, for the last 5 years, I have executed on MT5. When I upgraded from MT4 to MT5, it was a game changer, because MT5 had the right click, close all positions. Whereas MT4, if I was staging in, it was click, 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 click.
Yeah.
My
execution is different. I was saying like charting up things.
No, I chart up. I
Right.
chart up everything for the last
So
5
you do
years.
both. Because execution, I will say, MT5, great, fine. It's very quick, rapid. The other stuff, no. So you're saying you do both?
Yeah, I've stared at. So I did my first back testing that I learned to do was actually on MT4 Strategy Tester. So you can download the candlesticks in the MT4 terminal, and then you can go through candle by candle by candle. The only problem is I couldn't change the time frame. So if I was testing, say, a 5-minute strategy, I would have to keep it on the 5-minute chart. But a lot of the time, my execution would be, say, on a 15-minute or a 5, but the analysis would come from an hourly chart. So in the beginning, I just traded one time frame, and I spent 2 years backtesting on MT4, and I learned this as my familiar. Then we move into the execution. 5 years, yeah, I've been analyzing and executing on MT5. And to be fair, all I do is I just use straight lines and boxes. So I've got these perfect boxes that I've taken from the toolbar, and I've shaded them the right color. And to be fair, they look very, very similar to the boxes that we're seeing on the screen at the moment. So because I don't use anything external to boxes and lines, it works perfect for me. Like I'm a simple guy. I like simple execution, and that gives me a way to view my analysis in a really trading view looks better. I've got to admit.
That's fair. I think
just much more user friendly, you know. MetaTrader in general is completely not adjusted to market, like to make an analysis or anything. I think their app is great on the phone. Their app on their program on laptop is like this. This is exactly how I feel about it. You know, this comment pretty much describes everything that I feel about the MetaTrader. When I I had several attempts of installing it, and I trading, even just trading from the laptop, you know, and it's just gives you a whole bunch of problems constantly. But fairly honest, if you are doing the algo trading, then of course you cannot overcome using MetaTrader 4 or 5.
Yeah, well, I mean, MetaTrader was what, 2005, 2004 it was made, right? MT5, MT4, whatever, MetaTrader in general. So yeah, very old platform, hasn't been updated since, really. But also people like that because it's very familiar. It's the same thing all the time. But yeah, it does feel very 90s. It kind of feels a bit more Windows 95, 98 rather than even like Windows XP. If you put it that way, you know. So I think that's the thing with MetaTrader. I still like it though. Execution, which at the end of the day is what matters. Brilliant, you know.
Just to kind of dial in this. So why do we care? Why did I ask this question? Why did we bring this up? Now, there's a very, very specific reason. It's something that we don't talk about too much in trading, but it is critical. If you want to boost your performance as a trader, you can split trading into typically 3 camps. And trading doesn't have to be much more difficult than this. Okay, so camp number 1, we've got the actual strategy. There is a time in a trader's life where they need to learn how to spot their strategy. What is it? Is it rules-based? How can I repeatedly see this pattern in the charts and just execute on this, only this one thing? Now, we have to train ourselves to see this pattern. That takes time. If you turn around and said, right, Anastasia, I want you to build 1,000 trade sample size, and you're a manual trader, to go through the charts candle by candle, or even in hindsight, if it's a rules-based system, it's going to take time. So that's like the first stage as a trader. Once we've got our edge, then we move into what we're now talking about. We need to move into the second stage, which is, can I actually execute on this edge? Now, in the second stage, we often think about psychology being the only reason why we can't execute. I would disagree. There is a level of organization and just having your processes streamlined where you actually can execute. For an example, if you close your MT5 terminal and you're only looking at trading view, by the time you open your terminal and then MT5 goes, hey, do you want to do another update? And you're like, well, no, not yet. And then you click and it, you know, it's about being organized and being able to say, look, this is the result my strategy produces, but I need to be able to execute on that. And we need to make sure that our processes are dialed in. So if you're doing your analysis on one platform, but you execute on another, you need to make those in line where you can view them in a way that basically says, I'm going to take what happens on this analysis and I'm going to put it into this account. It's the only way that we get the same result. Now, that's the second component. And psychology, if you want to do really well in camp 2, you've got to master camp 1. If you're trying to execute on your edge repeatedly and you find that you're just not able to, probably there is a gap in the first camp where you know your edge really, really well. If you said to me, Rich, here's 1,000 examples of a rules-based system and here's the results, I'm going to have no problem with camp 2. The only problem I'm going to have is probably just not being organized enough to execute it. It could be that, you're not at the charts, or you get distracted, or you've got your phone open, or you're watching YouTube. There's a lot of reasons why we will struggle to get the same result as our strategy. And most of the time, it can be down to organization. So the psychological side is knowing that your edge actually has edge and then executing on it. Then we move into camp 3. Now, camp 3 is the brain stimulation for traders. This is where the majority of us spend most of our time conversating. And I'm going to say camp 3 is the area where most of us we're in trading for camp 3. But we shouldn't be in camp 3 until we've completed camp 1 and camp 2. Camp 3 is where you start thinking about, right, I've got an edge. This is camp 1. I execute on this edge well. This is camp 2. I've got my processes. I'm organized. Camp 3 is all about saying, how do I take that edge and turn it into a ridiculous amount of money? Camp 3 is where we start daydreaming about the compounding calculators. Camp 3 is when we start thinking about, wait, can I do 2% risk on prop firms? Wait, can I do 3% risk on? Wait, if I had 500K's worth of funding, what if I copied this account to another account? And I'm sure as traders, we have all spent a wonderful amount of time daydreaming in what Camp 3 actually feels like. Hey, I'm going to be a trader that's trading 100K live funds. I'm going to risk 1% a trade. If I get a 5R month, that means I get paid probably $2,800, or sorry, £2,800. That's a wage. Like, it's so easy to go, wait, well, I wouldn't just stop at one account. The 5 scales to 4 million. So actually, I'm going to be a $4 million funded trader. And next thing you know, we're just off daydreaming about camp 3, and we're not putting into the time in camp 1 and camp 2. And very, very few traders will get to the point where camp 3 actually becomes relevant to their journey. Because to have camp 3 relevant, where you say, right, how do I min-max? Where do I align myself? Who do I want to trade with? What size accounts? What level of risk? Do I use a trade copier? When do I buy another account? These are the things that are super important for a trader to understand, but they have to be in context with, do you even have an edge? Are you actually able to execute on that edge well? And one thing I see in this performance coaching role is that traders are trying to move into camp 3 well before they've got camps 1 and 2 dialed in. So Richard Butler talked about it a little bit earlier. We've got a performance coaching course dropping this month, and it is going to take traders all the way through camps 1, camps 2. If you want to get access to that, you have access to it on the landing page that we'll be dropping soon. And then if you are a Fivers trader, you're going to get access to the full course as well. Inside the community in the Discord, we're actually building out something that's going to be an ongoing follow-up from that course. This is where we really start talking about camp 3. How do we take what we've learned? How do we take what we've proven? How do we take what we're executing on and really, really dial that in? In the coaching workshops, which we've got a little bit later on today, which is 3:45 GMT. So today, 3:45, tomorrow, 3:45. We're actually going into some of the deeper levels of learning and the insights that we've picked up from you know what, I'll probably save this for later, but let's just say it's to do with the bigger traders at the Fivers and what does it take to actually get to those deeper levels of funding. So if you are interested in developing your trading, not just daydreaming about the idea of imagine if my trading account was 4 million, but actually what does it take to get our accounts to that kind of place? What's the real work that we need to do? How do we create a feedback loop that actually encourages us to put in good quality work every single day, not just rep out a bunch of rubbish just because it's our familiar. And we know the brain loves safety, it loves familiar, but we can get caught in a loop of terrible practices and then just rep that out as our normal thinking. This is what forward momentum looks like. So if you really want to dive a little bit deeper on that, we've got the coaching workshops at 3:45 today. But yeah, just wanted to bring a little bit of insights to it. Are you in camp 1? Are you in camp 2? Or are you just daydreaming about camp 3? Very few traders get to camp 3 when they actually should be there. And trying to do it in the wrong order, it's like putting the cart before the horse. You're trying to size up on trades that you're not that confident in. You'll cut winners early, stuff like that. Like there's a whole kind of psychological layer to it as well. But just something I wanted to, that was the reason for touching on the terminals, like how do you execute? Because it was actually something that I'd noticed within my own trading when I try to go to Camp 2 before Camp 1 is done. Camp 2 has nothing to stand on. It doesn't have a foundation. I don't know if you guys have noticed anything similar to that in your own trading when it comes to the order of how you sort of built your trading skills, and also at what point did you get to Camp 3, and do you still spend much time daydreaming about Camp 3, or are you like, nope, go back to Camp 1, refine your edge, Camp 2, psychology, stuff like that?
Very good question. I'll let Anastasia go first.
Why? I would love to hear your opinion about that.
Okay, I'm gonna make this super simple. Okay, so because I feel like I've asked 5 questions in this. So first of all, do you spend much time daydreaming about Camp 3 before it's completely relevant? So that kind of whole idea of how do I use prop firms? How do I get funded fast? How do I scale up this? And if so, was it helpful?
LJ?
You want me to go? Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. I always sit here and daydream of like the future in general, if we want to put it that way, and what I could achieve, get to. I've also had the up and downs of making it to a certain point where people would be more than happy with for their whole life, and seeing it all go to zero again, and then rebuilding back and forth. Much like when you start a business or something, you have stuff, go up, down, many millions, right the way up, all the way down to zero, possibly in negative, and then have to rebuild and restart. So I think it's always good to keep that there. I think, obviously, if you get to the point where you stop dreaming for that, like probably quit trading altogether. Right? Because you've obviously, I guess, sort of made it per se, and that's what you want, and you're happy with what you have. Now, there's obviously, is that a moment in time, or is that going to be long lasting for the rest of your life? Right? Which is another question, depending on your age. But if you get satisfied with that and you're at a certain point, then yeah, just keep it mulling along, and you can start to step back from trading, and you've done it. You've done what you actually set out to achieve, and that's good. And I think it's also healthy as well to have that if you go, this is what I wanted, and I've done it, and now you can start focusing on potentially other stuff. Maybe you just want to spend more time with your kids, or you want to do art, or go start racing cars, or as an example, whatever it might be, or start playing sports, or get into health or fitness, whatever. That's completely fine. You don't have to keep leveling up the whole time. So I think it's also it's good to always have future high level targets, but also be happy with the level you do get to. I think that satisfied your answer. I think, Rich, that's correct.
there's no right.
Like you said, you had like 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 portions in that. So at least for that portion, I think that's right. Yeah.
There's no right or wrong answer with it. It's just sharing kind of like your experiences of what kind of happened as you moved from phase 1 to 2. I know personally you did like really, really well in that kind of min-maxing that phase 3. Like, hey, I've got something good. How do I leverage this? How do I lean into it? And the reason we bring this up is because the markets right now are in that stage where that phase 3 is so apparent, because we're seeing like when I said, hey guys, how's your trading week been? Both of you are like, great, it's been good. Like, we're seeing the markets move in a way that if you are a trader that has edge and you know how to manage yourself around it, these are the kind of movements that we're seeing in the market where it kind of compounds that. There's why that I led with that first question, because I know the markets, I want to say, are typically not in a normal state, but they're in a state where they're, like you say, volatility. We're getting a lot of movement in it.
Active.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Very active.
But the disclaimer would be active for the trader that's got camp 1 and camp 2 dialed in. And clearly you guys have. You know your edge, you know how to manage yourself around that edge. And I know it's not the most stimulating conversation of like, hey, how do you execute on your terminal? But it's a key part. If I turn around and said you're only allowed to use Trading View, both of you guys are going to be like, oh, okay, I need to get my phone out. And then things are going to feel a little bit more clunky. So it's super cool just to kind of at least highlight what makes you guys able to excel in stage 3, because you've done that foundational work. You know your edge, you have it dialed in, you have your the right kind of application to trade on, and it's your familiar, right?
Yeah. So I think the good thing for this would be to if you could give like a bullet point for stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, right, in like a simple bullet point situation, right, and then hence it'll help run through each of them, because obviously we basically went over 3 from what I was saying, but like you're saying, you got to go 1, 2, and then 3.
Yeah, we'll do this in the coaching workshop later, where we're able to share screen, and we'll actually have some bullet points. But bullet point 1 is know your edge. Is know a very technical, mechanical edge that you can say, I can spot this at least 9 times out of 10. Stage 2 is knowing that you can execute on that at least 9 times out of 10. And the one time where you fall down, you don't put the whole account on it. Like those moments where you go, hey, I made a mistake 10% of the time, maybe you just size down on a trade, or maybe you got a slightly late entry. Typically, the kind of variance from those mistakes aren't really changing your equity curve from the difference of being profitable to suddenly being massively unprofitable. And then phase 3 is all about saying, I know how my edge works, I know how to manage myself around it. How do I take this into the next stage? What sort of money do I put in an account? If I'm buying a challenge, what size challenge do I buy? What level of risk do I use? What do I do when I get funded? Do I just lock in a payout and get paid and try and get my money back? Do I just keep trading all the way through because I'm going to be a $4 million trader? So I guess that would be a wonderful place to start with. Anastasia, when you're getting to that funded stage, you're now funded. Are you kind of, I just want to hit like 1s and 2s, try and get to that first base, get a payout? Are you like, nope, I'm going to let my edge cook for 2 weeks. I don't care how much it makes or loses. What's your kind of thought process through that?
I don't think my thinking process is anything that you mentioned, Rich.
I'd love to hear it even more.
I also think that it's different to know the steps and to be able to execute on the steps in the right order. Because as a beginner traders, we all try to go to the step number 3. And first, we don't know that the step number 1 and 2 exists. And we learn along the way. Afterwards, we find out that the step number 1 and 2 exist, and they are crucial in getting to step number 3. But we still fight within ourselves to stop making the same mistakes that we know we shouldn't be making, stop running the same circles, and actually get back to work, on the step number 1 and 2, because it's a boring part of trading, right? This is a boring side. However you turn it, to not go and press the shining buy and sell buttons, but actually work on the strategy, refine it 10,000 times until it's actually something that makes sense, and your edge is actually profitable. Now, if you get to the stage number 3 eventually, I think the step number 1 and 2 will still be there present from time to time, because it's the market that constantly changes. I don't think we ever get to the point where we all know everything and we can definitely say, okay, you know what? I know everything about the market. I know everything about my edge. It's going to be working forever. And eventually it's going to change because the volatility changes, liquidity changes. There are some variables that also change in amount, for example, of algorithmic trading, that influences the market movements as well. The news and geopolitics around the world and so many different things. So eventually we will need to go back to the step number 1 and 2. And I see people always, even in the comments of our chat from time to time, there appears someone who doesn't speak in assumptions, but speaks in confidence of this is what is going to happen. And once you hear traders say, okay, this is exactly what's going to happen, you know that there will be soon coming a moment then when this trader is going to experience a crash, because eventually the market is going to teach you the lesson that you shouldn't be 100% confident always. There should be a healthy dose of, reevaluating constantly. Am I right? Is it still good idea? Is it still good position? Things and change and so on and so on. The same with the edge. I think it's the most difficult part of work to continuously go back and to develop this healthy side of self criticism and doubt, but also balance it with enough confidence to be able to execute on your system accordingly without hesitation, but to be able to have the healthy dose of understanding that at any given moment you might need to be able to notice on time that the edge stops giving you the same results as before, and you might need to go back and refine your system again. And I think the balance, mental balance is the most difficult one. Balancing the ego, balancing the expectation, balancing the hopes and the daydreaming. And I agree also with LJ, what he said about the fact that I think it's very important to keep the goals in mind and keep striving for more and keep, wanting more, because what's the point otherwise? If you're satisfied with everything, it's good, but there is what's next. So there should be always something that we want to do. It doesn't necessarily need to be the next amount of money, that we want to get from trading, but there are many different things. So I think it's very important to have this idea of where are we going, what is next, what do I want to achieve, what do I want to try, what do I want to experience, where do I want to get within this career. Am I still interested to continue to grow more? But at the same time, it needs to be balanced, obviously, with a healthy dose of continuous work and going back to step number 1 and 2 to not get lost in this daydream. And this is what also a lot of people do. They just kind of get into the market based on this shiny picture, and they stay in the market until they blow all their money and they go away. Because step number 1 and 2 were never done in the first place. So those are my thoughts, I would say, about the whole process. And it took me personally, it took a very long time to be able to balance the mental side of things, because you always know what do you need to do as a trader, doing it, disciplining yourself to doing it, and to not do what you want just to press buy and sell button, than to do the work first. I think that's the most difficult part. And for me, it was definitely.
I absolutely love that you touched on something there. Hey, how you doing, Will? I'll just bring you up to speed of what we're talking about. So we were talking about stage 1 as a trader is learning your edge. Stage 2 is learning how to execute on your edge well, being organized through your terminals and knowing that you're actually psychologically okay to execute. Stage 3 is how do you min-max that? How do you get to a point where you put that into prop firm and turn it into massive potential returns? Now, one thing that Anastasia brought up, and I'm going to just say a massive thank you for bringing this up, because you highlighted that there will be times where all of a sudden stage 1 just stops working. And if stage 1 stops working, it has a knock-on effect of stage 2. So can you imagine this? You've been trading for 4 years. You're in your mind a profitable trader. You're funded, you've got payouts, it's happening consistently. The feedback loop says, hey, I'm a consistently profitable trader. Then all of a sudden, stage 1 stops working. No problem. I'm still a profitable trader. I'll just keep executing. 3 months later, drawdown. 4 months later, 5 months later. And eventually what happens is it affects stage 2. Now, one thing Anastasia touched on is to manage our own expectations through that journey of, hey, I'm a profitable trader, then suddenly something changes because of the market. This has happened to me 3 times, and every single time I have had to challenge myself. Does that mean I'm not a profitable trader anymore? What does that mean for me? Like, I used to be a profitable trader. Now I've got accounts that are in drawdown. So when people go, hey, how's trading going? Well, it kind of sucks because I've done all the work that everyone said to do, but then suddenly my results changed and it doesn't feel like it's my fault. but it's my problem to try and fix. And trying to manage ourselves as we go through these cycles of having an edge that works, dialing in our psychology to feel comfortable, to feel confident on executing that, and having a process that gives us the feedback loop that is working, then we finally align it in prop firm accounts and we start scaling up. We start getting payouts. 6 months later, the market says, yeah, we don't hand out free lunch money. Not this easy anyway. And it suddenly pivots. And it leaves us literally standing there thinking, well, am I still profitable? And so I love that you brought that up, because I've gone through 3 separate cycles. And every time I had to go back to camp 1 and say, refine and rebuild edge. And then build my psychology around this new edge. And then finally say, now that I've got these in line, how do I align this back with prop? I had this idea that become profitable, stay profitable. Like, I'll learn a profitable edge, that'll be me done. I'll dial it in. I'll get massively funded with prop firms. I'll get paid out every 2 weeks and life will be amazing. And it was like this bumpy journey of going through cycles of that, then going back to phase 1, rebuilding edge or refining edge, dialing in my psychology. So I love that you touched on that we have to manage ourselves around it. So I just want to bring that to kind of our awareness. If you're in a cycle where maybe your edge has worked and you've dropped into a state where it's not kind of playing through as well as it used to, I want to probably normalize that as a part of a trader's journey, that we have to keep adapting and going back into phase 1, phase 2, and just making sure that we're still keeping on board what's relevant and the local movements in the market. And sadly, from my experience, and I don't know if you guys have got any different ideas on this, but that work, it never ends. It is a constant cycle of, I've got to make sure that I keep my psychology in check. I've got to make sure I manage my expectations. And I need to have a feedback loop that shows me that my results are worth carrying on with. And if they're not, I need to understand, is this me and I'm not executing well? Or is this my strategy has slightly shifted? And then knowing how to pivot. And the cool thing is, once we've been through this cycle a couple of times, we know how to pivot much quicker. We know, hey, it kind of smells like crap. It looks like crap. Maybe it is. It's time for me to pivot. And then we have the tools to actually adjust and kind of get back on that horse a little bit quicker. But yeah, the first time it kicks you off, it's a big fall from grace. Kind of sucks a little bit, right?
Yes, I think, like, I really love what you said about how you felt about yourself when your edge stopped working, because it's also about balancing that self-criticism on, is it me? Am I not a profitable trader? Is there something wrong with me that, I was profitable and now I am? And I think understanding that there is nothing wrong with that, and everyone goes through similar cycles from time to time, and to be able to differentiate also when is my fault and when is it my time to work on the edge. Was it my fault because perhaps over trading, overconfidence, lack of focus, many different things, or is it my edge and I need to get back to work? And it doesn't mean that there is something wrong with me, to be able to not attach your self-worth as a trader to the results that you see on the charts. And it goes from, intraday results to actually improving your edge again and again when it needs to happen.
Yeah,
I feel like it's hard to do that work without becoming like a student of the markets, like becoming like a proper student of the markets, where the market kind of humbles you, takes away your ego, and then you have to look honestly at yourself before you're able to start making those next steps forward. But Will, how you doing, mate? Sorry, I cut you off there.
That's right, dude. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm all gravy, baby. I'm just chilling now. I've jumped out the shower, so I've got my hoodie back on. I'm nice and cozy, ready to see if the markets are going to give me any opportunities. But this is my last trading day of the week now. As you guys know, I don't trade Fridays. So this is my last opportunity to get in on the markets. We had a bit of an SL Tuesday.
You want to do you want me to swap to your chart?
No, I haven't got my MT chart up. It's just my trading view, so you'd be pretty useless. I mean, we can have a look, but I think...
But you can show us, either way.
Yeah. So this was my loss on EU and GU. We came down, so we came up, broke structure, consolidated. And instead of like consolidation break below. We just sort of like consolidated, dwindled below, entered in, consolidated, and then as we started heading up, we just sank. I was like, oh, okay, fair. Same happened on Euro. I lost about $800. And then we made about half of it back, just over half of it back with this US 30 trade and this NASDAQ trade here. So yeah, it's been okay. Euro had nothing for me yesterday. And then today, I wanted to see buys on Euro today. Yeah, I wanted to be seeing buys around this area here. But after that sort of sudden like news that came out, I was a bit and and I was like, oh, okay, it's kind of filled where I would have wanted price to come to. The only difference is it hasn't taken the Asia highs.
Yeah.
But that only allows me Asia highs as a target. So I was like, kind of don't think I want to trade this anymore. So I'm just going to wait, see what gold does. And then, again, same with NAS and US 30 or US 30 and NAS. I wanted to be trading this, but again, we had such bullish price here with that sudden impact news. We did pull back into a nice zone, but then we just sort of consolidated, and now we're back in that zone. So honestly, we haven't taken Asia highs, and we've put in this higher high here. However, I don't know if, like you said earlier, LJ, this higher or this sudden impact news will stick or not. If it does,
yeah,
brilliant. If it doesn't, then I got to try and navigate through NASDAQ, assuming it's still around here somewhere. So honestly, I can't see myself trading for the rest of today unless gold gives a nice opportunity. But that's just consolidating. It's almost forming like a head and shoulders, but it would have been nice to put in a lower low first. If we put in a lower low and then pull back, it would have put in a really nice sort of high probability head and shoulders pattern. But again, nothing there, nothing euro, nothing pound. So I'm down only by about $300 this week. So in all fairness, given that I was over 1K down, now $300 down, more than happy with that. I'm ending the week on a pretty good week, if you ask me. Ready to smash the markets out next week now. Plus, my data is being rinsed right now. So I'm on, out of 150 gig, I've used 145.
All right, from your phone.
From my phone for streaming. Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping it's going to last until the end of this stream so I can go get some more over the weekend and then come back on Monday. So, dude, but honestly, yeah. So, Rich, that's my day, man. That's my day, my week.
Get that internet sorted.
Mm-hmm.
Get your landlord.
Yeah, dude, I sent the landlord a really nasty text, like a proper, I'm slamming my weight down, all probably 100 kg now. It's they did not like it.
I would have thought Hong Kong internet would be prime.
Dude, it is. This other apartment that I went to look at was super fast fiber optic, and it was 500 times faster than what I got now. But they wanted long-term letting, and with certain things coming up, commitments to my family business back in the UK, I've got to be leaving Hong Kong earlier than intended. So I'm going to be heading back sooner rather than later, which is a good, grey cloud, silver lining in that. So I'm looking forward to getting back and having some, human Wi-Fi again, not some, fossilized Wi-Fi.
That's good. I will say before you continue, Rich, dude, any of you guys in the chat, we have Rich here right now. So any of your questions, any of that kind of stuff that you've been struggling with, trying to deal with, anything like that, throw it in the chat, and Rich will be very, very happy to help you guys out. So I know we did have some earlier on when we started the stream. I don't know if a couple of you guys are still here, which we were saving them for when Rich turned up. So if you guys are still here, throw them back out. But yeah, overall. Over to you.
Have we touched on that that question we had a little bit earlier on? I think
Which
it's
one?
Vinny.
We had multiple. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I know that Vinny had a beautiful question, and I was hoping that he'd asked it when Rich was in.
Okay. Hey, Vinny, how we doing? So he says, Hey, Rich, Will recently recovered my 10K account from a massive drawdown, so down 950. So we're talking about a 9.5% drawdown and having about a 0.5% breathing room. I'm now at break even, but fear of execution has crept in big time. How do I overcome, excuse me, how do I overcome and proceed to fund it? So this is something that a lot of us actually go through as traders, where we get emotionally connected to a journey or an account, and our identity gets caught up in our results. So what Vinny's done is taken an account that was down 9.5%, and I'm hoping managed risk and traded that according to your plan and built that back up to break even. So the first thing that a trader would really benefit to do is looking at how did you recover that account? Did you recover it by just saying, you know what, let's just send it, no stop loss, try and get lucky? Or did we follow our plan by executing and managing risk and slowly building it back up? So one of the kind of things that I would be looking for, if we were looking at, say, all your data on the screen, I would be saying, okay, how long did it take you to lose the 9.5%? And then what did the equity curve look like to regain that 9.5%? And if you made that 9.5% back in a day, 2 days, 3 days, then I understand why there would be quite a lack of confidence to continue to execute, because chances are we got lucky. To take $50 of drawdown and 20x it to turn it into a break-even balance, that's not a normal performance in 2 days or 3 days to 20x the kind of balance we have to work with. So Vinny, you're more than welcome to join the coaching workshop, which we've got today at 3:45 GMT. In there, you're able to share screenshots if you want us to look at it a bit more specifically. But I would first be looking at that journey to get back to break even and recognize, did I do this in a way that I feel is sustainable? And if you did, then there's a really good opportunity to say, okay, you know what? I've done it once. It's in me to be able to do this again. So the blueprint would be exactly the same as what you've just done. All I've got to do is carry on. Now, if you find that fear is coming in, and typically a lot of traders do this, when they go in drawdown, the milestone in their head that they put to get back to break even is massive. If I can just get back to break even, it's like it tells you something about yourself. Now, what we've got to do as a trader is go, I don't care what it tells me about me, because the market lies through its teeth. I care about how well I follow my process, and does that process produce profit over time? So slowly, what we've got to do is start to measure how well we're executing on that edge. And one way to do that is to release all the pressure from it. I see earlier a trader was saying that I trade negative risk to reward, and I share this on social media. I get a lot of negative criticism. So one thing I would encourage a trader to do is just dial in and focus on your lane. Now, what that looks like from an application point of view is reducing risk to a size where you can simply follow your rules with next to no pressure. Building that as your new level of familiar. Following your plan as your main focus on what normal looks like. And then slowly bringing your risk up to a level that kind of makes sense relative to your statistics. If you've got a 50% win rate, then maybe you could sustain a 0.5% risk. If you've got a 65% win rate or higher, maybe you could go up to 1% risk. But it was all about knowing that, first of all, what you've done is sustainable. And if it's not, then you got lucky. And what you've got is a free lesson. The market doesn't often hand out repeatable free lessons. So it's a really good opportunity to catch that and stop and say, I'm now going to start trading this in line with my plan. And if you're feeling that pressure, drop the risk, or go into demo for a little while. We all go through this. I've got an account that I've been trading with the fivers for nearly 3 years now, and this account has grown. And for the last probably 6 months, it has made new equity highs, and it just drops back from new equity highs. And I noticed that I was starting to put this kind of mental limitation on this new high. Why? I'd never been there before. And what happened was my execution started to drop away slightly, because if I could break this new high, I felt on some deep level that it told me something new about myself. All it would tell me is that I'm able to follow my edge. So what happened is the profit started to get so big that I was putting the profit before the process. So I went back and I reviewed my history over the last 2 years and a quarter. I was simply following my edge with good, consistent risk management, and that built the account to where it stands today. But suddenly, my edge started to underperform. That's the camp 1 that we were talking about earlier. And that affected my psychology, which is camp 2. And then I sized right the way down, and I maintained close to equity highs. I think I'm like $200 or $300 away from it. But I've been unable to break through. And the main reason is because I'm simply not following my process as a trader. So the encouragement is, well done for having the self-awareness to recognize, you know what, I've got some kind of limiting self-belief. But now what we've got to do is go, is it your edge that's underperforming, or is it you? And if your edge is performing, how can we bring your confidence in that edge up to a level where you can execute on it consistently? And going in at 1, 2, 3, 4% risk typically is a bad way, because it just puts too much weight around the trader. And if we say, I'm in a chapter of my life where I feel a lot of pressure, maybe you just need to tread water right now. So hanging extra weight on you is going to make you sink. It's going to, when the pressure goes up, performance typically starts to drop. So I would encourage you, hop in the coaching workshop we got today at 3:45. Let's look at that recovery. Hopefully it's not just one single trade that 20x the amount that you had to work with. Hopefully it's a case of saying, you know what, I'm going to risk $10 a trade, build a bit of a buffer. Then you start risking 30, 40, 50 and built it back up to break even. If you did, then you are following your plan. You should be leaning into that. And all we'll do is just work on building that mindset up until there is no gap between the results you could get and the results you do get. It just sounds like typical self-sabotage and a limiting self-belief as well. So we want to break that down completely, and we can do that in the coaching workshop. But we just need a little bit more information. Really, really good question, actually. It's something we shared a story about a trader who actually had the opposite problem. They started on one of the accounts with the fivers. They grew that account ridiculously quick. They scaled up. They grew it again ridiculously quick. They scaled up. And we were talking through the journey of this trader, and the trader scaled up this account several times. And every time they had left the buffer in the account of their profits, but the account wasn't 2 weeks old, so they couldn't withdraw. They kept scaling up, scaling up, scaling up. This is a story that was told to me a long, long time ago. And it was shared publicly, so I know it's a story that's quite familiar with some of you traders. Now, there was a financial moment where we were asking traders, what would you do if you had an account that had maybe scaled from 100K to 150 and you had 20K's worth of profits? What would you do? And I asked this earlier with Anastasia, what happens in that moment when you get funded? Are you trying to sort of let the account continue to grow before taking a payout? Or are you trying to take a payout immediately? And many traders we speak to, they're trying to take that very first payout. They're just saying, do you know what? I've never been funded before. This is like a new milestone for me. It's like that break-even point that you've just hit, Vinny. They have this limiting self-belief. And all of a sudden, when they become funded, and I experienced this myself on the very first time I got funded, I traded like an idiot. I just simply couldn't follow my process. I got a few small payouts, but I just couldn't allow my process to follow through because the money was too big. I was funded on a 100K account. I was risking 1%. And the idea of making $1,000 in 20 minutes, it was just so far outside of my normal and my comfort zone. I did everything I could to sabotage and get back to where I felt comfortable, even though it wasn't helpful to me. And this is the crazy thing, is we're naturally going to behave in a way that makes us feel comfortable. even if it's not helpful. So, Vinny, congratulations on recognizing you're behaving in a way that's helping you be comfortable, but it's not helping you. So in the coaching workshops, we can break down what would be the steps that actually helps you move forward and get out of that comfort zone in a way that we can grow gradually and slowly over time. And the blueprint will be the same, whether it's FOMO, limiting self-belief, if you're stuck in a loop of emotional revenge trading, the blueprint is always the same. And we can go over that a little bit later on today. But great question, and well done for getting back to break even.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a perfect comment. I thought I really want to see your response on that. Also, LJ, stop copying my EU trade, will you?
No, I'm good. It's a good trade, dude. It's a good trade.
Yeah, I've not placed it. I'm just watching that level. It's a nice area. If we can come down into that sort of consolidation retest, literally or pretty much, I can't quite see, but pretty much what looks like where your entry is. If we can go long from there, we've come into a really nice area of interest and then bounce off of that. So if we can pull back, then continue, that would be chef's kiss.
Yeah, so I went in on 116.12.1 here.
You're in you? Fair. I'm not in yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm in it. So that was the short we had before that I was talking about with Rich, and I just got rid of them before, like the potential drop levels. If we saw it go lower, we hit the take profit 2. I always have like a 0.5, 1, 2, 3, and then a extreme type level. So we hit TP2 for this, and then we started to stall out. So I got out through here on this next candle down there. So since this has consolidated through here, I'm willing to take a long at this point. We seem to have more risk on elements. Obviously, we've had all these headlines. Just like I said before, since we've had a number of risk on headlines, we are due for something risk off per se. But current price action is definitely saying we've got some upside retracement, put it that way. We're not going to reclaim the entire drops, but I think when you zoom out, look at this whole space, like that kind of retracement is not unreasonable at all. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we can head up to those to the low of that consolidation, then it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
What's the time? We got news in an hour as well. I'm pretty sure. Is there unemployment in an hour?
Yeah, it's unemployment, weekly unemployment claims.
Yeah, week on week unemployment claims. So there will be a portion. We were previously talking how we obviously have the conflict going on. The next portion of trading, we had ADP last night, and we've got a bunch of US news coming out going forth, and then obviously NFP on Friday. So the market will start to look towards some of those components in conjunction with the current crisis. Obviously, the crisis potentially disrupts everything. So it's a bit cloudy overall. But it seems very play it by the by right now. As things come out, you react to it. Don't take it for any kind of longevity. Play it by the by. So if you guys are swing trading, probably somewhat more difficult. You probably had a good time early in the week. Now you're going to have a bit more difficulty. But active trading, this is very nice, I must say.
Yeah, I like it on the 5 minute. The 15s close a little wick high. I haven't said that, so is the 5. But it looks okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I'm in two positions. They're both essentially they're highly correlated. So Aussie dollar and euro dollar, it's basically a dollar short overall. The only thing is the Aussie dollar definitely is better positioned than the euro right now. The euro is probably the worst of the majors currently positioned / has the most exposure to the current events. But right now, I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest, and we'll see how it plays out. So if we start stalling out again, obviously we have this wick candle through here. If we saw it again, I'll just close the trade. And obviously if we broke down below 116, I'll probably look to short once again. Overall.
I've just seen someone in called Lance Stroll. That's sick.
Dude, I know. We've been trying to figure out, like, we had this stuff, like, before, right? Like, you know? Rich, you've got a place on the Aston Martin F1 team, if you want it. According to the real Lance Stroll right here.
You should change your username to Lance Stroll Official, but instead of IAL, put 1AL.
We're trying to figure out. I definitely think it's Akram. Akram is in here for like a minute and then disappeared.
Right? Yeah, maybe.
So I think it's you, Akram. It must be. No one else would be doing it.
To be fair, this is nothing relative to. This is nothing relative to what we get in the Discord sessions. To be fair, we go down a rabbit hole with that stuff. Look, this is a perfect note for me to say. You've been in these sessions. You see the kind of conversations and the questions that go in there. There's some really good value adds in there as well. This is probably a perfect opportunity for me to quickly touch on this because I'm going to have to fly off. Just a quick reminder, if you want to get a little bit more insights into the kind of work we do where we go a little bit deeper with traders, if you're struggling around break even, if you're struggling when you finish a phase one, maybe a phase two, and you get funded for the first time and you find that there's maybe these things that just hold you back, these are the kind of conversations that we have in these coaching calls, which is going to be today at 3:45 GMT, tomorrow at 3:45 GMT. If you're unable to meet them, then the best thing that I can mention that you could do is if you like and subscribe to this stream, not only that, if you register as a Fivers trader, you are going to get the first access and notice on the performance coaching course that we are dropping this month as well. This has got pretty much everything that we cover in detail in these calls, but it's built in a personalized series of videos, 3 separate modules, and it takes traders all the way from building basic systems right up to feedback loops, accountability, and high quality professional level psychological frameworks as well. So we've got all that stuff coming this month. If you want to get access to it, just make sure that you register as a Fivers trader and you will get a notification the moment that drops. And if you can't wait till then, I'll catch you in the workshops a bit later on. But thanks for having us on. It's been a pleasure.
One final thing, Rich, before you go.
Go.
We did have one question up there before. So whether you want to say jump in the Discord call later and you can cover it, it's up to you. Whether you want to address it now or give the call.
Yeah, this is so we kind of touched on this. We touched on this a little while ago about that kind of getting to that break-even stage or getting funded all of a sudden. It's this new area where it's outside of our comfort zone. And typically, we just want to be comfortable. The brain just loves to be in a place that's familiar, a place that's comfortable. That doesn't typically help us as a trader. So it's actually that's the wrong word what I'm thinking of. But it actually goes against our natural grain to develop ourselves as a trader. Is typically to say, you know what, I need to behave in a way that is slightly outside of my comfort zone. I need to change the way I'm looking at these accounts, the relationship I have with money, the limiting self-beliefs. This is a big topic. I'm super excited to get into it. It's just, we're going to do it in the coaching workshop a bit later on.
We'll touch on it box, Rich. Right. Peace out, man.
Catch you later.
We'll see you in Discord later on. So you guys definitely go jump in the Discord later, find Rich's stream, and definitely check in for the release of the performance coaching right there. With that said, box LJ, I will have to dip out as well. So I will see you guys later on. Lovely to see you once again, Anastasia. Congrats on your new workspace, I guess you want to call it.
It's nothing yet.
Your office.
I just literally moved in today. There is literally nothing yet here. I still need to pick up my camera, set it all up, so it's a process. But yeah, it's finally an office. It's finally an office.
Well, congrats. I hope you're enjoying it. And Will, I will see you again later. And everyone else, I guess, next week, next Monday. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Discord for the Friday roundup with myself and Akram. Once again, beyond that, see you guys later. Ciao.
See you, OJ.
Need like the F1 exit.
Dude, if we could get that would be great. But yeah,
wouldn't that be
see you guys. Bye.
Perfect way to end today's stream. Yo, Anastasia, how's it going?
Good. How is it for you?
Good.
Are you finally the buy of EURUSD, or you're still waiting for one more calm down?
I'm waiting for one more pullback. Yeah, I want to see price to come down into this sort of level here, and then sort of react off to the upside. Then that'd be cool if we can see something like that. If not, I'll probably just wait, and be patient, and probably not enter this trade. I mean, I got an hour and 20, so it's got plenty of time. But I don't like trading like half an hour before news. So like if I'm gonna enter news, or sorry, if I'm gonna enter a trade, I want it to be like preferably as close to an hour before as possible, because average I'm sort of 45 minutes to an hour in my trades. So if I can be in and out within half an hour, it gives me that half-hour buffer before the news comes out.
Yeah, but the news are now in 45 minutes.
Yeah, 45.
Yeah, 50 minutes basically, 52.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. I probably, this may leave without me anyway. But by the looks of it, I don't think we're going to get the pullback that we want.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try and take these highs up here. Then we'll start having a bit of a pullback, possibly. Something like that.
I'm also in the buy for EU.
Oh, beautiful. When did you get it?
Yeah, but a little bit later than LJ, because I was looking for more confirmation, but I'm going to shift to a different screen.
Okay, sweet.
1 second.
Also, how's the new office going? I overheard you saying that you were moving into office.
Absolutely nothing yet, so it's a little too early to talk about this. We'll see next week, because I'm still waiting for one more light. I'm still waiting for my camera to come, and then to install, to connect all of this, and then finally bring something, because as you can see, there's all stuff is completely empty. I literally just ran in today and just set my laptops, and that's about it, for the streaming, but there is literally nothing yet. I've been moving apartments in the end of the week, and it's like I didn't unpack anything, so I'm in the middle of all of this kind of things.
Oh, fun.
But it's good. Yeah. It's going to be really good. I'm really excited.
Gotta love a good move.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. When I first joined the Fivers, I was moving my office about, and when I shifted my office, I had a bare wall, and it was literally it was like this before I put these 3 posters up, and I was like, oh my god! I spent a bit of money, decorated it, made it look real snazzy, then moved out here back into a completely naked wall again. So at least I've got these 3. What feels like pretty pointless posters right now, because it still feel like it doesn't make my office look that officey.
I know, but I'm so excited actually, because now as I have a space, I'm gonna paint again, and I'm gonna finally hang it on the wall. I have space here, I have space here, I have a space in my apartment, several rooms. Awesome, finally, because the last one I was living in, it was fully decorated. It was really quite nice, but there is when it's like this, there have no space for creativity for yourself as well.
Do you paint? Do you?
Do
you paint?
Sorry?
Do you paint?
Yeah, I do. Sorry, I was processing the question. It was
Oh, nice.
either 2 less coffee today or 1 too much, So it's one of.
I'm trying to cut down on the coffee at the moment, so I'm finding that really difficult. Like I seem to be going through like 4 or 5 of these a day. So just trying to like supplement my coffee with water, and it just doesn't seem to be hitting that spot. So I went and bought a bottle of brandy, and I'm having one of those a day now as well. So I'm having like coffee, then water, then a brandy. So I'm like sort of trying to balance it and trying to find that happy medium.
I was actually I was trying to switch to matcha, but when that you're drinking way too much coffee, is that the coffee shop guys where you go every day start asking you how many coffees did you take and start saying you that it's too much coffee.
Yeah,
So
fair.
when
Yeah,
the guys who make
yeah,
the coffee start telling you that you drink too much coffee, that's directly too much. So
yeah. No, that's a fair point. Yeah.
I got to this point yesterday, so I was like, okay, I need to shift to decaf at least because apparently it's really too much. But
Yeah. I realized I was having way too much coffee when I started getting the shakes, and then I remember coming on with a Red Bull when I was back in the UK, and Rich literally said to me, he was like, "Well, just no." And
yeah,
when Rich had to say to me, "Will just no," I was like, "Oh, okay, look. If the guys on stream are even noticing like there's a bit of a caffeine issue here," I was like, "Oh, maybe I should do something about it then."
yeah,
But
yeah,
then a bit like you, so my partner recommended me a matcha,
yeah,
and she what was she getting? It was a an iced matcha with coconut milk and a
yeah,
bit of vanilla, I think it was.
yeah,
And it was so funny because we both went into a coffee shop, and I said, "Can I have a cappuccino?" And then I just reeled off this matcha ingredient thing, and they instantly gave her the matcha and then like me the coffee. We
yeah.
walked out and like, oh yeah, ha, 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 switch, and I just started drinking this matcha. I was like, oh my god, it was so funny. I was like,
Yeah,
if
but
anyone,
matcha is good because it doesn't give you the burst of energy and then the drop.
yeah,
You can also try if it's hot out there, matcha on coconut water with
mm,
coconut cream.
ooh,
Not
nice,
milk, but coconut cream. That's amazing.
bit of foam on top as well.
Yeah, like a cloud on top. It's
Mm,
just awesome. Honestly, it's amazing. But
yeah,
this is my EU trade basically. So this is 6E future, so it's equivalent to Euro USD. I got on the candle closure of the 30-minute candle basically. I got 3 contracts in total. They got filled by slightly different price. But basically, this is my entry now, and this is literally the closure of the previous 30-minute candle, which is basically 13 minutes ago. I got into the trade. I was looking if I'm gonna get into the trade or not already here, like 1 hour and a half ago. But the problem with it was in between the volume. So there is my monthly dynamic level that got down as well, which is a good sign. But I was waiting for the closure above, and that's exactly when you guys started to speak about the buy on Euro USD as well. So longs. And it was in
mm,
between those 2 volumes. I was looking for the price to close higher than this volume before I'm gonna take a trade, and now I'm long. But I was long yesterday on Euro USD, like from here in this consolidation, and it completely, like you can imagine how it went
mm-hmm,
because it was like this the whole day until the market closure. I was like, okay, maybe in the market its closure is gonna move. No, it didn't. So I finally got out of this before the market closure because it didn't make a move at all. And then in the morning, I saw the deeper pullback. We closed below the volume. I was not sure about the sell. I was trying to sell it. It got me out on break even. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to wait for more clarity. And now we are back slightly in profit on this one. But I'm waiting to see if we can get to the previous highs here. We had quite a big volume. It's the same as approximately the median of this range here. So that's a median of this range. If you're going to go back here, we might see the rejection. And if the price closes above, I'm going to add to my position. And eventually, I want to see the price going back to this range here that was formed on the 2nd of March
mm-hmm.
before the continuation of a drop after we had the announcement of the war in Iran. So I want to
Yeah.
see this zone being tested preferably as well. If we do, that would be great, because I was in longs already yesterday. I'm pretty sure we're going to go up. The question is only, we're going to go up now, or we're going to get a mild pullback and then go up. Is it going to make it difficult, or is it going to be a smooth ride? That's the only question that I have so far. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, awesome stuff. So you're trying to anticipate that high getting taken then?
Yeah, preferably, yeah. So that's what I want. So,
I think it will. What's on the 30-minute? Okay.
Sorry?
I was just looking at what time frame that you were looking on.
30 minutes.
Yeah, fair. So is that TP, or is that just like a confirmation to continue?
Wait 1 second. I don't have the TP placed.
Okay, fair.
I close my trades manually when I see the zone being tested, so I don't place a TP on my trades at all, in general. So what I want to see is, I want to see this zone, and if we're gonna get, like, I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even, but then this zone, if we test it and the price starts pulling back, I'm gonna close my trade. But basically, the difference of the zone is from like 130 to 180 ticks, which is 50 ticks more. So I'm not gonna place my TP, because we might get 50 ticks more, 50 ticks less, depending we're gonna get a rejection or not. So I don't close my trades by TP, because I have too many zones that I'm expecting the price to test first. Then I see if the price comes to the zone, starts rejecting, I'm going to manage my trade. If the price goes to my zone and doesn't reject and breaks through it, I'm going to hold my trade.
Yeah. So when you're in a trade, do you like set sort of alerts and then walk away, or must you be at the charts from entry to exit?
No, I walk away when it's stop loss on break even, and I place I place my alert, but I pretty much monitor it. Or if until the price is basically consolidating or something, I'm mainly on the charts, and I'm watching what's going to happen next. But when it's on break even, I can just place an alert and walk away, and then when alert gets triggered, I come back. I do place my TPs in only one condition, is that when I'm going to sleep, and if I let the trade run overnight, I'm going to place my target. Because a lot of the times on Asian, we have lots of volatility, which I don't want to wake up for. So I'm just gonna place my trade and stop loss and take profit and go to sleep.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So how do you find like sleeping on a trade? Like I used to struggle with this so much, and like I used to love doing it. Like I used to enter, sleep, exit, and like exit, TP, whatever. Whereas like it happened, and I can't remember the exact specifics of it, but I remember waking up one day, and it was just before a trip up into a city local to me, and it was quite a bit. It was like a big sort of. I was going out for a lunch, and it was a big event and all. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna hit, hopefully hit TP or maybe a stop loss. I'm gonna go to sleep, wake up, boom, that's me done trading for the week, and I'm just gonna go enjoy this lunch, enjoy this event. And I end up going to sleep, thinking I'd set everything. Turns out I set an alert, not a TP, and I ended up just being absolutely rinsed. I mean, it came lower than my stop loss. Sorry, not. I meant alert, not stop loss. It came lower than my what my stop would have been, but luckily it consolidated, so I didn't blow the account up. But it just ripped me, and I think ever since then I've just had this trauma, like holding overnight.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I had a big problem holding trades overnight before, so I absolutely couldn't go to sleep. But now I sleep quite peacefully knowing that my trades are running. I don't have any problem with that anymore. Especially also because first of all, I don't let the trades run too often overnight. It's maybe one time per week or 2 weeks that I have a trade that I'm going to let run. And that must be a really good potential, for the trade that I just let it be. And secondly, because I think majority comes from the risk management. So before I used to struggle with letting my trades run because I knew that I'm over risking and I knew that I didn't take a proper trade or something. And if now I move my stop loss to break even or in profit or whatever, I just go to sleep and don't really monitor it. Now the exception is the night from Sunday to Monday. I mentioned several times on the stream that I trade from the market opening on Sunday. So most of the times, if I do trade, then I will stay until the part of the trade is closed or is deeply in profit. So that part of the night, I usually stay up because it's usually a lot of money for me to be made. I mostly make my profits in the beginning of the week, and closer to the end of the week, it comes lower, in the performance. So for me, it's worth staying up this one time if I want to stay up, if it's a good trade. I don't trade every single week from Sunday to Monday, but if I see the opportunity, I prefer to stay up. Now, this week, for example, I was moving literally on Sunday, and it's like I didn't stay up on Monday, and I regretted it so much when I woke up because I just looked at it and I knew I should have, because there was so much money that I could have made, that I was really, really disappointed with myself that I didn't stay up at that moment, from Iranian war. But it's always a balance between the life and trading, so it's okay.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, sometimes it's about finding that balance. Like you can sit at the markets all day, every day, bank 10, 20K months, 10, 20% months, 10, 20% weeks. It doesn't matter. But if you're not enjoying life, if you're not enjoying the freedom that trading can give you, what's the point in doing it? Because that's why we're doing this, is for quality of life. If we all just wanted to have high income jobs, we'd go to university, come out with debt, join the rat race. It's that basic and straightforward. Find a high paying job, and then get into that job, work 9 to 5, never see your family, never have time to yourself and time to travel, and just paycheck to paycheck. That if we wanted to do that, we would. However, we're trading because we enjoy the freedom, we enjoy the lifestyle, we enjoy what it provides us. I went out for lunch with my partner, this afternoon. I didn't have to do that. I didn't. I wanted to, and therefore I did. If I was working a job, I couldn't have done that. So that's what it is all about. However, if I was at the markets, potentially I could have seen an entry. So therefore, there's a compromise. Do you want to take the entry and risk TP or stop loss, or do you want to go out and actually enjoy and take a bit of you time and chill and enjoy the fruits of your labor, should we say?
100%. I agree with you for sure, because you cannot catch every single peep in the market anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. Just having a quick catch up with chat. Murdo saying, Anastasia, did you ever? Did you just say that you don't place TP ever? Do you always watch and close manually? I think you just answered.
It was exactly the same question that you asked me afterwards.
Yeah. I was gonna say I thought it was, yeah. So Sandesh, Will, do you remember me? I am 100K funded. Sure. I remember you. Bro, I'm so sorry. No, I give me a bit more. I get a few people say, well, I'm 100K funded now. You got to give me a little bit more. Give me like a time scale. Jog my memory, man. I speak to hundreds of people a day. Which charting platform are you using? Me personally, I chart on TradingView and I place on MetaTrader. What about you, Anastasia? Do you chart differently to what you trade on, or do you execute on the exact same platform that you chart on?
It's you guys have the same questions today. Richard was asking exactly the same question before you joined me and LJ.
But we've all got a script that we've
word by word. It was not the same. Only the same question was word by word. So basically, covering it very quickly, I use the same platform for charting and execution. It's a platform that you can see in front of you. It's for futures trading. But I also do have some accounts on CFDs, Forex, so I execute on MetaTrader as well. So I have all of my futures accounts are connected directly. So I basically connect all my trading chart trade all the same there. And then some accounts are just on MetaTrader, so I execute my trades and manage them, parallel basically on MetaTrader as well.
Yeah. So do you ever set a TP or do you just let it run?
Well, I think you need to go back to coffee, to be honest.
Yeah. Maybe I should start having some more coffee.
Coffee wasn't such a bad idea after all.
Oh dear. Why are spreads so high these days? Due to the high market volatility, a lot happening in the industry at the moment, especially with the war breaking out. So there's going to be a lot of volatility coming in. So spreads are going to be a little bit higher as well. So take that into consideration. There you go. Yeah, Offie, thank you very much answering my question there as well. Volatility and uncertainty due to geopolitical stuff. Bang
Yeah,
on, my friend.
the less liquidity there is, the higher the spreads will be. So, with a lot of people getting out of the market on liquidations, on uncertainty as well, on risk-off scenarios more as well, and the risk-off narrative, the higher spreads we will experience as well. That's why it's good when we have more risk on. People feel more confident. Middle class is bringing money to the markets, especially Americans. And there is lower spread. There is manage much higher liquidity as well in the easier market conditions, but we need to trade what we get. We don't get to choose, unfortunately.
No, exactly that. Yeah, and we got to trade what's put in front of us, and then we got to trade the spreads that are put in front of us as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm really sorry. I will have to leave you alone for a couple of minutes, I suppose.
How dare you? No problem.
Sorry, with this whole movie, and I do need to go pick up my
No,
camera.
I don't blame you. Yeah, Anastasia, you crack on.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much.
the move. Pleasure
Thank
speaking as usual.
Thank you, Will. It's really a
No worries.
pleasure. Enjoy your evening already in Hong Kong.
Thank you very much.
And your weekend, because you don't trade tomorrow, me neither. So
No, I don't. My weekend starts tomorrow. I'm gonna go
Um,
start off the weekend with a big fat leg day. In New
mine
Zealand.
as well. No trading on NFP, so not
Yeah.
not
Oh
good
God.
to
Yeah.
get. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week.
Anastasia, thank you very much. Pleasure as usual. Have a fantastic rest of the day.
Thank
See
you.
you later.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Yo, what is good, peeps? Ah, damn it, we missed our entry. I was just Anastasia, you distracted me. Oh no. Oh well. Oh, what a perfect reaction, guys. Look at that. So we had this this area here that you can see that I've circled with this marker. Oh my god. Anastasia, come back. You've been replaced by this ugly mug.
That's better. Quiet. Nice and serene. Joking, of course.
What is good, Rich?
Good on you, mate. Not too shabby, mate.
Yeah, I'm
Not too
good.
shabby.
Awesome stuff. I was just saying, I was wanting to see an entry for EU somewhere around about here, but we didn't get it because we were chatting about market volatility and coffee.
You trading before high impact news?
Oh, it's a fair point. Okay, there you go, guys. Again, great cloud. I'm silver lining. I missed my trade opportunity, but I've just realised that we're half an hour before news. Bang on. So yeah, never mind. Thank you, Rich, for enlightening me on the time.
Nah, dude, it's
Dude,
all good.
It's 9 p.m. at night. It's not 1 o'clock. My brain is still trying to like comprehend Hong Kong UK time. So like I'm trading at 9 p.m. thinking it's 9 p.m. not realizing that it's 1:30 or it's 1 p.m. in the UK, meaning it's half an hour before high impact. So yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing is, you've been there for quite a while.
Dude, I know, there's no excuse.
And you still are struggling?
I got nothing to say. There's no excuse.
Nah, mate.
My brain is chronologically messed up. Not chronologically, that's the wrong word. What's the word I'm using for?
Pathologically?
No.
Criminally?
Not to you.
Economically?
Okay, yeah, fair. We'll just go with economically. This year so far, anyway.
We do have Pedro coming in very soon, so you won't have to be alone for all that long, my friend.
Hey.
Yes. I'm just here in spirit at the moment, mate. I'm just kind of like,
that's good.
just so that you're not alone.
The ghost of Richard Butler is here.
Yeah. And like you know, I'm always in the background listening. Not paying attention, but listening. Definitely not paying attention. Yeah. I got caught off guard yesterday by LJ. As I dropped
nice.
it, I was listening, but I wasn't. Not even remotely.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, I was just kind of like sitting there waiting. And then my mind is elsewhere and doing admin work. And then as I hop in, I'm like, so I heard you guys were talking. And then the moment I said that, my brain just went tweet, 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 tweet. You know, all over there, far away. And I was like, can't.
Dude, I remember once you and LJ were talking, and it was something in depth that I would have had to use my brain on as well. And I thought, right, okay, I'm gonna pay attention because this is a really interesting topic. I want to listen to this and participate in this. And then like you guys were chatting, I was like, oh yeah, I got a good point here. Yeah. As I interrupted, I was like, oh yeah, it's a bit like flatline. Just brain flatline. I just drew a blank, and I just drew all the attention, and then choked, and I was like, oh, I just made myself look a right idiot, you know.
Yeah. Should we do a poll to get sentiment?
I mean, we can make that happen.
Let's do it. Remy, if you don't mind, setting up a poll for us. See who is bullish or bearish across, let's say, gold, EU.
Dude, why does it look like I'm wearing lipstick? Have you put a filter on me?
No, dude, I haven't done anything.
I look like I'm wearing lipstick.
You just have lipstick on, mate.
Actually, why do I look like I'm wearing... Bro, you put a filter on me, haven't you?
Yeah, there we go. So we Remy, get a poll up. Bullish or bearish for gold, EU, and NASDAQ. Let's do that. That will be amazing. Is that South African accent there, Richard? Why? Maybe.
It is indeed.
Yes, it is. I'm from South Africa. Valor. Yeah, proudly South African.
Dude, I love this comment from Valor 007. Big love between these two guys.
Oh yeah, dude. Like Will and I are like
busy buds.
Yeah, we get along swimmingly.
Yeah, man. Dude, do you know I was looking at the earlier on. What was? There it is. Again, drawing a blank. What was it? It was back in the day of Best of Three as Me when you had Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber as your...
Oh, yeah, it was Lloyd and Glenn.
I was in stitches, and I saw a photo
Lloyd and Harry
of your comment, and I had Lloyd saying Best of Three as Me, and I was like, dude, I remember those days. Like, they were so funny.
Pooley and I, he was Harry and I was Lloyd.
You were Lloyd.
Yeah.
Bro, I tried getting the missus to watch. So, backstory: my partner is a subtle psychopath. She loves horror movies, especially zombie ones, and I rate that because I love a zombie movie. But I also love a comedy. I'm a pretty funny guy. I think I enjoy a good giggle. So I tried to get it to watch Dumb and Dumber, and I said, if you do not laugh once at this, I swear to God, we're done. Anyway,
you know what you should tell her? That she just needs to come and watch us right now.
She's listening to us. In all fairness, she is.
Dude, she gets Dumb and Dumber every single day by watching the two of us. So, I mean,
yeah, true.
Yo, I see that we have a Pedro in the background. Pedro, are you? You want to jump in?
Yeah, man. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. What's up?
Pedro, have you changed your setup?
Sorry?
No,
I don't know.
he hasn't. He's got a white T-shirt on though.
So
you have a white T-shirt.
That can't be what's different.
So
I do not allow that to be what's different.
I got an email this morning saying that finally my Fivers merch is on its way, and I was just like,
"Bro, is that the 10-year anniversary?"
I may need to change my shipping address back to the UK.
I think it might be a bit too late now, mate.
That's what I know.
I'm pretty sure it's shipped.
I mean, I haven't had an email yet, though.
Oh no, I received an email saying that it's past customs, so it should be arriving any day now.
Okay, that's right then. That's fair. Hopefully it'll like turn up within the month. I'm hoping.
Yeah. And then every time I go to the gym and every time I go out for a walk or a run or whatnot, I'll proudly wear my Fivers paraphernalia. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be the Fivers YouTube live stream manager and not have paraphernalia, dude. We're like, what the hell? I need my stuff. I need my facts.
No idea. You have all the idea and no gear.
And by saying let you order it and you are the one receiving it, that's good. I think actually the Fivers should open an online store, like a merch.
That'd be sick.
Sure.
They do.
They do today.
Yeah, but I think is it the old stuff or is it the new stuff?
Some of it's new.
Okay.
Like we've seen Jonathan's underbriefs with the Fivers printed all over the butt cheeks. We've seen that. By the way, for those of you who don't know, that was Jonathan. He was the model for that. No, I'm joking.
He was like head over shoulder the lot, you know.
Oh man, I miss Jonathan.
Ayan saying, how about the India versus England semi-finals today, Will? Who's going to win? Bro, stop asking stupid questions, man. England, obviously.
England, mate.
Yeah.
It's just going to be England. I don't know why. Ever since India lost to South Africa, I'm just like, I think it's England. Because South Africa is never good at cricket. So the fact that we beat India is just like, whoa. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Proudly South African.
It's the T20s, isn't it? I'm sure it's the T20 semi-final. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. I'll see if I can like put it on the TV, but it'll probably be late on tonight.
I think it's soon, like in the next few hours or so.
Yeah, so in other words, when I'm in bed.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm 90% sure I'm wearing lipstick.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask this, Will. How do you not know if you're wearing lipstick or not? Like you either placed it there. You either placed it there, or your significant other placed it there, and you were just unawares. Was it maybe when she came home and you guys said hello and there was an exchange?
No, I haven't said hello to her yet. She walked in and me and Anastasia was on, and then she was dropping off, and I was on my own for a bit. So I haven't said hello to her yet. So she's just like sitting there waiting. No, I'm free. Have you not got a
saying, bro? No, New Zealand's got it in the bag.
Nah.
Congrats to them, mate. Oh, look at this, Pedro.
Tell me.
Look at Pedro going ahead and dropping some.
Someone asked in Portuguese. It's because someone asked in Portuguese if you can use TradingView with the Fivers. Judson asked in Portuguese if you can use TradingView.
Yeah, I know. I can see. Let's see.
It's obvious. It's obvious the moment you placed it on screen. It was obvious.
With fivers. See, it's easy. I can.
Trading view fivers is like it's just so easy. It's easy to understand.
Yeah. You were saying, what are they talking about?
Yeah.
Is usar as in like use? USAR.
Yes, it's like use, yeah. Can you use? Can we use?
Obrigado. It's like,
there you go.
It's great.
Will, you just had the most British, like, obrigado.
What do you expect, son? I'm from God's country, you know what I mean? From God's country, son.
Perry Cowler is saying, gold is about to drop. About to dump. I don't even have my screen shared. What a silly bean I am.
Let's from India.
We're still in this channel right now. This flag that we've had for a while, and we did say that there was the potential for us to be playing in between this for a while. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not this actually breaks through, retests, and continues lower. Right now, it seems as though it might be rejecting off of this area over here. Last attempt for price to try and push lower. So there to there. We've already had a singular reaction. Ooh, almost a secondary reaction. And now that we've had the secondary reaction off of this last attempt to try and push price lower before pushing up volumetrically. I may as well just remove that because that's not in play at the moment. Yeah. What do you think, Pedro? Oh, by the way, Pedro, are you trading anything today? It is 20 more minutes, and then we have unemployment claims.
Yeah, I'm still waiting and see. Yep, waiting and see. I like where Euro dollar reacted from the lows, but I didn't trade anything. I'm still waiting and see, to be honest. I've been quite a few busy days. I haven't really paid too much attention. But looking at gold, gold has been stuck within this range. Interesting from created these two ranges. Fake out one side, fake out the other side. Camber test exactly the same left shoulder in here, exactly to the pipette over there as well. Sometimes when price gets stuck within this level, more than trying to pay attention within the current price action, what direction price may wants to go, I sometimes do prefer to look at actually where is price action in the bigger picture to try to decide which direction is going to go afterwards, which was a little bit what happened last week within this level. If you just zoom in here, it looks like that it's a bit indecisive, but when you zoom out, you could see that price maybe had just broken this level.
Yeah,
it's really nice. We broke this slight top in there, and the likelihood was for price to go higher. At this point, I could see that basically if you just follow the swings right now, I think this top is maybe one of the relevant swings highs to the lows, and they haven't really managed to break them yet. So with that being said, maybe the tendency can still try to go a bit more pushing to the downside, but at the same time, price kind of is stuck a little bit within this level. On the other side, it would be, where is this low reacting from? Is this low reacting from anything relevant? That could be the bottom, and price could start going higher. Technically, looking at the left side, we do have this demand zone. Below that, I think if price does break this low, there's everything then to just come into this level.
Yeah, to push lower.
Yeah. However, just looking at the round numbers, because it's not something that I've paid too much attention, but this was literally around the 5K. So I don't know until what point that actually becomes an interesting level of support and price tries to push high. Like, it was literally key. Maybe 4,900 something, 5K. That's basically where price bounced from. So let's see if many people are trying to defend or not this 5K mark and try to push higher again. So yes, it's a little bit indecisive. Maybe I would say a little bit more to downside, but I'm not going to be really trading. If by any chance actually I was about to trade anything in here, it would have been the first reaction to this left shoulder, which is basically that reaction that happened, or this reaction in here as well. This basically become kind of a Quasimodo, As you can see, fake out, break the lows, react from the left shoulder, it moved on. This one is not exactly Quasimodo because we never really managed to break this level, but those left shoulders tend to work as well. Aside from that, after that, now I'm not really sure. I saw that you had kind of a triangle drawn somewhere around here. I was actually now starting to look at the same thing that you were looking to see to which side it's going to break. One thing is maybe once price actually breaks, may gain momentum, right? So it's consolidating and then eventually going to gain momentum. Just which side, I'm not really sure at this point which side is going to go.
Yeah, I'm also waiting. I'm waiting for it to break. And it basically reacted on the 5 minute off of that same zone that I had marked out. So if you go down to the 5 minute, you'll see that it's pretty much still just stuck there. Waiting for follow through.
Already can correct this one as well. So we'll see which direction price will move now. But it has been a very I think it's based on everything that's going on and the indecision in what's going on also between the US and Iran and everything. Then gold gets stuck in here until we find out a little bit more what are the next steps.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I am going to jump out. We will have Victor and Samir dropping in about 15 minutes or so. We should see them pop in as well. Will, have yourself a lovely day. Pedro, you as well, have yourself a lovely day. Everybody else in chat, thank you very much for joining us today. We do have another, 2 hours or so before ends. So everybody, drop us a like and subscribe. We'll see you all, or I'll see you all next week, Monday. Have yourself a good weekend as well. Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
See you later, man.
Yeah, we have someone really interested where they're from. So.
I was thinking, like, you really want to know where we're from.
Yeah, really want to know. So I am Portuguese, living in UK, and you will.
I am British. I'm Welsh, living in Hong Kong.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I am South African, living in South Africa.
Why did I bet on this one? It was so important.
You could have made some money, mate. You could have. Anyway, cheers. Bye.
I knew the minute we announced that, the minute we brought up that sort of comment, I just knew he'd dive in.
Yeah. He wouldn't let this one go.
That's quality. Okay. Thanks. You're very welcome. Shabham, tell us where you're from, my friend. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
I've typed as well.
Return the favor. So you're not looking at entering anything now immediately, just before news, I'm assuming.
No, I'm going to continue to keep an eye on the N pairs. I haven't really managed to catch anything yet, but I'm going to continue to look potentially at the N pairs. Being dollar yen, one of them. Let's see if dollar yen continues to go a little bit higher, maybe a little bit closer into 158.50s, and then maybe try to look for a short. At this point, has been moving to the side. Anytime it retraces, doesn't really break any relevant structure, so it just continues in this natural uptrend, which maybe some of you maybe have managed to catch some longs as price was retracing, but I'm looking for price to go a little bit higher, and then after that we'll see how price may eventually move around here to potential short. That may also help with maybe the dollar to find a little bit of selling pressure. We had a good move, spiked above this double top in here, and it could go still a little bit high. Did it already touch the 100? No, got really close. He hasn't really touched the 100 mark, which maybe is another level that maybe the market is going to be looking at on the dollar index. We will see. Maybe that combination with the yen index and the dollar may help the dollar yen to find some good opportunity.
Yeah, well, we got 10 minutes now until we get high impact, until the unemployment claims come out. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. hopefully we can have a bearish dollar, so we can have EU pump up. Just because I know I'm not in it, but it allows my analysis to play out and hopefully be correct. And I do enjoy being right all the time. So
what analysis do? What's your advice? What are you looking at? And just to answer, very cool answer a question. I don't remember which chart maybe I had on for you to ask me that question, but I don't really use market profile. Is that an indicator market profile, or is it?
I have no idea.
It's not the volume. It's not the volume, right?
No, I don't think so. Otherwise, it'd be market profile. Maybe it's an indicator.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I don't use indicators, so I wouldn't have a clue.
When I have this question, it made sense in my head. Now that I'm seeing it out loud, I cannot really see what was he asking. But no, I just use naked price action.
Yeah, nice. Shobham saying from India, welcome. Big love to India. Nice one, man. Welcome in. Adele, how's it going? Well, yeah, bro, I'm good, man. What's news? How's it going? Looking at the euro at the moment.
Hey, Jay.
Not really seeing anything. I wanted to be in these buys, but of course, it was just too close to high impact news. So, dim diolch, no thank you. Hey, how you doing, buddies? I'm good. Ravi, how you doing, my man? What's news? Shrukan saying, hello, guys. Yo, what is good, my friend? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are all coming from. There's also news in 15 minutes. It's now 8 minutes. I don't know what news you're looking at in 15 minutes, because you only said that 2 minutes ago, which would have been this news in 10 minutes. So let me know. Yeah, let me know if what news you're looking at, just in case we are on about the same news, and if so, we got that in now 8 minutes time. Right. Yeah, going back to my euro.
Yeah, were you looking for that long on euro? Was that the trade?
Yes. Yeah. So this is what I'll grab all this, clear all this up so I can reanalyze it for you guys and walk you through what I was looking at. So we had the sweep of the Asia low here. We had this really big bullish momentum here, which it was okay. I wasn't keen. I was wanting a break and close above these highs. I didn't anticipate this unexpected news to be coming out. And then a pullback. We came into this area here, consolidated. That was quite nice. But again, I wanted something a little bit deeper. And we got it. I wanted something into this area here. We pulled all the way back and then consolidated here, which was fantastic in my eyes, because that tapped in perfectly to the Fibonacci retracement, into an imbalance here, and into the consolidation breakout as well. So that was a really nice confluence. And then we got this high of the consolidation, break and close above, and then pull back, wick rejection into this consolidation zone before a further continuation to take out the highs. But obviously now with high impact news coming out, who knows what is going to happen. So we'll see. But that would have been nice. That would have been nice to see if that can happen. Stop loss just at the lows here, and TP just at the previous session highs, which is technically at the moment Asia highs. We haven't closed London yet, or neither have we opened New York. We opened New York in about an hour and 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Yeah, so that's what I was looking at.
That's an interesting one. I think you could. I like where the low reacted on the euro dollar, and the low, I mean the low created on Tuesday. Where is my chart? Where am I? I'm here. Yeah, I like where it reacted to this spike that we had all the way. Because this for me was still a fresh demand level. Neither this low or neither kind of any of these structures in here reacted. Maybe there was also a fair value gap in there for any that trades fair value gaps. and definitely we just took this liquidity. So maybe that was a good level to expect some reaction. And now for today, we did start to at least manage to break the stop, which is good. And maybe as a next target, we'll be looking for I think this line here. Yeah, I'll be looking. It's kind of around this area. Maybe price could try to move towards somewhere around there. So maybe there's still a little bit of room to the upside. The price does want to go there. Today's morning around the London Open, maybe this was enough. There was a little bit definitely of manipulation around here. We did manage to take the highs and we took the lows, so that was maybe enough. Personally, I don't know if I would like to see price even going a little bit deeper, somewhere around here, and then maybe try to attempt to go higher. Maybe that's not enough. No, you didn't really manage to break this top, so maybe that's still a potential target to aim for, to take these double tops that were left behind around there. But this on the euro, I wouldn't be surprised if something like this happened, or if price actually just tries to go a little bit higher. I like where price reacted around here. I wouldn't say this. Well, this could have the potential to be actually a good low, since basically this is a little bit of the extremes of this move. But I think I'm still a bit more bearish long term on the euro. So even if price by chance finds a way to bounce from here, I think then eventually we're going to continue to move and to push lower. But for today's session, maybe we can have a little bit of that move to the upside. Yeah, that would be a bit more of my bias on the. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm actually going to set up an alerting here just in case price actually goes somewhere around this level to try to then to find an opportunity. Go.
Adil saying, once again, I am against Willie in the euro trade. A funnier spin. Here we go again, betting against Willie on the euro. Dude, honestly, I think you've got this one. Depending on how we close and if we can close under the lows. If we close under the lows, I think you've got this in the bag. We didn't break and close and create a new higher high. We've equaled the highs, wicked in the exact same area, like literally bang on equal highs, and now we're falling. So we're having that break even bounce. But I think if I was actually in this trade, I would have cut it at break even due to the fact that we failed to break higher. So Adele, I'll be honest with you, brother. I think you got this, man. I think this trade is all yours, my friend. I think you're about to take my money.
Even on the Euro Index, there's also still space for price to move a little bit lower, and potentially even go all the way to take this low. So that has been something that I've been analyzing for a while. This sell opportunity on the Euro pairs. So yeah, maybe price can even go a little bit, at least a little bit lower on the Euro Index as well, which can also push. So yeah, we can see on the chat that many people are still bearish on the euro and bullish on the dollar. Yeah, long term, to be honest, I do agree with you. It's more about to see what kind of a move we could have in here, and price could actually potentially collect liquidity above this level and then find you selling pressure as well. So that could also happen. So it's something to pay attention to.
We've got a minute bang on. We've got 50 seconds until we've got unemployment claims coming out. So just bear in mind, guys, for each and every single one of you out there trading Fiverr's accounts right now, if you haven't closed already out of your trades, it's too late. If you haven't opened your trades yet, it's too late. If you are in trades, just be careful, because we have got high impact news. It is red folder. It is unemployment claims. And you've got until 32 minutes past 1 GMT to actually close this trade. So if you are in a trade right now which you don't want to be in, you've got 3 minutes to hold this trade and then you can close it.
Yeah, for anyone that is saying that is bearish or looking for sells on the euro, are you guys already in the trade or are you looking to sell it? And what price range would be your zone of interest? And also what kind of target are you aiming for on the euro dollar? Until where do you think that euro dollar is going to fall until eventually can go up again? If you guys want to share in the chat, that would be great. We could take a look at it. We have Offy24. Congrats on the payout. Fantastic.
Yeah, well done, bro. That's Offy. That's amazing, man. Well done.
That's one of the best reasons not to trade, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, well done, my man, on getting that payout. Adil, my short trade on euro is running at 16.46.5 with a target level of 56.90. So 1.16465.
So you are looking at these lows as well. So you're looking for price to go take these lows around here, basically.
Yeah, target is 1.5690.
Yeah, around this level. So basically what I mentioned, the potential level for price to go, and then we'll see if there's any buying pressure from there or not. That's basically your target that you're looking for. All right.
Okay, so we had unemployment come out about a minute and a half ago now, and it didn't really do much. We are dropping on the euro, so yeah, that seems pretty much it. You got
it was again
for those wanting
again
to
within the same range.
Again,
this unemployment claims, as long as it is between this 200 210 230, we shouldn't really expect much move in the market. All right. And then we have the US indices as well. I'm going to be quite curious about US indices to see what will happen. I'm quite curious. NASDAQ didn't really manage to break again this low, so it's still just fake out this structure and push higher straight away. So he hasn't really managed to break all this. This for me is one of the levels that if it breaks, I think price then can move further down from there. As long as it continues to hold these 24,000s, then there's maybe a chance that price can still push to the upside, and who knows, taking all-time highs. S&P did manage to slightly take these lows, but it just came straight away up. So if anyone is looking for closing of the candle was confirmation, it didn't happen. It was just a fake out, and price closed above the level. So maybe for some of you that's a bullish sign to look for longs. For me, it's actually something to pay attention to, that price managed to break below this structure. So I'll be waiting for price to go maybe a little bit higher to potentially look for new shorts. We still have price reacting from the stop, and price goes above the stop. I would like to see it maybe going out somewhere around there and maybe trading from this level. That would be my next key zone to pay attention to. But price could still continue to hold this level. This is a nice supply already where price reacted, to be honest. Yeah, so let's see if the S&P also think.
FX, yes, I can. Asking how long after high impact news can I place a trade? So 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after. So you cannot open a trade 2 minutes before the high impact news, and you can't open a trade until 2 minutes after the news. Same goes for closing the trade. Can't close the trade 2 minutes before, nor can after 2 minutes before, nor can you do it before 2 minutes after. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, if you are trading another program, the bootcamp or the hyper growth, then I don't think you have any news restriction.
That's based on high stakes, so the 2-step. I'm not too sure about the others. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think they have restrictions on this.
You're welcome.
635, 116.45. Okay, we have in here Ravish mentioning that he's looking somewhere around this level, I think so, or a short on the euro. And then I'll enter at 1 second. I'm waiting for this one in the euro. Then I will enter for every single. Basically, you want to try to take a trade like this, somewhere around here, with target all the way to 158 something.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, actually. At this point, when price starts ranging, I'm just waiting for any kind of fake out before looking for anything.
Yeah. I don't like ranging market. I'd be surprised if anyone likes ranging markets. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if people just flop when markets range. Unbiased Trader's got the right idea. Firecrackers at T20s. So calling it a day. See you all next week, Monday. Dude, have a great one, man. Enjoy the T20s. Yeah. I probably won't. Yeah, I'll see if I can watch it. I probably won't be able to. But do let me know the score as well.
Enjoy.
It seems to me like we've got a fantastic trader in the background. He is.
Hello, guys.
Hello there.
What's up, Samir? How are you?
How are you doing?
How are you? I'm good. What about you guys?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm pretty good.
I'm good as well.
You, nice.
I'm good.
I saw you was analyzing some charts here. So was you involved in any kind of position?
No, not yet. I'm looking on the euro to see what will happen. Trying to see if price fakes out some kind of these lows to potentially look for a reaction to the upside or not. We will see. And then I'm tracking as well the dollar yen. It's nice moving to the upside. I want it to go a little bit higher to then try to look for a potential short as well, depending on how price will react from there. So I like where that price is moving up. Yeah, I like that, to be honest. What about you? I've noticed. Sorry.
Yeah. I was saying I'm noticing you have multiple assets on your watch list. So do you trade like all of these whenever you get the opportunity?
So the way I look at it is I have my own majors, like the ones that I usually try to pay attention or more attention to it, which is basically anything regarding to the dollar, but the major ones. And then basically analyze dollar index, yen index, and euro index. And I will get an idea which one is maybe close to a good level or which direction they are moving. And then I'm going to go into the individual currency pairs and looking at the majors first, euro, pound, or anything also regarding to the yen, and try to see which one of these may actually provide the best opportunity based on the idea that I already had from here. So anything minor is only if there's actually a really high interest. For example, if I see on the Aussie dollar that maybe Aussie dollar is actually at an interesting level, I may pay attention a little bit to the pound Aussie or euro Aussie to see if maybe they are actually at better levels than the Aussie dollar. Otherwise, I'll just stick with the Aussie dollar. So I'm not really analyzing every single one of them.
Okay.
Every day.
So basically, you are using those pairs just for the confluence, maybe, if I put it that way.
Yeah, it's kind of a filter. So I start with something of the majors. If, for example, if all of a sudden I'm interested, if the euro index, for example, when euro index was trading around this level, and I was looking for price to eventually short from here, which never really got there. So in this moment, I'll be looking at several euro pairs to pay attention to. Being euro dollar, one of the top of my list. Then maybe euro yen, maybe euro pound. Mm-hmm. I'll kind of go like that. But even better for me is if, for example, euro index is at a good level to look for a short, and then yen index is at a good level to look for a long. Then straight away when I want to trade is the euro yen. That's going to be kind of where I'm going to reach in focus.
Makes sense.
So I do it a little bit more right at this point. There's correlation quite a lot, and then of course whatever news going to happen, just to take advantage of the volatility or not, if there's no news, just to be aware as well what's going on in there. And then every now and then, is paying attention to the US indices is something that I also added. It's kind of uncorrelated to all the rest, but the S&P and the NASDAQ is something that I also like to pay attention. That's more for more intraday opportunities. Every price again is literally such an extreme, either up or down, that and it fits my strategy, then I'll trade it. Yeah.
All right. That's amazing. So basically, you trade majors most of the times. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So
Actually, every now and then I may take a trade, for example, on maybe EuroCAD or pound
yeah, yeah.
Aussie, but then I may spend like 2 months without taking again trades on those pairs, and then they
I
pop up
think
on my
you are
radar.
more that type of trader who like to optimize maybe his system here or there whenever you see the opportunity, or you feel good about maybe minor pair, or you have seen something that has worked for you in past. Maybe it's let's come to that. Maybe it is just the gut feeling or the intuition, if I put it that way.
Yeah. So basically, if I'm about to approach my week, I'm trying to see. I want to generate 2 to 3 really good ideas for that week.
Yeah, yeah.
So I need to find okay
Okay.
which actually assets are on my radar and based on what I'm looking for, which is basically reversals in a higher time frame. And
Mhm.
if I do see that those majors or the dollar is approaching a certain level, the yen index is approaching a certain level, or the dollar card, for example, is approaching a certain level, then I'll be monitoring and I'll try to see then on the either on the main one, for example, dollar card, or maybe on the euro card or pound card, which one I may want to take a trade.
Okay, okay, okay.
There.
So we have a
Looking for two or
new
three
gentleman
main
here.
ideas per week.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, Vito?
Hello,
Victor.
everyone. How is everyone
Uh,
doing? Um, Will, Samir, Pedro, everyone watching. Lots of movement.
Yo, yo, yo.
Uh, Anyone caught anything on that move on EU we had during the day?
no.
Nada.
No, I'm just seeing the charts right now with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the
I
charts whole day. I just
Yeah.
see the charts probably 30 minutes prior to this live stream. And, my NYC session is also close to this live stream. So my first look of the charts are with you guys only. I don't care what price do the whole day. I might can scroll the Instagram if somebody posted something. I might can see it.
hmm
But the analysis part, I do it with you guys only, on the live stream. And whatever positions, I'm about to take or I'm planning, all has all things are done here only with you guys.
Great.
we feel very privileged.
We
Yeah,
are
I
honored,
feel
my friend.
Yes,
Unfortunately, my
we're
I
completely
feel
honored.
honored too having you guys here with me.
And
too kind, man, too kind. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I'm gonna have to hop off and start my weekend. So, guys, I'm going
Yeah.
to see you all Monday, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to smash out another week in the market. So, guys, please, if you haven't already, make sure you smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, because if you're not subscribed, you're not going to be in the chance for a giveaway next week, 11th of March. We have got the 100,000 subscriber celebration, but you must be a subscriber to get in on the giveaway. So make sure you are going to be a subscriber. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, share it with everyone you know. Let's try and get some more traders involved and in the community. And make sure that you smash that like button, because these fantastic gentlemen have all sorts of value bombs to drop on you. So, guys, thank you very much. Peace out. Enjoy your weekend. Take care.
Thank you, Will.
Victor will.
as
Bye
always,
bye.
great the energy. Will take care. Enjoy your weekend. And we'll see you around.
Yeah.
Pedro, Samir, and then it was the three of us.
Yeah,
Victor,
just the
you
three
asked,
of us.
you asked that question about Eurodollar because you got something on Eurodollar, correct? Share with us.
Well, yes, there was actually on. There was a little entry on EU right before the news, and as I've explained the way that I trade, very often right before the news, if I don't have enough distance, let me switch
Yeah.
to my screen, because people might be wondering and get distracted. If I don't have enough if I don't have enough time or space between my entry, my stop loss, and the time that the news is coming out, I want to be out of the market because that's a big X factor, right? I don't want to be in that position. It opens up the risk of slippage and price action that you couldn't have seen coming because it's a surprise because of the news. So, but we did have a couple of things that led up to this trade. Actually, before I break this down, let me go to the monthly so everyone watches and understand where I'm coming from. So EU is currently retesting a fresh order block that was created by the outside bar. This one that I'm putting my cursor on, and the initial reaction, which is very early, very young, was to defend the break of that structure. But we have still like the whole month basically of March to go, so it doesn't really mean that's going to be where it's going to close. We don't know that, but the first reaction was quite nice actually when you consider that we couldn't keep below that level, the level being 115.80 more or less. Then we have on the weekly time frame, there is a fresh order block that is being retested. Same thing. It's the same. It's overlapping the monthly. So that everything that I just said is also applying to the weekly order block. So we have a monthly, a weekly, and if you go to the daily, if you've been watching our stream very often, then you probably see this already, where we have a quasi as well, right? A reversal pattern that is quite nice. Pedro knows all about it, I know. And which is these two entry order blocks right here. One, price did not react to it. And the second one, there's actually a third one, but that belongs to a much bigger quasi. I think we have enough bars here, enough time that this reversal should and probably will have some kind of a reaction. So we are in on the monthly, the weekly, and the daily. All of them are telling us this is a great place for a possible reaction. How big of a reaction, we don't know. It could be just a day. It could be a couple of days. It could be, the beginning of the new of a new trend. Who knows? Not a new trend, but a continuation of a bigger trend. So we are right there at that moment, and the area of interest is from 116.08 more or less up to 115.55. So about 50 pips. And if you go to the H4, I'm looking for reasons to start believing in this reversal, right? That's what we need, evidence. And we did have one structure, which is this order block that was created, but that's it. That's it on the H4. There's nothing else. So if this is going to be the reversal, it's not very convincing. I mean, a reversal for the swing trade, something that's going to last days on end. Not very convincing at all. I don't see it. Just one pin bar, one order block, and yes, it did have a reaction. But one thing, for example, is the follow through was at all not very impressive. That's one thing. And as it comes back into the order block again, the first reaction, one of the first reaction it had was this one. Didn't even produce another one, right? Another order block on top of it. Maybe that is, still is going to happen later on, but so far it is not, following the script of a reversal. And if you look at it, just if you zoom out, what do we see? We see a quite a big lag, and in relative terms, a meager response from the buyers. This is not exactly buyers coming in and sweeping the low and pushing price higher. This is just a little retrace. So it still looks, from afar, still looks quite bearish, I would say. Although we are, as I went through it, we are in a great place for a sometime at some moment to have a reversal to come in. So if we go lower time frame, we talked about this actually yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it. Maybe you can actually watch the screen from, I mean the stream from yesterday, and it was right here, right? The news where when we were streaming, price was right there, and I indicated that this little area, that's where I was interested in, right? And price came in quite nice this morning. Let me indicate that. And you can see these levels, even though, the higher time frame um, does not convince of a reversal, you'll still see these reversal. These are reaction, I should say. Price comes back into that area and then moves beautifully. I mean, that's plenty of pips to be had if you're trading that. That's the same level. That's the level that we talked about yesterday. Eventually, it didn't hold, right? Understanding, what kind of signal you have. But eventually, we created something on the H2 that is interesting, and that was what led to. Let me see. You have the outside bar on top of that, and that creates a new area to be of interest. That's where I'm gonna be looking. That's one of the areas that I'm gonna be looking for that reversal. Although I don't have any evidence that's going to happen, but that's the area that we should see some kind of a reaction, or we could see, I should say. And that was when we came to retest it, the H2, which is above the area. We came back to retest the upper border of that H2, right? We got a little reaction, and on the lower time frame, we had a retest of the level. Price comes in, and you can easily, understanding that we are not at the sweet spot yet, you can get in, but you have to understand that it's only going to be maybe for this high, maybe for that high. And in this case, because of the news, I couldn't hold it any longer, so I closed it close to this top of that reversal pattern. It was a little trick, a little trade, but nicely reactive, nicely technical, I should say. So let's take a look at what we have here. We do have that area of interest there. That's the area, and you can see the market is doing a reaction quite nice. But is that enough? Let's take a look. Do we have a quasi here to justify an entry? Let's take a look. This is a live analysis, so if you enjoy this, don't forget that there is a like button, and there is a subscription button, because Pedro is a very handsome man, and Samir is very popular in India, actually outside of India as well. Just checking if you guys were listening in.
Victor is also popular as a masked man.
All right,
Everybody is so keen to see Victor.
Victor is our Batman.
So we have, all right, so that's the 5-minute structure. We took it, we broke it. That will be the left shoulder, the head, the neckline breaks it, it comes back, and you have one area that it does not really respect it. So to me, that means that I'm not interested in the reaction. And actually, if you look at it, price action is not actually, there is a reaction, there was a reaction, but it's not, it's not completely aligned to me to do anything. If we go lower time frames, we can pinpoint it further. Even though I'm looking for that long, because we do have H4 and H2 overlap, I am aware that the H4 are not, the on the higher time frame, things have not changed yet, and are making a very weak case if they're going to have some kind of a reaction. And we have a special person in the background. So let's check on. We do have this area here of interest on the 3-minute. So that will be something that we can check out when we get there. And we did have a little area here, so that would be number 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so all of them are, not all of them, but this one is interested to me. And the one lower, okay? So depending on which one price comes each one of them as price comes into them and how price behaves as it is interacting with them, we might get a signal, right? To actually only two. And they are both up here. So that means I will not be able to take a trade there. Okay, maybe this one. All right, so those are the levels that I would be interested, and only if the market reacts to them and triggering my entry. As you can see, one of the things that it needs to do, it needs to hit this, and otherwise there's nothing for me to do. So let me double check. So this one is already out of the question, and we did have this on the 2, which is a nice reaction we get here. Now we need to have to see the follow through, and that could be something. Although that's a tiny, I keep my positions very low, so I can have multiple bullets, so to speak, on the idea, and I don't risk the farm on any given day. That's my my breakdown of EU. Little trade that I had in the beginning. Some people, well, I talk a lot about high risk reward ratio, but there's a moment to for each profile, right? There's a moment where you can't get more than 1-to-1, 1-to-2, and you shouldn't be fixated with I am a certain trader. I need to get 5R all the time or 10 or whatever. You get what the market offers you, and be content with it.
Yeah, it's a good point. Are you concerned that price kind of when it make that move to the upside at around 9 a.m. like in the morning, it didn't manage to break that other high? Basically, have that reaction exactly.
Yeah. Yes. It shows weakness. Shows a lot of weakness, and that tells you. And that's actually what I was talking about the H4 as well. If you zoom out, if you do the market structure on the 4-hour, you're not seeing the buyers coming in, not at all. What I see, for example, here, if you go to the H1, what I was it the H1 or was it the H2? Actually, what do you see here? A outside bar, a bearish one. Why is the market creating these structures if supposedly we're gonna be we're getting ready, buyers are coming in and defending the turf and so on? They're not doing that. The market is very, very weak. Yes, they are holding their position. I mean, but in comparison to the impulsive move we had, this is just holding. They're not really doing much. They're just going sideways, holding their position until, I guess, more sellers come in and we push lower. That's my guess what's going to happen. Even though I'm trying to catch the reversal, I understand that if it doesn't, if there's no reaction, the most likely place that we're going to continue to go is lower. And who knows, we'll have to check here to see if the market really has that impulsive move that you need to have when you have a reversal. And then if that happens, then we can start looking for the retrace, let's say the retrace into that area and then the continuation. But it's not really happening. If you look at how the market came back here as well, not exactly a impressive recovery. There is a quasi in here on the H1, but I mean, you have to really look for it. First, I didn't even see it the first time, right? So when that's the case, this move, what I'm talking about, this is the left shoulder of that quasi. It's not exactly impressive. I mean, if that's going to be the left shoulder, it's not really grabbing my attention. It is, but it's not. It's and that's what I mean. And it should see when you are to catch good reversal, you should see the market come in and really punch the sellers, so to speak, really ravage and be very aggressive. You want to see that, and you need that. Otherwise, it's not that reversal is not going to happen easily. You can build it later on more gradually, but even then, you'll also see them increasingly becoming more bearish on the higher time frames as well, and we're not seeing that. So I'm not too convinced that this is going to reverse at all. I'm looking for that. I may get a trade in, and sometimes I get that, right? We all do, right? When we have the setup giving you signals, giving you according to your trade plan, it tells you that it's going to, there's a signal, you should take it. But at the same time, it's not convincing yet. And my job is to just take the trade. I don't. It's not about my opinion. Just take the trade. However, I do see what the H4 not moving in my direction, so um, I kind of already know that it's likely either it's not gonna trigger me because the bearishness will just go through the levels, or it's not gonna work out, and that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still, for me, because I trade high risk reward ratio, I don't need to be right all the time. Even even if price were to go much lower, eventually, just a little pop, that's all I need most of the time. And if it comes lower, that's fine, as long as it's triggering, and I'm following the plan, it's okay.
Yeah, I agree, and I was looking as well, but indeed, price hasn't really broken any real structure to the upside to actually show a bit more bullishness. So we still need a little bit of that, but on the lower time frame, price can definitely keep bouncing in between this today's range, and maybe can bounce from these lows where price is approaching right now on the euro dollar. Which again, there are a few people in here that are watching us that they're also were looking for shorts, or they're shorting the euro dollar as well. So yeah, we'll see. And some of them actually they had a target around this level where they're looking for long. So again, it's a key level of interest for many people. Yeah, we have Andrew André. It's one of our Portuguese followers. He's looking for potentially dollar index to go all the way to 100 and 500. Yeah, he still has a little bit of room to go there. Still needs to break at least some important highs until it gets to 150. So we'll see. We'll see if the dollar index wants to go there. First and foremost for me is around the 99 point something. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And first and foremost, it will be around this level, somewhere around here, to see if price actually still finds some kind of selling pressure or not. And then if price indeed ends up managing to break these highs, I think then there is even potential for price to go even higher, maybe even cross the 101 mark. But for now, we'll see. We did manage to take this top. Price is reacting nicely from this demand zone. We'll see if price is going to have any kind of follow through and continue to move higher, or going to find a bit more selling pressure. We will see. We'll see on the dollar what will happen. Then we have a beautiful question, and this one most likely is going to be for Samir, because has been killing it on the US 30. Samir, tell us all
How
about
about
it.
US study?
Yeah.
All right.
That's for you.
Maybe
It's already smiling.
Remy can put my screen so that I
Yeah,
can
do
do
you
some
want to
analysis.
come in, Dave? Okay. Sorry. There you go.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Dave. How are you?
Great. I'm back.
Welcome.
All right.
Thank
So we
you.
have US 30 here. So let's start the trading day. By the way, guys, yesterday the trade that we took on live stream, right here, it was a beautiful trade. I secured my 1 to 1.5 here. Yeah, I think it was here only. Yeah. So I took a trade here, secured like somewhere around here. Took this trade with you guys only, so I can explain it later on if you want me to, of course. But if you watched me yesterday, then you already know why I took this trade. But for today, let's do some markings for today. Let me delete everything. So yesterday's high or low is still intact. Let me mark this thing. Okay, this is the high or low. I'm gonna make it a little bit lighter because I'll be having a few levels here and there. So I don't wanna mark too much noise here. So 4 hour wise, I do like to draw my resistance areas on 4 hour. So this is the first area that I can see, and this is the area that I can see which have respected quite few time. And if I drag it right here, this is also covered, this is also covered. So for me, this area is pretty decent area, which I can classify as my support area. Let me draw one more level if price decides to go to the upside, because I can, draw a couple of scenarios. Whatever comes in that particular session, then I can act accordingly when I see my entry pattern. So these are the three areas that we have, and this is the daily high, this is the daily low. Let me draw one more area if price, impulse way to like heavily to the upside, so we can have some marking there also. So I can classify, these levels, because price has respected quite few time and we have some resistance area also here. Yeah, I don't think we need it, so I'm going to delete it, because I think today we only have these three ranges that US 30 can play in, and we can use this inner advantage. And for that, let's draw a couple of scenarios that what price can do. For me, I do think we can go to the upside. Why? Because we have this daily low, and we was on the daily trend line, if you remember. This was a daily trend line, so we are still on the trend line, and we saw a massive, not like too crazy bounce, but this was a decent bounce we got from the trend line. So it means this trend line is showing some type of rejection, as I can see on the charts. So I am looking for longs for this particular session, but I am not stubborn, like I want to take longs only. If I do get some shorting opportunity, I am open for it. And we also have this 4 hour, kind of a demand area. So if price decides to rejects from here and the NYSE volume prints to the upside, I can take advantage of something like this. Here I can get involved in the trade, then I can target, these highs. So that will be, kind of a move for me today, which will give me a little bit of confidence. If price rejects right from here and NYSE filled some momentum in my direction, which I'm planning out here. But on the other hand, market doesn't have to do this only, so we have to make some plans what market can do. This is the plan A. If price decide to do this, we can do this, like I explained here. The plan B can be if price impulse to the downside and we saw some kind of rejections like this, then definitely the daily low, not the daily low, this previous low can be gone, and this support area may can get tapped, so we can take advantage of this opportunity also if price decided to do something like this, which I have marked here. Okay, and price also can do this, like v-shaped recovery type of thing, took out the daily low, going to the upside, little bit of rejections, and then breaking to the upside. This is the plan C that we can trade. And I think this three plans that I have drawn to you guys, this is the most logical thing to me. And if market moves abnormally to the upside, then maybe something like this. This is plan, I think fourth plan, if I'm not wrong, fourth or fifth plan. So this is it for me today. I will be looking for something like this as I have drawn. Unless we have some crazy dump to the downside, then maybe we can take advantage of this level, maybe a little bit of rejections, and place a stop loss somewhere around here, go for like 1 to 1. So this can be the plan 5 for today. So we have 5 plans. So that doesn't mean that price do anything, comes to the support area, draw this liquidity, we enter immediately. That doesn't mean that we will enter this way. If price decided to react in a way that I want, like I have explained you guys, like I want a very decent pattern, then I can trade on the trend line breakout, and paired with couple of confluences that we might can have in that particular time window. So yeah, that's it for US 30. Let's see what price do. For me, buys are making more sense. Why? Because we are still on the trend line. So I am thinking that this trend line breakout can be the liquidity. and I just need price to hold here. Plan A, plan B, liquidity, hold here. So these two plans will give me a little bit more confidence. I can get comfortable taking these kind of position. So I will look more for these two plans. So if anything else market gives me, I'm open to take it. I'm not stubborn. If price do this, I have to do that only, like I've explained here. So let's see what market does. I've given you a few plans for US30. Now all we have to do is wait for our pattern, and we just take the breakouts, trendline breakouts here and there. What markets gives us. Once we have the confirmation, I will definitely punch a trade here with you guys. And yesterday's trade was really good. I think we got long somewhere around here. This level is already intact. As you know, this is a 4 hour level. So we also broke this trend line. The first confluence, second confluence, we was on the level. Third confluence, this is a demand area, order block, you might can call it. So this is the third confluence. And fourth confluence, on the 1 minute, I saw price consolidating here. Look at this consolidation. So took a trade here, and took another trade here, as there was more confirmation. Stop loss was below the structure, which was this structure. This was a 15-minute structure. Okay, and target was somewhere around this area, which was previous high, which from where session started, which is NYSE. So this trade we planned yesterday. Let's see what today market gives us. Seems like this level is kind of holding, just one impulse and little bit of correction. NYSE breakout, I am open to take the aggressive trade right here. So let's see what markets gives us today. So
Yeah,
that's it
that
for
trade
us.
that trade from yesterday was remember I we took the trade almost
Yeah,
simultaneously right after the open. Maybe I can show my screen.
yeah, you can
But
show
we
our
had
viewers.
this is slightly different using trend lines, but also mixing with order blocks. With wasn't a there was a quasi there, but I wasn't really using the order block quasi fixed trade plan that I normally use. However, we did talk about that bullish order flow that we had before we reached that order block, and on the lower time frames, you can when we were there, this is the trade that we took. Price was that was the open. Price came back and took that low from the open, the initial candle, and that was what caught my attention. And when we went to the lower time frames, I saw on the 1 minute, I saw what to me what was a great opportunity, because the market came back into an area. It wasn't the five. I now see it. I thought it was on the one. So yes, it was on the five, which is this area right here. Actually, no, it was on the one and the five. Uh, Pardon my confusion and confusing everyone in the same process. But was actually a 1 minute order block that we got retested. And when we came back and retested, that this is the opening, right? So we opened, and that's the this is the trend line. You can see how price neatly reacts to it, breaks through it, but couldn't hold it, and that's the confirmation. It couldn't hold it, and it breaks down. Comes the second time, plays a little bit. All of this happened before the open, of course, and we had the open, which was right there at that level, and that combination of those two things, when price had the initial market open, showed us its hand, it wants to go up, has that immediate impulsive move to the upside, comes back, and to me that was the level, that's the line in the sand. Dave always talks about this as well, the inflection, right? The not the
Yep.
infection, but the inflection inflection point or line. This is where it's decided, that level. If this holds, then we can go up and have not maybe not the whole day, but maybe the next couple of hours, price will be trending higher. But if it doesn't hold, then that's the beginning of everything else that's gonna come. But it's gonna be price going south. And as we came lower, and we failed to close there. And then there was as I saw this popping up, I got in. I was live here on the stream, got in there, put my stop below there, and just target something that makes sense to me, which was actually a level from some time ago. I'll show you guys that level. And it was either this or that, and I put the TP. I mean, that sounded weird, but what I mean is this: it was to me this was the level, and because we had a next level that was close by, I put my TP here, and if I would have seen that it didn't react to this or it couldn't hold this line, then I would have to understand that that was where I supposed to take the TP. But in this case, it went straight to the TP, and I didn't have to. I could catch that little piece extra, and it was actually very, very nice how price. You got these trades a lot of times where the market does exactly as well, not exactly, but pretty exactly what you expected. It goes there. That's one push, and from there on, I wasn't interested anymore. I got out and ran home with my profit. All right.
Nice,
What
nice,
are you
nice.
expecting, Dave? The market's gonna open in 15 minutes. You're the
Yes.
you are the equities guys, the futures guy. What are you expecting for New York Open? Do you have any expectation? High volatility, conflict everywhere, headline news,
Yep.
big ranges. What are you expecting?
Well, I'm expecting a continuation of volatility. It's amazing. I was watching Samir's analysis of the YM. It's very similar to what I'm looking at for the NASDAQ. I already took my trade yesterday. I held overnight, took it in the Asian session. I have my screen there if you guys want to share it. I could
Yes,
show,
I'm
but
yes, I'm gonna
no
I think
problem.
this one is yours. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, that's not it.
No, mine is the black arrow screen. Yeah, but in the meantime, while we load the screen, I'm expecting, yes, indeed, I'm expecting volatility. I'm expecting huge moves. The NASDAQ was having 350 point days, and we've doubled. I mean, yesterday was a 600 plus point day. So volatility has definitely increased. So as traders, we look forward to that. Well, at least me, I like volatility. I like big moves. It makes risk management a little bit tricky at times, especially on the future side, because you have fixed tick and point size, so your risk is fixed, and you kind of have to play around and trade small. So, if you're somebody who usually trades the regular contracts or the NQ, you could switch to the micros. If you trade the ES, you could trade to the MES. But so yesterday, you have my screen now. I'm going to show you what I
Yes, we
did
do.
last night, and then I'll show you what I'm planning to do right now, which is very similar to what Samir is going to do. So it's nice to have similar ideas to the traders, even though it's a different asset. So last night after Asia
I cannot see
opened,
the screen. Is it me or
No,
well,
it's
I'm
there.
seeing it
We can
now.
see
It's
it.
there.
Yes.
okay? Okay.
But yeah, we had a move up last night, and then we did what I would call a liquidity sweep. So we went above that closing New York high. And when I saw that we failed to push up and rejected pretty quickly, this is a 15-minute chart, by the way. And for the next 30 minutes, we were not able to push up. My level was already there, and I entered somewhere around 25. It was 25,181. And I covered this morning around here when we touched VWAP before this huge move up. So what I'm considering this morning, let's switch to an hourly chart, is we had a huge, in my opinion, huge impulse yesterday. So this to me is looking like somewhat of a pullback. We tried to push up.
Yep.
So if we are able to, you can see my lines. Remember, I use horizontal levels, trend lines, and volume to take my trades. And you can see I have my little circle there where I'm looking to maybe participate. But we are at a key area. This blue triangle is around the $25,000 level, which to me is a very key number. So hopefully we are able to get, like Samir was saying, some kind of either impulse to the downside with huge volume coming in, a quick recovery, a break of this trend line, maybe a little bit of a consolidation here, and a move up, and we continue. And my target would be somewhere around this area, which is where the previous consolidation was here. Like Samir was saying, this would be plan A. Now, if we don't have that impulse down and we break this trend line I have here, hopefully we consolidate somewhere underneath VWAP and continue to trend higher. So far, I am. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes,
so far, I am more bullish than bearish, just because I'm considering, the higher time frame. Oh, sorry. On the higher time frame, I'm considering this whole move here. Let me go to a 1-hour chart. Yeah, I'm considering this as a pullback. So if I could draw it, it would be impulse, pullback, move up. So that's why I'm really looking bullish. I already took my short yesterday. So I'm not really looking to take any shorts today. If it happens, then it'll run without me because I don't really see any setups, at least for how I trade, where I could go short. I just feel that if we go down, mostly people would be looking to buy. So that's what I'm looking for today. And for my futures traders, if we pull up our volume profiles, again, line in the sand is here around 24,900, which was a good consolidation yesterday. It was interesting. It's similar, close to the inflection point you have yesterday. I think you showed 24,845. So it's pretty close to it. We'll see if we can hold this area and move back up. So yeah, that's the plan for today. 8 minutes from the open. We'll see what happens. Now, shameless plug before I give the mic back to you. We are officially launching on Monday our futures YouTube channel. So we'll be going live every day from 9 to 11 a.m. EST. And well, I know some of you are aware because you're going to be guests on there, but everybody's welcome. So looking forward to that. I just wanted to let the community know.
That's awesome. That's good news.
Let's go, guys.
There is a huge part of the viewers that are already active in the futures market and that are excited that the Pfeiffer has begun with its futures program. And this is only logical, right? We are expanding. Indeed. That's why Dave is here. We will have these streams and more value for you as well as a future trader. And we would like to thank you for your support so far because it's been amazing how the market has reacted to that offering, meaning the futures offering of the Pfeiffers. Dave, actually, Pedro, what do you say to this person? There's one person, Chander Mani, who's asking for our advice. I know we're not giving financial advice, but what can we tell this good friend of ours?
Well, that's one of those situations that it's quite difficult, correct? No one likes to be in that position, and usually they just decide to close their account and restart a new one. Some others try to battle and try to get out of the situation by following their plan, being disciplined. To be honest, I think it will definitely depend on the level that you are. because it's at least okay. It's a phase 2. At least you already passed the first one, so at least you're going to treat it a little bit with more care. Let's just say it. So you could try to maybe reduce the risk, try to go back to a few wins and try to recover your account. So maybe that would be the approach. Because what I was about to say is, if you are someone that has already maybe a few funded accounts, and this test is just something that you want to eventually add into your portfolio of funded accounts, then maybe you could treat it a little bit more careless and just continue with your risk. And if you lose, then you can get another one. Now, if this is one account that's maybe your only account and you are trying to get funded, and it's actually matters to you, or the level of importance it's quite higher, then try to be disciplined. And this can actually be a great exercise. Imagine also the confidence that you'll get and the belief in yourself that you'll get if you actually manage to recover a 9% drawdown and eventually be positive and pass the account. So again, there is all those possibilities that you can face, and that would be kind of my approach. So it depends on what you want to do actually. If it is something that really matters, if you're kind of new, I would say try to recover, do your best, maybe reduce a little bit the risk, get a few wins, and then maybe you can slightly start increasing your risk again until eventually you recover your account. On the other side, if you're already with, I don't know, 7 funded accounts, whatever amount you have funded, maybe just carry on and focus on your funded. And if you lose this one, just then buy into challenge to try to add to your portfolio of funded accounts. Yeah.
Great advice. 3 minutes to the open. Dave is getting ready. I can see him getting excited. He's watching.
Somebody asked, no, somebody, sorry to interrupt you. No, I was, doing a quick analysis here because somebody said, what do you have on SPX 500, which is the ES? So I was taking a quick look, and, the viewers could see in real time how you can quickly analyze charts, and was setting up my trend lines, whatever. And the setup is looking nicer on the ES than on the NQ. I tend to have a bias towards trading the NQ because you're more used to it. But yeah, this is looking pretty nice. This area is very, very key. You could see a lot of things are coming into contact, for lack of a better term. So I don't know if the users saw, but what I did was switch to a line chart, which I usually use to trace my trend lines. I know technical analysis says you usually have to use, either 2 wicks or 2 closes or whatever you want to use. I found that using the lines on a higher time frame, so maybe a 60, or depending on the time frame you trade, you try to go maybe 3 time frames up. Looks cleaner to me, and I don't need my trend lines to actually touch a specific wick or close. I prefer when it's running around a group of candles, because to me a group of candles is giving you more information than just one. So that's what I did. I traced my trend lines. I looked at my volume profile, looked at where the most volume was traded. I have my inflection lines here. So this is top inflection. This is bottom inflection, because we have a low volume node here, which coincides with the previous day's point of control. And then we have here our, where the 2 previous pullbacks were bought, which, the likelihood of this being bought again today, I would say, is pretty high, as long as we stay above this blue inflection here. This was resistance, so resistance becomes support. So we have 1, resistance becomes support. 2, we're trading above the inflection. 3, we are at the previous day's pullback that was bought at VWAP. 4, we're really close to the open, where a huge amount of volume is going to be pounded in. We're seeing the volume bar, go up. So this is looking very bullish to me. We'll see what happens, but I got excited.
10 seconds.
Sorry. You know when your fingers are itching.
That's exactly what we want on this stream. We want passionate traders that are getting excited just by looking at the bars, and that's Dave
Oh,
in action right here. We have the open,
here we
right?
go.
We do.
Yes, we have the open.
Uh,
We have the open.
5 seconds.
It's open. We're gonna drop to 1 minute so we could see it nicer. We're looking at the SPX. You could see the volume going up. All right. We're gonna see if the buyers are gonna pile in, and if we're just gonna explode up, or are we gonna fall down on this high volume and see if they buy it. And I know Samir's probably looking at the YM. Let's check it out real quick. See what's going on over there.
Do you have a heart monitor on your watch, Dave? Would you check your
You know,
heart
I want
rate?
to do that. I actually want to trade with either a heart monitor or those things they put in your head. I forget what they're called when they do. They're the EKG is the heart thing, but the EEG is your brain, the brain waves.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to trade. Yep.
Maybe we should put it as an indicator on your chart, and we can see your heart rate, and that
Nice,
could be
nice.
that could be an indicator. Things are getting hot. We the viewers can see your heart rate going up and down.
Indeed. I try to stay calm. I've played, those relaxing yoga studio songs before. Um, but yeah, I get excited. All right. You guys didn't see, but I entered along. So we'll see. I'm about here risking the previous high. If this doesn't work, because we broke the trend line, if this doesn't work, we'll wait and reassess. But this is a trade for now. Samir, are you in a trade?
Yeah, I took a buy here on
Nice,
US 30.
nice.
I took a pre-break of the trade, but I think that trend line is pretty good, and we do have more confluence for the upside move. So yeah,
Indeed.
let's see.
Let's see what happens. Samir took his one trade for the day,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that is my trade for the day. My entry is somewhere around here, and I like this trend line. We was already showing the nature of the price, which was fading away. Now the volume came to the upside. I am expecting today we might can continue this volume, and we already have multiple confluence to go long. And price is on the daily trend line. We have this order block on the 4 hour. This is the 4 hour level, and maybe this is a liquidity, this trend line, this
Mm-hmm.
move. So yeah, let's see. I took a trade here, 1 to 1.5 or 1 to 1.7, something like this, risk to reward.
Nice.
So yeah, I
Nice.
like we are pausing here. This can be, I mean, this is good. It is giving me little bit confidence. Yes, I haven't done something wrong, because I don't want to do something wrong which can I don't want to give chance to the market so that market takes money from me because of my mistake. So here I'm not making any mistake. I saw the structures, my confluence, and all the things. And even if you look at EMA, it is not really, it is neutral actually, as we are trading in between, some
Mm-hmm.
ways up, down. So right now we're in the 50-50 range. Let's see.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So far, it's looking pretty good. I don't know if everybody knows, but we have our platform provider bought Bookmap. So for everybody who uses Bookmap, it is available on our platform, Black Arrow. So for people who like
Nice.
looking at order flow and stuff like that,
Mhm.
just FYI. But yeah, we're looking very good, very good. It's always nice when your analysis starts to pay off immediately. The best trades are usually the ones that work right away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice move to the upside on the indices.
Oh,
Indeed.
okay, never mind.
Where is your target again? Where you guys are looking for targets on this one?
I'm just
Um,
targeting the daily high on US 30, the previous day high, and that is the most
um,
logical target to me.
yeah, I have two contracts. So I have two targets. Target one, like like I like to tell Victor, I have the payroll and the bonus. So payroll is payroll is we're just about there. We're really close. It's at that consolidation level. So if you want an exact number, it would be around 25,120 on the NQ. If I was trading the ES, it would be, I'm gonna give it to you right now. Six 6,865 would be my first TP. And then the second one, I would let it ride to see if we could get to the Asia highs, because we've had huge ranges. On the ES, that would be 50, about 57, 60 points from the low. So that's pretty reasonable. And then on the NASDAQ, that would be, just one sec. That would be about 300 points. So for me, from where I entered, come on, cooperate.
Somebody's
Sorry,
asking my
guys.
entry price on US 30.
About
Let me give you my
180.
entry price. My entry price 48419, and on other account it is 48391. Because on Forex, you have multiple
Yep.
exchanges, so yeah, they have different prices. So on an average, 48391, somewhere close to that. I know this exchange might be having different price, but on futures, I think it's not like that, right?
Yeah, on
Because
futures, you're getting the same price everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I'm the first trade. I'm looking for 100 points as usual. So I entered at 25,020, so I'm getting to get out at 120. So I entered here, and I'm looking to get out. We're almost there. First TP is going to be at 120, and then the other one would be somewhere around here at that level, which would be from, like I was saying, from the bottom here. This is about 100 points. Sorry. And then here is like 250 points, which would be awesome. So we will see. We will see.
Which one is your second TP?
I'm just gonna hold it
120 and the top of that swing.
in that area. Yeah, where I have my blue rectangle here.
245,
Yeah,
120 TP1, 245 TP2 then.
more or less, yeah.
All right.
So if you could just use this sorry, the Asia high there as a reference. If for the CFDs, if you don't have the exact same prices. So we'll see what happens. What time is it? 9:37. All right, this is a pretty nice move. I mean, first 5-minute candle, we had 110 points of displacement. This is great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like we said, volatility is has picked up. Let's look at oil for a second. Haven't touched oil, but we're moving nicely. I hear calls for $80. I hear calls for $100 in a few months. So we'll see what happens with crude. Let's look at gold real quick. Let me see from my weekly analysis. It's interesting to me. I don't know what your opinion is. I didn't think we were going to get such a sell-off on gold. It being, kind of a safe haven. I don't know if it's because
I was skeptical about it. I
you were
was like,
skeptical.
yeah. To me, gold is always 50-50. I don't believe in any catalyst.
You don't believe in any catalyst?
Yeah, we have the example right here. There is war, still, gold fell. So that's why I don't trust the gold.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought it would hold up pretty much. I mean,
there,
better. Sorry.
no, I think I don't have the the full analysis and the fundamentals. I mean, from as a technical guy, we have opinions, but to me, that's what they are, right?
Yeah.
So what I do think about gold is, though, I don't know if this is true, like this is exactly what happened, but what could be the case is, gold being safe haven. That's always been the case, and it is to more or less degree during, as time progresses, it fluctuates. I think that's still the case. So I can see price of gold, because of this conflict and other things that are going on, price going much higher. However, you can see that as well on many other moments where there was a sudden thing that happened that was unexpected, that gold also sells off. And the reason
Okay.
for that is that people want cash, because you
Yeah.
can't eat a gold bar.
Not yet.
Well,
Not
not
ever.
yet, maybe in the future. Not ever, but maybe in the future, who knows. But you can't eat it, you can't defend yourself with a gold bar. But food, I mean, cash, you can buy stuff with. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that's a thing, but that's the first thing that comes to mind, right? The acute reaction is not to necessarily go in gold, but to have cash, because
Indeed.
cash, you can move, you can be liquid, you can migrate, whatever. And um, uh, and and then, of course, once you're safe, you can then, okay, where I'm gonna be putting my money to work for me. And in this case, it will be not work, but where can I hide from all what's happening? And gold is then will do its function as a safe haven asset, always have. And I don't know if it's always will, but in any foreseeable future, it probably will.
Yeah. Indeed. I think gold is gonna stay a safe haven for a while. Unless, all crypto guys manage to convert everybody to put their money in Bitcoin and the as they call it, the digital gold. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I personally thought that, yeah, maybe we might get somewhat of a quick sell off of people getting out, but I expected a bounce sooner rather than later. But hey, price is going to do what the price is going to do, and we just have to see what happens. But yeah, like like Samir said, gold can be tricky. That's why it's something I usually don't trade intraday and trade overnight. And even there, it can be tricky as well. So we will see what happens. Let's go back to our indices and see what's going on. Let's go to the ES.
I think that's that question you said, or whether or not gold will be pushed off its throne by digital gold.
Mhm.
Whether that's going to happen or not, I mean, think that's going to be a question that we will be asked and ask ourselves perhaps for years to come, right?
Yeah,
Because crypto is not going to go away. It's already, being massively adopted in on the institutional level. Even though we had a sell off, I mean, they're still holding it, and they're going to still hold it in the future, most likely. But it's going to be a hard thing, because gold has been a store of value for thousands of years. I
yeah,
mean, from the dawn of mankind, gold has been a store of value, right? It's where you keep value. So
Mhm.
that's not going to go away easily. I mean, that's going to take a long time. It's so ingrained in also some cultures, in India, in China, or in Asian countries. Gold is still is seen as the one of those wealth symbols. So that's not gonna. I think that's gonna be very hard, that cultural thing, to fade away. But who knows? Maybe we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that goes.
definitely. We'll have to see. I
Yeah,
thought
those kind
Pedro
of
was going
things.
to say something.
Yeah, no, actually, someone asked me exactly that question about gold. Because why did it sell off instead of going up in this situation? I kind of agree with what Victor said, and you could see, on the other hand, maybe, because usually in this type of situation, it's either money moving from one asset to another one, or it's actually kind of just people completely withdrawing and removing some of their positions and closing some of their positions. But on the other side, yes, we saw gold going down, but we saw actually dollar moving up, and kind of there has been a little bit of this battle on the weak dollar or not, and if the dollar is still kind of the main currency in the world or not, up until what anti-yuan as well. It's being replaced by gold again. So yeah, we saw actually dollar going up and gold moving to the downside in this moment of the conflict that we saw in the Middle East. So that's an interesting one. Of course, gold can still go up. Maybe this year is still going to potentially break new all-time highs again, maybe get even to 6K. But for now, it's stuck within this level. When you do look at the technicals, gold actually was approaching an interesting level on the left side, like it was getting really close to the previous all-time high. So personally, I was actually expecting some kind of bear or some kind of selling pressure around that level. Now we'll see if it's going to manage to eventually break to the upside, or if it's going to continue to move a bit more to the downside. So we'll see.
I thought Pedro was gonna tell us how he was polishing his physical gold through, during the weekend. His gold bars, he was stacking them up. Okay, all right.
I do have so many gold bars that I actually work out with gold bars. Like I stack them up.
Wow, nice.
Gold dumbbells.
Yeah, gold dumbbells.
Gold dumbbell. That's funny.
All
Well,
right.
no, just quick update. I got my first TP got hit, so I got out.
That's
and
a perfect exit.
Waiting. Yeah, I was itching to hit out a little bit lower, but I was thinking, when we turned red there, I was like, oh, that's really close. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with my bonus. My stop is at break even, and yeah, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out because it's the bonus. But if it does, it does. So yeah, first trade, great trade. That shows you how many people were looking at the same trade when you get in and then it's doing that aggressive pullback. It's like everybody was thinking the same thing. Yeah, everybody's thinking the same thing.
They all got out at the same place, making that swing high. Maybe Remy can make a poll. Will Dave get his bonus today or not? The question to be asked: who thinks he will, and who thinks he will not?
Let's see. That would be cool.
Okay. So what are we checking on? The U.S. equities market is open. At least the cash market is open. The futures was already open. What is your first impression? We had we created an opening range, as it is called, right? The first 15 minutes. If you go to the 15-minute time frame, right, the first candle closed, right, that's considered the orb, the opening range.
Yep.
Will a lot of people trade this the break of this range? Some people use the 5-minute, the 30 minutes, even the hour, to indicate what's the first indication, right? The break of that range that gives you a great idea. Are we going to go up or not, or down, right? So what do you think? Are we gonna be having a bullish breakout on this opening range? Yes or no? What do you think?
Well, you're asking me, right?
I'm asking whoever wants to answer.
Well, this is from purely a technical standpoint. I mean, this is looking good so far to me. If we look at the opening range, so from 930 to here, this is the range. So we broke out here. We had a pullback. If we look at this box, we pull back to, I would say, just about the 50% line. So this is still bullish
And also,
to me.
if I may interrupt you, also if you look to the left, also it seems to have that last swing high before the breakout, right? The last touch
or this
on
one.
that one. Yes, it seems to me it came back into that.
Exactly.
That was a like a flipped level that we broke and came through at it, doesn't it?
Exactly. It looks like a flip level that we came back, we touched exactly. So again, however you want to call it, but resistance became support, and we're pushing higher. Another thing of confluence we have is VWAP, so volume weighted average price is we're trading above it. Again, this is a 1-minute chart. We can go to a 5-minute to look at it, but we're having this sort of engulfing candle, engulfing the previous one here. So far, if I had to pick, I would say I'm 80%, and I'm
That's quite
saying this
high.
in percentage, 80%, 80% bullish. Well, I'm biased. I'm in a long, so and we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, we could hold this area. I'm not crazy about the rejection we're getting right now, but maybe the ORB guys are shorting this previous high there. Hopefully, we could take them out and do some kind of short squeeze and have one giant candle to my level.
Oh, that would be fun, right? You'd be smiling walking home.
Yes, indeed. Well, for Samir too, because I haven't looked at the YM.
Yeah, I'm in Jordan right now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just
YM did
talking to
react as
myself.
well. Be
Maybe
strong,
it's gonna
Samir.
be a
Be
stop
strong.
loss day for me. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. We did have a strong breakout of that trend there. It just wasn't sustained,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's unfortunate. Um, Let me look at. I didn't have my advanced decline open. Let me take a quick look. I'm looking at. Do you see my mouse
What's
moving?
that?
I'm just looking.
Yes,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but we can't
Mhm.
see your pop-up window, just your chart.
Yeah.
I suspect you have something. You're not clicking in thin air.
No, I'm not clicking in thin air. I'm not just randomly clicking. I'm just looking at different charts. So first thing I'm looking at right now is the tick chart. So it's basically, how many the whole stock market, how many stocks are ticking up or down, and you could see it. It's green right now, so it's bullish. Now I'm looking at the Vold ratio, which is basically up volume minus down volume, and this is also green. So bullish somewhat for now. And advanced decline, which is how many stocks are advancing minus the ones that are declining. And this is also, well, it's below zero, but it's ticking green. So everything's ticking green right now, guys.
And all of
Um,
those, if I may interject, all of these indicators are available on the platform on Black
no, they're
Arrow.
actually on TradingView.
Oh, on TradingView. Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
you
Maybe
can look.
the next time you have your TradingView on, we can go through them, because I think, I mean, if you're using them, other people should look into them as well, to see if they help them be more confident in their trades.
Exactly. They're especially they're there. They're free. Everybody can use them. So yeah. Um, so far, it's looking more bullish than bearish. I'm still 80% bullish. I also want Samir to kind of, you know, get his trade today. So let's
Poor Samir. Poor
Yeah, for me
Samir.
it is
Poor
for me it is
Samir
just the
needs some
waiting game
profit.
now.
This gentleman this gentleman in India is sitting on over a 10% on his 10% profit. He has, I think,
13%.
or 13. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
be
13%.
specific. Be
Be
specific.
specific. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah, be
thought 10 was
specific.
already a huge number. No, he's sitting on 13%. He has, I think, like two payouts on their way, or they already arrived. He
Yeah, yeah.
parked another account to make sure that the payouts are safe. Poor Samir needs some profit. Yes.
Yes, indeed. I'm making
Now I'm
everything
trying to
green
pass
right
more accounts.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
Ofi comes to Samir's defense. 10%
10%
is
is too
too low,
low.
too low for Samir.
Yeah.
Oh man, nice. I just made everything green on my chart. All my drawings are green. So
What does that mean? Is that something
just
Positive
metaphysical?
energy.
yes, we're being positive. We're throwing positive energy there. We just want to see green prints.
Let me
Everything
I,
get
fun.
my telescope out and see the alignment in the stars.
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But so far, we're looking good.
I like that. I like that. I like the positivity. I mean, the whole community at the Fivers, we are big on being positive, helping each other, being supportive, and doing small things, even especially in the community, right? In the Discord community, where it's safe. It's a safe place. we have an active policy and active management of keeping it safe in a safe environment for everyone to learn. No matter if you're just coming in, you have a very simple, and to someone who might be very experienced, it might be a very simple question. But it's not a dumb question. If it's a question to you, then it's a valid one. And that's the kind of environment we try to, and vibe we try to bring or have in the community. What is it you're showing off here, Dave? You're flexing. What are you doing?
This is
Explain us what you're doing.
This is a Bookmap. Sorry, I just have to reset it. Yeah, I just wanted to see the volume. I did something. I messed it up.
Please do explain to us so we can. It looks very, very interesting.
Yeah, let me close. It is actually showing you the volume, and the it's like they call it flow map here. It's showing you how the order flow is going. So you have your volume bars here and seeing the buy and sell volume. You can also see, why is this not working?
It's an
so it's glitching right now, but
maybe
I'm sorry.
It looks like it's on a log chart, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that needs to be adjusted.
The scale?
The scale is a log scale, yes. It looks to me, I mean, from afar.
Yeah, the scale, it has an issue. But I think I was playing around with the settings. I need to reset them to factory default. Settings.
Doesn't matter.
Settings. But anyways, but yeah, it's showing basically a simple way of saying it is showing the flow of the orders. So the little circles you see there is buying and selling volume. So red. So for example, if you're looking at this square, this circle is completely green, so there's more buying. Red, there's more selling. And then you would usually see a heat map of how buyers and sellers are positioned. So I tend to use that from time to time when I'm trading, fast time frames, so 1 minute. But unfortunately, I wanted to show off, but it's not working right now.
And what you want to be seeing on that flow chart, you want to be seeing big buyers coming in if you're long, because that will mean, just like with volume, that means that you're not alone in this trade. A lot of people are coming in, they're pushing price higher, and the likelihood that price will continue to go higher, that will attract more buyers, and it's going to break out, take supply out and so on. The chances are bigger. And as we're talking, the market is breaking out of that opening range. Dave, your 80%, the chance is it's going nicely.
It's going nicely. I'm adding green arrows everywhere. We're pushing this higher. Let's go on the YM and add some green arrows for Samir. Let's put some green arrows under this candle.
That'll be good.
Let's add another one. So
it looks like your green arrows are working.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
it's the green arrows.
It's the green arrows. It's the green. This green drawings. Everything's green. So,
it works.
That's it. You see, the green went under the red, and then it turned. That's all, guys. This is all you need to do. Add green arrows to your chart.
That's the holy grail.
Switch your colors to green candles. No red.
No need to backcast it. Just go in full margin.
That's it. Green arrows all the way.
The market breaking out very nicely. We have about 1 minute and 45 seconds to the end of our stream. What do you guys think before we close up? Anything you guys want to share very shortly, or want to talk about, or want to mention before we close our stream?
On my side, just be careful another weekend of keeping any positions open. So we still don't really know what will be the next steps on this situation in the Middle East. So for anyone that wants to keep positions open, be careful, because there can be some gaps like just happened last week. So be careful with that one. Aside from that, just enjoy enjoy it. In the UK, it starts to be a little bit sunny, so if you do have that opportunity, just go spend a little bit of time outside of the charts, get some fresh air, and the next week there's another week next week.
Nice.
Perfect. Samir?
I'll just say, if you're a new trader and if you follow your plan for 6 months, I think you can be 6 years ahead of yourself in trading. So my closing word will be: don't break your plan, guys. Follow your plan to the T. I think you are going to get the results. And with that being said, we'll see you on Monday, guys. So thank you for being here. And if you're not subscribed to our channel, please do that. Next week, big giveaway is coming for our subscribers. So with that being said, guys, that's it from my side. I'll see you on Monday. Actually, on Tuesday. My session will be on Tuesday, but you will have other hosts. So yeah.
Perfect. Dave, as you are going smiling to the bank, anything you want to share with us on the future side?
Well, first of all, thanks. 76% of the chat said yes, I'm getting that bonus. So I appreciate it, chat. Thanks for your green arrows and your support. Again, shameless plug. First, shameless plug. Trade the Pool is having a cool event today. So come over. It's at noon. You'll find out. I'll be there. So come check it out. Lots of cool prizes. And then we have our official opening of the futures on Monday. So looking forward to that. And you'll see familiar faces. Wink, wink. And for anyone who is trading and who's struggling right now, all I'm going to say is don't quit. We've all been there. You can make it. You'll get there eventually. Just don't quit.
All right. Wonderful words. I will just keep it. Take care, everyone, and have an awesome day. Be aware of the volatility, but above all, enjoy your life. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Yes, guys.
Nice. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.